Bum, ba, bum. And we're just going to cut it off because we don't have a whole lot of time. All right. Welcome to March 19th, primary election results coverage, People's Pundit, special edition of Inside the Numbers. Polls are about to close in Florida. That's a special alert for most of the state. And then the panhandle closes about an hour later, something that Democrats have been playing with forever, ever since I've been a voting adult in this country. Because, of course, the panhandle is red. It will not be that big of a deal this time around, of course, because Florida, as we polled it, is heavy to Donald Trump at this part. All right, so this is what it looks like right here. As we all know, we're looking at the Republican presidential election for this particular night, because Democrats, allies of the president, and the White House in general, they were successful in keeping Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson off of the primary ballot this year. And when you do that, there are, same thing with Delaware, by the way, and several other states, where there's just a rule that if it's an uncontested primary, the state will not spend money on it. It's actually, honestly, if you're a conservative, if you're a fiscal conservative, it makes sense. It really does. It makes a lot of sense. Anyway, before we get into the rest of it, I just wanted to make sure you knew what was going on before the poll started rolling in. If you like the videos, don't forget to like them and share them far and wide. Those of you I can see pouring out on YouTube, tonight is being streamed to locals and to YouTube, but for comments only for local supporters and YouTube members. It is free to everybody to watch. But in the best interest of keeping spam out of what is always a rather intellectual conversation, we are doing this from now on. All right. So this is the way it's going to be. When the polls close, there will be no decisions, of course, until all of the voting stops. That is the way we are doing this at this point. There may be, I don't know if that's a glitch or not. Maybe not. I mean, honestly, there's some early vote that comes in. Alachua is a blue area. I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump didn't carry some of these blue areas. But it still would be a point of embarrassment for him if there was something like that went on. Ron DeSantis had until December 12th to remove his name from the ballot box. From the ballot, and he did not do it. It is also an early voting state. There's been voting for a while in Florida, so you do have to remember that. All right, we'll see what the early voting looks like, and then when the rest of it starts to roll in. However, Republicans have been voting heavily and voting early. The other polls will get Ohio before the rest of this state closes. Ohio will close at 7:30 p.m. There is, of course, a contested I put GOP Senate, but there, of course, is both Senate races there. There are contested Senate primaries there, specifically on the Republican side. The decarrying of Duval County is actually really significant for Donald Trump. Alachua is where the head of Gainesville is. Donald Trump is getting the least amount of votes there. I imagine election day votes will put him over. We'll be able to go through stuff and see and have time, but he's carrying all the big vote centers that are very. I mean, look, we don't expect this to really. We don't expect any serious surprises, even with early voting. But there cannot be any calls until the rest of the state comes in. Duval County is absolutely one I'm looking at because there's 15% here for Nikki Haley. It is a closed primary state. And, we would expect some of that early vote to be, look, he's a sitting governor. He's going to get something like 4%, 5%. You would expect that here. And then Nikki Haley is going to get some early votes and probably some protest votes that come out of there. But you're not going to see a guy get 95% of the vote, folks. It's just not going to happen. Nikki Haley there carrying Broward County. So it's only 7% that's in, but Broward and they took back a lot. It looks like Alachua disappeared. There may have been, it reminded me of a mistake, but Broward would not be a mistake to me. It's very liberal. That is one of the areas like Palm Beach in our poll and Miami in our poll. We're both going hard, swung hard to Donald Trump against Joe Biden. So if there were big issues for Donald Trump, a protest vote, it would be in Broward and it would be in Tallahassee, whereas Leon County, neighboring Gadsden, is also very blue. But the Orlando area, the I-4 corridor, you can see where he's going to be doing very well. And Duval, which is where there are some old school kind of Republicans that supposedly they don't like Donald Trump anymore. They're educated. Obviously, Tallahassee is there. Now, Monroe, where Key West is, but also it's part of the Miami metro area. It's going very big for Donald Trump. So that's a very good sign for Donald Trump come the general election. And then, by the way, Leon County is actually going for Donald Trump. So this may actually be a mistake since there's 723 votes across the board for all of them. It looks like Alachua pulled back a mistake as well. So yeah, it did. So Donald Trump is carrying Alachua, the home of Gainesville. So this will be a very red map. Broward's probably a mistake, and they're probably going to fix that in a second. 75% of the vote in Florida, which has been voting for a long time, is a very decent vote. About 32% in. So if that's the case, we expect a little over 1 million votes or so. Republicans were crushing Democrats. They took the competitive presidential race off the table for Democrats. So you can't make this real comparison today. It is what it's going to be. But I'm telling you, folks, I've been polling Florida publicly since 2014. There's the Tampa area. And it's pretty universal. Pasco's 81, Hillsborough about 75, so is Manatee, Pinellas about 72, Nikki Haley getting about 20% of the vote in some of these places. Yeah, it's about what we would expect. Citrus and other areas, Sumter, he's getting about 80, and that's what he would. That's Lake is a very important Republican county. He's getting 77.5. I'm very curious to see what he gets in Miami-Dade. Osceola is that's a big deal. So was Orange. The fact that he's getting 75 and 80% there is strength. Here's the Space Coast, right? Because you have the Gold Coast here. Then you have the Treasure Coast, which St. Lucie, he's in the 80s. Indian River, 74. I just went and gave a speech there not long ago. It was all DeSantis, Team DeSantis people. So the fact the president was able to coalesce that much of his vote at this point, the former president, is actually, again, Florida's been voting for a while. All right. So that's there it goes. Boom. They're going to remove, it looks like they removed Broward because that looks like a glitch to me. It does. This is very, very uniform. Trump is going to get about 76, 80% of the vote. You'll hear people go on and on about how devastating this is for a former president. That's nonsense. Again, I've been polling Florida since 2014. I have never, ever, ever, ever seen Florida this Republican. All right. I'm not going to go over the same Pete poll again. I don't have anything to explain, when it comes to that. I wouldn't trade my record with the St. Pete poll record for. I wouldn't. They suck. That's the truth. Let me just be painfully honest. They suck. So it is what it is. Yeah, it's a plasma bath. I think you probably will wind up touching 80%. You have to understand the Panhandle is going to be more Trumpy. And also, I would imagine Miami-Dade is going to be more Trumpy. Even Alachua County, like I said, is not Those were voting errors. Those were reporting errors. So here's where I mean, 80% is 75, 80% is a very good result. Listen, I will say this. I don't know what in Sam Hill some of these people are doing. Ooh, when we wait for results, we're gonna watch later when it gets boring. Oh, sorry. Oh, when we wait for results, we're gonna wind up watching Liberty Vitter's update on polling for decision deaths. That should be interesting. I'd like to do that. We'll do that while we wait. Um, this is yeah, this is a state now. I just want to go back to what I was saying with polling. Um, we had polled Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Donald Trump. Um, Trump was doing there. Trump did carry Broward, actually. Trump did significantly better than any other candidate in the state. So before you listen to people on Twitter talking about how, oh my God, he didn't get 100% of the vote, it's very, very clear that he was the strongest candidate statewide, and he's getting 70% in Broward, and that's probably mostly all early vote. All right, that's going to be a few. Florida reports early first, then we will get election day. And then we will get a little whatever comes in at the deadline 7:30 to report your totals for absentees. So understand, like, some absentees are being put together and reported right now, and they'll trickle in a little bit later. And those are late arriving absentees, which tend to be more Trumpy anyway. They were in 2020, even, by the way, in the general election. But you're going to get that early first. And Republicans should be really proud of themselves when it comes back to them early voting in the state of Florida, especially in states where there are in-person early voting. Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Republicans have done extremely well in in-person early. I just want to check Leon. Yeah, we would expect him in some of these blue areas. Gadsden, he'll probably do about 70% over there as well. But Duval being at 80% in Duval is a very good sign for him. Duval is one of those counties we did oversample along with Miami-Dade, because Duval he carried along with Pinellas in 2016, but then lost it in 2020. And Pinellas, he barely lost, but Duval he lost by a few points, 5 points or something like that. It was a swing, and he had carried it by a couple of points like that in 2016. So it was one of those where if there are real, like, we know about the non-white vote shift, but what, by the way, that's why you're seeing dominating numbers in places like Orange and Osceola. But what about in some of these other areas like Duval and Pinellas and the Tampa area? Is he getting some of that white vote back? We knew that and then people expected and anticipated that he was going to slip with the white vote in northern Florida, north central Florida, a little bit. But the campaign had argued, we're going to make it up in South Florida. We're going to make it up. 200,000 votes we're going to make up in South Florida alone. He did. He did. And honestly, this result in Broward is promising for him. 70% when we know that there is an anti-vote out there for him, and they've been voting for that long. Hendry, these really, really Republican counties, he's going to need, he's going to want to squeeze all of the votes out. Once upon a time when Florida was really, really close. Hendry, Polk, Lee, those were areas, Pasco, the Hernando, those were areas where Citrus, that's another one, Marion, where you would want to squeeze out as many as possible. Out in the Panhandle, definitely out in Bay. Now we're seeing some of Big Bend fill in. Wakulla, which is in the Big Bend area, 89%. Madison, 93%. He's going to rise as these votes come in. Lakey's at 82. It does depend what he does in, he's already at 74, actually, as Alachua comes in. He started a little bit lower than that. He's been gaining. So this will be a dominating performance for Donald Trump. It will be. So Flagler, 85. Guys, Flagler College, St. Augustine. By the way, one of my favorite places in Florida is Flagler County. I used to love it back when I was a younger man, yet still married. I swear, man, when I was going back to college and everything too, I was like, you know what? I used to do DJing. I think I'll DJ on the weekends. I kid you not. Gotta have fun somehow. Anyway, I get in there and get this. I swear my boss he did this on purpose. He knew I was married. He knew Laura and I were like super lovey-dovey with each other a lot. And I swear to God, he did this to me. and he basically put no, I would, by the way, Nico, no, I don't think there's any counties Trump will lose. I thought those were reporting errors. They are. Anyway, he's like, yeah, you can go up to Flagler. We're going to send you up to Flagler and we're going to, just go to this address. And it was the friggin' girls' sorority dorms and their sorority houses. I mean, and it was awful and brutal and they loved me. And I had to like bring Laura with me. And they were all right with it, actually. It was a little bit weird, but they were all right with it. But I'm like, I am not going to that place without my wife. That is just a bad thing waiting to happen. So Madison, Union, just looking at some of these vote shares. These in the 90s. Even in Duval, 80% in Duval with 47% in. That's good. That's a good result. It's a good result. I don't know why Biden was afraid of Florida. I mean, I do, but I mean, he didn't have any funded opposition. So I'm not sure why he would be afraid like this of Florida. I just don't get it. I really, really don't get it. Very odd. Very, very odd. All right. So in about 15 minutes or so, hold on. I got multiple computers over here that I'm rifling through. In about 30 minutes, the Buckeye State is going to close, and that's going to be pretty important. We're going to run over there real quick when the Buckeye State does close. All right. I don't know why I wrote GOP Senate, and it's just everything. And then we did, if you notice, guys, we did put the GOP, we did put the Senate primaries on a single page together, like we did with the presidential. And then beneath that, Ohio had some other races. They had some House primaries. They had a state Supreme Court primary. So we did that all on the same page, like kind of like Decision Desk does it. I liked what they did, so we did it. All right. California 20. That's another one that's interesting tonight. The special election for Kevin McCarthy's old district. That should be interesting. Very, very interesting. But the big in the night here, because of control of the Senate, the big night race, other than the presidential elections, of course, is all eyes on Ohio. Bernie Moreno is leading or had a late lead in the GOP Senate primary. Republican primary. They tried to screw him one last time toward the end with this hit piece. The AP did retract. Or no, they didn't retract. I'm sorry. They backpedaled a little bit, but they did not retract what is clearly a bogus story. The question is, did it hurt and blunt Bernie Moreno's momentum or not? And that's what we're all going to be looking at. Let me take a look at some of the comments here today. Yeah, listen, Florida and Ohio are pretty good. Florida is, of course, I have long praised Florida as the number one state. Whoa, 85% of the vote in Miami. And it's not a small amount of votes either. So that's going to be huge towards pulling up his overall vote share. Broward is liberal. He's at 70. I'm curious to see what happens in Alachua when they report their numbers. Marion should be very, very Trumpy like Levy. Big Bend area is actually giving him bigger numbers than I thought. I mean, Taylor is 95% of the vote. Wakula is 89% of the vote. So Franklin, 88% of the vote. 2 jumps over is Bay, which is a very, very important county for Republicans winning statewide races. Used to be one of those that came in clutch and would give them like a 30,000, 20,000 at least vote net statewide in a general presidential election cycle. Trump would squeeze 30 to 40 out of it. That is one of the main reasons he beat Hillary Clinton when it was a much closer election. Hillary thrashed him in Miami-Dade. You got to remember that, guys. Miami was not that Trumpy back then. It wasn't. It was a different state. Now, hell, Miami-Dade is a different county altogether. If he was at like 70% of the vote in Miami-Dade, it'd be an issue. But notice where there are more non-white, there's either your traditional working class white counties that go big for Donald Trump, and then there is your non-white counties that also go big for Donald Trump. The educated white old school traditional Republican counties have the most defections away from Trump. I actually don't think Nikki Haley's even going to get. There it is. We can now call this race because the polls, I guess it's irrelevant. Everyone's reported. No big shocker here. I know there were people who were hoping for the former president, to be embarrassed. But that's it. It's a wrap. Let's see. Listen, the stuff about Bernie Moreno I actually know quite a bit about. I just don't want to discuss it publicly, but the AP story is some bullshit. I'm just going to say this since it is an election night thing. It's not inside the numbers. It's BS. There are things about Bernie that will upset traditional Republican voters. There's no doubt. But people have to, the Steve Deeses of the world have to understand that that party is dead. That party can't win a statewide election in Ohio, especially against somebody like Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown is going to come. We're going to talk about it in a little bit when we get to, let me just refresh it so you see that it's changed. Now it just says Ohio Senate, see? When we get to some of these counties in Ohio, I'm going to go around, especially part of the northern Ohio Valley. There are counties that surround Franklin in the central part of Ohio. A good template, a good map would be to look at the referendum on abortion. And you can clearly see that there are just Trumpers who don't like Republicans. They don't like that. This is what the Lila Rose wing, and I don't mean to single her out. I'm not trying to insult her. I'm saying the pro-life movement, the March for Life people, the old Bush, I'm an abortion purist, an anti-abortion purist. And listen, this is coming from me, guys. I don't support abortion at all. I'm sorry. Rape is awful. It's absolutely awful. But I've met police officers who were the products of rape, who are wonderful people. Me personally, I simply believe that life is the most incredible thing in the universe. And I just don't believe because you think you don't want your tits to sag or you think you want to go back to college, it's okay to kill a baby. So listen to me when I tell you even though I'm on the left with some of these other issues, when it comes to abortion, that to me is life. And it's more than just a spiritual thing for me. It's I just think it's the most precious thing ever in the world. So it informs my beliefs on it. And I'm telling you, I'm probably way off with Lila Rose on this. So I don't mean to insult her. I'm simply saying that wing of the Republican Party, that old school wing, their image sucks, in case they haven't noticed. Nobody likes them. They're a bunch of hypocrites. They're a bunch of virtue signaling, condescending, judgmental, pieces of turds. Nobody likes their asses. That's why they cannot win in Iowa. They cannot win in Ohio. In states where you hear all the time about the importance of the evangelical vote, when you're talking about an Iowa caucus or, whatever it may be, they're not liked. And they're not liked for a reason. And it's, especially when it's linked to, some forms of Christianity. You have to understand, Gallup has done really good work on this. The scandals of the 80s and the 90s and then, there was a resurgence, bounce back for the value voting right during the Bush era. And then look what Bush did with it. Look what he did with it. He squandered it. So nobody likes them anymore. Nobody trusts them anymore. They just can't stand them. All right, I just want to see around the Space Coast here. Martin, St. Lucie, Indian River, still about 70-something%. Again, I went to go speak with some people out there, and there is no doubt that they were this is the DeSantis donor base, along with Tallahassee, which is blue. That's where you're going to see Trump do the worst. Look at Leon County, although it's a blue area, so you're not going to see a whole lot of Republican votes. Gadsden will probably also be a poor performance for Donald Trump considering it's the only one in the race. But look at Hillsborough. Again, Puerto Ricans, about 80, almost 80% of the vote. There's more liberal Puerto Ricans out there than neighboring Pinellas. There's more whites there that have college degrees. So, yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all. This is pretty much what I expected. Orange County is more non-white, and I'm curious to see what that last 45% of the vote does. Seminole, that's good. That's a good result for him. Volusia, also a good result. That Duval result is incredible. And that really does surprise me. I thought he would be, and that would be one of the counties where he would be at like 70%, but he's not. Miami, very important to me as what he does in Miami-Dade. This has been a long-term project and an area of study for me. So that's very, very, that's a very big deal. I'm just curious to see if there's anywhere where DeSantis is getting, it's weird, in some of these areas, DeSantis is getting less of the vote than some of these others. And that should be, it's like, how much of it is a protest vote when, well, see, there you go. Like in Leon. Gadsden's probably going to be the same thing, but what about Duval? Yeah, I mean, that's about right. This is the order in some poor performing counties for Trump that you would expect to see some of this stuff in. Gadsden, if this is even correct, which it might not be. If this is even correct, we've seen this now 3 times tonight. The reports that they're incorrect. I actually don't think he'd even lose Gadsden, but we'll see. No, he's not even on the board. So this is an incorrect result. They're going to fix that. Watch. Mark my words. Palm Beach will also be interesting. But there we go. All right, we're 5 minutes out from Ohio. Just real quick, we'll come back to this in a second. But if we just look at the Ohio Senate race with Trump on the ballot, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens to the east of Akron, Portage, Trumbull, Ashtabula, Mahoning, Columbiana. These are areas where Trump runs very strong. I mean, basically, the difference between Trump and every other Republican is that he boxes Democrats in to Cleveland. He boxes them in Akron. He boxes them into Toledo and in Cincinnati and Columbus. Everywhere else is just like red. Even in the Toledo burbs, contrary to posts I've seen on Twitter, they are totally wrong. He did better in the Toledo burbs. I don't know what on earth these people are talking about. I don't think they understand how to read precinct data. But anyway, this will be like Frank LaRose was a never Trumper who tried to pretend like he was a Trumper. And I could see how potentially there are some people who don't like what they heard about Moreno, so they'll throw their vote to LaRose. We'll see. But Matt Dolan is super, super liberal. And I just can't see him doing well outside of, like Cleveland. If we looked at the map with JD Vance back in 20, I think we have that actually. Hold on one second. I have that map. How Vance beat Dolan last time and Josh Mandel. Wow, look at that. I have the Ohio ballot issues here. Let's keep that map close so I can show you that. There's the Senate primaries from, I could have swore we did. Did we not do? Huh. Let me see what we had here. I could have swore. Of course. It was just the Senate map. That's right. I think we put up the entire Senate map. Because I really could have swore we had this. But if not, here's a good, because the polls are going to close soon. So hang on one second. Let me put this up, and this will be a good example of what I'm talking about here. All right, there it is. So this is how issue 1 failed. You can see, especially in Trumbull, Mahoning, Ashtabula, these are Obama counties. Obama-Trump counties. All right. And you can see how, Trump isn't going to, he's not going to lose these areas. They were able to spread out. They got the urban vote, but then they just didn't do well enough in traditional Republican areas, and they lost the Obama-Trump counties. And there's some votes there. I mean, there's a significant amount of votes in these counties, and they lost them. These will be counties where if the Trump endorsement holds for Bernie Moreno, he's going to do well in these areas where JD Vance was able to hold it together. And then, Josh Mandel done well in some of these other areas. We'll see how it goes when it comes to this scandal and what the impact of the scandal was, folks. But Bernie had the ability to really blow away both of these guys, with the exception of Dolan doing well in like the Franklin suburbs, where you would expect him to do well, because Frank LaRose probably is not going to get much more than a small base of support, unless, again, the scandal hurts and some people wind up throwing their votes over to him. But we'll be able to tell pretty close whether and how this has gone. I just want to see how much more Miami-Dade is in. Nothing more in Miami-Dade is in. In Lee counties at 76, Collier County 76. Yeah, this is what are they at there? 19. It's about what you'd expect. Pasco higher for sure, and then Bay isn't in yet, but we'll get in about an hour. The rest of the Panhandle will close. The Big Bend, part of what some people consider the Panhandle, which includes the very liberal counties of Leon and Gadsden, they're reporting already. Nassau, Trump got 83. Diwali's at 82. Those are very good results for him. A little bit Sewanee, I'm not surprised with, but let me see about Marion's 80% in Marion. Marion has like a Republican bougie horse class, and the town, I'm not trashing DeSantis, so give me a break. But I will say that there has been some serious problems when it comes. Oops, did that switch real quick no. I think there's a reporting error. But there have been some serious problems when it comes to the presidential election will probably come through first. There have been some serious problems when it comes to crime in some of those areas. And there are like gated communities that are like equine bougie areas and gated farms that are huge. That's what I would expect somebody a couple weeks ago who casted a vote for Nikki Haley. That's what I would expect. But again, we're seeing the problem with the Northrop model, the primary model. I tweeted about this earlier, the significance of him not adjusting that model. Listen, I studied him in college. He convinced me alone that primary voting had to be not only a variable in any election model, but one that was pretty heavily weighted. In the end, we did not weight it as much as his does. That's why he calls his the primary model. But things have changed in 2020. It exposed some serious failures with the primary model. And then he didn't address this year. He didn't even try to address them. Very disappointing. He didn't even bother to try to address them. And then he didn't bother to try to address the questions surrounding the calendar being upended by Democrats. Iowa alone, which is one of the first early primary and caucus states. Iowa has a big significance in the primary model. It's weighted significantly. And that's, by the way, one of the reasons why Joe Biden did so poorly in the primary model in 2020, because he struggled in the early primary states. Iowa alone is a significant problem because Iowa did not hold a caucus. It's not just that they didn't hold their contests at the same time and they moved Iowa. It's that Iowa, the system is changed. So it is no longer directly comparable to the Republican system. Nothing about it. I mean, really disappointing. Really, really disappointing. But it shows you, here we are. Trump does not need 90% to suggest he's going to win Iowa, to suggest he's going to win Florida. I mean, is North really seriously going to suggest, shifting Florida to like Joe Biden because there's no primary there for Joe Biden and Trump got 80% of the vote? It's ludicrous. Really ludicrous. All right, we're looking and waiting. This is the presidential map. Iowa's usually Sherrod Brown that's been called for Sherrod Brown. Obviously, you know what? I just realized, guys, I didn't even make a graphic for Sherrod Brown. I didn't because obviously no votes being reported here. They're just making these calls because that's all there is. There's an Ohio State Supreme Court, Dieters' seat, the Democratic primary for that. Orlando Sansa running unopposed, obviously winning House District 1's Republican primary. Ohio House District 6, there are no votes, but Rylan Finzer is running against Michael Kripchek. And of course, that is in the Cincinnati. Yeah. Oh, sorry. You all right, buddy? Am I breaking having a fart here? Yeah, J.R. Majewski jumped out of that. So there's Christ. When I thought it was Columbus. Yeah, maybe. Oh, that's weird. Anyway, just wait. They'll start to get some in soon. Presidential elections may jump in. They may flow in before. Let's go back to Florida president while we wait. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's an error. It's an error. Gadsden's liberal and screwy, but it ain't that liberal and screwy. What is she doing? Sounds like Laura's making me something. See, he's about to touch 80%, and with the Panhandle coming in, Bay County, he's probably going to get 85% of the vote in Bay County. So I wouldn't be surprised. And then you still have what? Yeah, you still got a nice chunk in Miami, and he actually keeps climbing. He climbed in Miami about a little less than a quarter of a point. So, and what do we got in Broward with about half in? He's now up to 73. I'm just trying to come with his margin here. Looks like these counties like Martin and Lee's around at 80. So St. Lucie, 85. Indian River, you came in at 78. Orange County's almost in. He's about at 77.3. That's a liberal area, by the way. So that's doing very well there. Lake is a very important Republican county. Polk, a very important Republican county. This is where the heart of the Republican base is. Seminole, the one that he did with Lee being 95% in, that's one where I'm a little surprised. I thought he'd hit 80 in Lee, but it is with Sarasota. I'm not surprised. I mean, again, a lot of older seniors that this is where they're just not that, they're a little less Trumpy than some of the other areas. And look at Hillsborough, by the way, even stronger than Pinellas. That tells you why, because there are more Hispanics in Hillsborough County. All right, let's go back to the presidential race in Ohio. Nothing yet. We got nothing. We'll just sit here and wait. You know what state I'm dying to poll? The Silver State. I'm dying to poll the Silver State. Thanks, Matt. The Jam and Bean Fund. Don't forget, as always, Jam and Bean, a loyal sponsor of the show, and two incredibly patriotic guys, family-run business. The whole family, is counting on it, but also pitches in. They're great people. They really are. Jamandbean.com. Don't forget about them. Promo code TPP40 when you sign up for a new subscription, okay? Because when you do, you're going to get 40% off that new subscription. And then every time the subscription renews every month, you're still going to get 10% off. So you'll get 40 off the rip and then 10% when it renews. You can't beat that. I'm not sure there are any other coffee people out there, coffee sponsorships for any of these kinds of shows where they got a deal going like that. And Jam and Bean is just they're like I'm telling you, the masters of the medium roast, guys. They really are. And once again, for people out there who don't know, there is no primary for Florida. Joe Biden was successful, along with his own home state, keeping other candidates off the ballot. Dean Phillips is on the ballot in Ohio, and I'm interested to see what happens there. But he's probably going to crush it. I mean, Dean never had any money. But in any event, in several states, there are laws where parties cannot run a primary when that is uncontested. And I'm curious I couldn't just sit there with the check mark on it, but personally, I thought we were waiting for the polls to close in other time zones. Why? Because maybe people in Bay County are just like, screw it, All right, we can now make two calls. One. you know what? They don't have any Republican results in. I thought there were, but interestingly enough, this is from Trumbull County. Okay. And Joe Biden is losing 16.5% of the vote to Dean Phillips in Trumbull County. Yes, it's important to note the Republican ballot is bigger. That's how statistics works. People will just choose other people. So if somebody has 10 people on the ballot, you would expect somebody who has 2 on the ballot to do better. And there's Donald Trump. We can call it for Donald Trump as well. Again, like I was just saying, so Trump is doing a little bit less than Joe Biden in Trumbull County, but this is what, again, you would expect to see because there are just more people on the ballot. Also, kind of not, because Joe Biden's a sitting president and he had no opposition. That's very, very, very important to note. All right, let's see what's going on with that county in the Senate primaries. All right, Bernie Moreno is winning Trumbull County and he's winning it big. He's also winning Warren. These are very good early signs for Bernie Moreno. I'm just waiting to see, like Matt Dolan, he's going to win areas like this. And he'll be able to keep it close. If he wins Columbus, if he wins Cleveland, we saw this kind of dynamic, the same kind of dynamic with JD Vance, who then pulled out a few point win. We'll just have to see how the rest of the Ohio Valley comes in. But Bernie is going to need Trumbull County for that to happen. He needs that. Otherwise, there's not going to be enough votes out there and around a split. And I'm just looking at some of these vote shares, like Frank LaRose is actually in second in Franklin. Dolan's lead is about 12 points if you round, and that'll be interesting to watch in some of these other urban areas. Will it be enough for Dolan to is Dolan going to take away enough of those votes, in order to is Frank LaRose, going to take enough of those votes away from Dolan for that to really matter. And just to give you, let me see if I can find the map of JD for JD. I could have swore we had this. I really do. But I guess Politico's usually pretty good. I could always use Politico's map. So Vance won 53.6%. Oh, no, I'm looking for the primaries. Come on, man. Primary. Yeah, let me see if I can find the... usually can get the I can get the AP one to pull up, but we'll just watch here. All right, so that's actually a really good result for Dolan. That is a good result for Dolan, and that's going to keep it very, very close. This is what I was wondering about. So it looks like here in counties like Stark, at least in this vote dump, that tells me that some people threw their vote to Frank LaRose probably after the Bernie thing happened, because Moreno should have been doing better here. He really should have, but it's only 2% of the vote. He's still got about a less than 5.4 lead. We'll just wait and see. But it does point to a closer race. It does. By the way, Stark is a county that voted for yes on issue 1, the right to make reproductive decisions amendment. It voted 53.3 to 46.7. Just remember that. That's important to note. Yeah, Vance had done 37.6% in Trumbull County, but he did win Stark, but he only won it with 30% of the vote. You got to remember Matt Dolan, Josh Mandel, Jane Timken in Stark got 15%. Mike Gibbons got 9%. So there were more people on the ballot, and Vance wound up winning with 32.2%. And by the way, yeah, we're just going to have to see how this works. We're going to have to see how this goes. Dolan won Franklin, but he won it with 36.8. I mean, he was not winning, some of these other areas. So we're going to see. He won Cuyahoga, Gauga, Franklin, and that's it. But Mandel had won some of the traditionally Republican counties like Hardin, and here's a Harrison is going for LaRose, at least in that early vote. See what I'm saying? Like, ooh, wow, that's a surprisingly good result for Moreno. If he can hold it, then that is going to be something that is going to be, if we look back and say, and he won it, it'll be because he did surprisingly better than expected in places like Lucas around Toledo. But in the Cleveland area, expect him to lose Cuyahoga at least, and Gauga, we'll see. But this is going to be a closer race than expected if he doesn't pick up all of these counties in the Ohio Valley, if he doesn't flip them as these votes come in. Obviously, Brown won. It is what it is. I'm interested, if you don't mind, let me just take a peek around. Okay, see some of these votes. I do want to look at the presidential election. I want to see like big overlap here. There's big overlap. Some big city areas where Nikki Haley's going to get some votes. There's no doubt. But there are definitely Trump voters that are not voting for Bernie. Some of these more working class counties where Obama did fairly well against Mitt Romney. That's where Dean Phillips is pulling his biggest vote from Joe Biden. This is going to be close. This keeps up. This is going to be close. The Cincinnati area is going to matter a lot. If Bernie can hold Lucas. And yeah, right now we're just getting early vote. Yeah, listen, Vance was close. It was close for a while. Vance was a very close primary. Until a little bit later in the night. He pulled away from Mandel later. And wound up winning by about just under 9 points. But it was close as we waited for votes to come in. Ohio's open. That's a good question. Ohio is a semi-open primary. And looking at the vote difference, I mean, there's no voting on the Democratic side. They're 6% in and 38,000 votes. Republicans are at 30,000 almost with 2% in. So that does tell you something. I think that you're probably going to see. Oh, by the way, that's another issue with the Northrop model, the primary model. What do you do when people are voting like that in the other party's primary? What do you do? You know, how do you adjust for that? If your model is predominantly focused on the primary, you really can't. You really can't. It's going to be an interesting race. I'll tell you that. It is. We're just going to have to wait, but it's going to be an interesting race. There's some people who are going to vote on the Republican side, to vote against Trump, and they'll have no choice but to pull that ballot. And that would help. That most certainly would help Dolan, if we find out that that's what happened. We don't know yet. We don't know that that's what happened. It looks like there's some of it, but we don't know to what extent. We need to wait. Yeah, see, there's another one. What are we looking at here? Give me 1 second. Right. Ross, not this is too split. There are too many votes going to Frank LaRose for Bernie Moreno to feel comfortable here. There just are. It's going to be a close race. Remember, this Cuyahoga in. Franklin's only 10% in, and he's going to have a nice chunk of the vote out there. I don't see an 8-point win, 9-point win for Bernie the way the Emerson College poll suggested. This is good news for him, though. The fact that Bernie is carrying Warren is good news because the Cincinnati area was key to Vance starting to pull ahead a little bit. It was, he's from that area, so he didn't get murdered as much as they expected him to. He's going to have to do a little bit better in Toledo. There's going to have to be a bigger gap in Toledo. You have these Trumpy areas coming in for him. See, that's too much. That is too much going to Frank LaRose. Like, Bernie needs to win these counties by a lot more than that. And he can't wind up losing. I know it's early vote, and he could wind up flipping areas like Knox and even Stark. He can, because this is early vote that's coming in right now. But Ross is at 26.26 right now. It's close, but he's losing a lot of votes to Frank LaRose. He is. And there are some people, I know them. There are some people who are super Trumpers that wanted to give Bernie a hard time and even supported Frank. I kid you not. It's really kind of surprising. Despite all, and I had these people calling me like, Rich, no, he's not a never Trumper. And I'm like, guys, and JR's one. Look, I love JR, but he's one of them. He's like, he's not a never Trumper. And I'm like, JR. There's a whole history of him saying he can't stand Donald Trump. Like, I don't know where you're getting this from. But if you are uncomfortable with maybe what some of the things you heard, then you might wind up deciding that you're going to vote for somebody else. What is that? Bear with me for a second, guys. I want to peek at something. See what color. I don't even know what color that is. Trying to stay consistent with colors, but what are you going to do? While we wait for more results too, bear with me. Let me see what happened with that county in Florida. I'd be really surprised if that ended up. Yeah, they still haven't changed. Oh, yeah, they did. Nah, that can't be right. That cannot be right. I'm sorry. It just cannot be right. Now, with 50% of the vote in, Trump is at almost 86 in Miami-Dade, at 75 in Broward, at nearly 80 in Palm Beach, because there are a lot of votes here. And this is where Trump was really changing the nature of the race in Florida. That and in the Orlando area. And yes, Duvall definitely did swing, and I think we're seeing evidence of that tonight. She's going to end up with, 10% of the vote in Duvall County. It's nothing. I mean, that's like exactly what you'd expect. For a non-sitting incumbent president, just for people out there who don't seem to understand the difference between an incumbent president and a former president, is a very big difference. The party blacklists and refuses to fund candidates who run against sitting presidents, okay? They do not do that in races like you see with Trump. Okay, I gotta get one more. Here we go. Just in case. I really do think there's a reporting problem. Does look like there was more votes than was expected. They expected there to be just a little over 1 million votes in Florida. It turns out there's a lot more than that. There's Marion now readjusted to only 35%. Yeah, I was telling you that's where Ocala is, very equine area. There can be bougie horse people there. So I wasn't really surprised when he was getting like 73 to 75% of the vote. But apparently there's a lot more vote in Florida than they expected, which doesn't really surprise me. It doesn't. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened in Ohio as well. All right, so we got a lot of counties in Ohio now coming in. Let's see what's going on here. It's a close race. Very close race. What is going on here? Why did the colors change? The colors changed, which is weird. I hate it when they do that. It's confusing, and I don't think they should do it. I don't think they should. I don't know if you guys can see this. Sorry, I got to get some other graphics. Wow, this is going to be a very close race. Moreno's still holding on in Toledo, but he needs to do better than that. And this loss of Hamilton is going to be bigger. Yeah, LaRosa is just taking too much. If he boxes him out and wins Claremont, Warren, and Butler, he can mitigate some of that damage. But losing Franklin by 10 points and losing Montgomery, I mean, there's a lot of, I know it's early, but there are just a lot of Trump, LaRose, Dolan votes. There are. And this is not good. If these aren't reporting mistakes, for LaRose to be doing well here, this is kind of his area. But Bernie needs all of the votes that he could have mustered in these counties. He needs them all. So, losing, he doesn't need every single one of them, folks, but he needs the Ohio Valley area. He does. Guernsey's winning. Guernsey. 42 point. Oh, now Dolan's winning that. Sorry. Harrison is going to LaRose. Yeah. This keeps up, Dolan's going to win this race. I'm telling you. It's only 10% in, but there's still a lot of votes, but Frank LaRose is taking too much from Bernie at the moment. Could change, but that's what's happening. All right. In 5 minutes, the Ohio primary. The polls will close in Ohio, and we'll take a look at the Ohio primary until we see what's going on there. Yup, 5 minutes. In Kansas at 9. Arizona has one county where the polls close at 9 p.m., but the rest of the state, statewide, is 10 p.m. Don't forget, March 23rd is the Louisiana primary. Should be interesting. Really a ton of crossover votes here. I think most of them are probably going to Frank LaRose, but there certainly are Dolan votes. There's just no doubt. See, Vance lost Lake, Cuyahoga, Gauga. He lost those areas. Jefferson's going to Moreno, but Frank right behind him. But he just did better in the rest of these counties. This is too much going to LaRose. It is. He basically kept Dolan. Of course, there were a lot more people in the race. Dolan only wound up getting 23.3% of the statewide vote. It was close, man. It was close. Mandel got 23.9. Forgot what I said before. Vance got 32.2, but Vance wound up winning Hamilton, and he wound up winning Claremont. Matt Dolan, it was close, but he won 30.8% of the vote in Hamilton with Cincinnati. The county Cincinnati's in. Dolan got 27.4. He got 30.8. Dolan took only, again, Franklin. And then in the Northeast, he took Cuyahoga. And he took, I always kill this, so sorry, Ohioans. But Gauga. And then to the north of that, Lake was very close. It was 1 point. It was separated by 273 votes. So Dolan is doing better here. I hate it when they switch. I cannot stand it when they switch the colors. Can't stand it. 1,200 votes is not that much. It isn't. But if these margins are going to stay the same, we are looking at early vote. We saw this happen with Vance. Dolan did much better in the early vote, and then Vance caught up. All right. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. And we are going to see the polls close in Illinois. Less than 2 minutes. Should have a countdown. Absolutely should have a countdown until the next hour. We really need to see the rest of the Davis. See that right there. Is he going to hold that? Is Frank going to do better in the election day vote? Just curious. It does, because it does look like he picks it up as it goes. It's just not. It's not a lot. We don't really have a good county to gauge the rest of the spread here. Franklin's only 10% in. Toledo, Moreno did win the early vote by 50 votes, but we'll see. Cincinnati's pretty far back, but again, only 8% in. Less than a minute. Less than a minute. All right. We're going to wind up going over there and taking a look at Illinois when it comes in, but it will take some time. But who's the convicted pedophile? Who's the convicted pedophile? I mean, which one? I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. We're just in, and that's sad that we're in the time and place, ladies and gentlemen, where I don't know which one you're talking about. All right. Polls have just closed. Polls have closed in Illinois. We should be able to give you some information on these pretty soon. Ohio's got a barn burner of a race going on in Ohio right now. We need to just wait and see what the election day breaks are in some of these counties and see whether Bernie Moreno is doing better in them. In Illinois, there are still candidates on the ballot with Joe Biden. So we'll see. There's not as many as there are Republicans, but this guy, Frank Lozada. Again, though, it's sitting president. You don't expect too much out of that, but we will see. I'm just going to peek at Florida again real quick while we're doing this. It does appear that this thing is stuck. Gad's Den. It cannot be real. I mean, now that 8 p.m. is closed, I just want to see, and let me open up Ohio so I can see what's going on. Illinois, excuse me. I just want to see what's going on with these other races, and I want to see what happens in Bay County. It's important to me. If you don't mind, but nothing else is coming. As soon as something significant happens, I'll let you know. When something significant happens, I will absolutely let you know. Bernie Moreno is now back in the lead. I mean, this is just crazy how they're going back and forth like this with the colors. It's confusing me. Bad. Are we just going to give the leaderboard the red? Is that the plan here? Because that's really annoying. Ashtabula, nice result for Moreno. But he'd rather see it more like Trumbull. But Mahoning, good result for him. Listen, I'm just going to tell you guys, if Matt Dolan wins this election, this is going to be bad news for Republicans. Very bad news. Why? Because you don't win elections in the state of Ohio like this. What he's doing. You don't. Sherrod Brown's going to crush him in the Ohio Valley if this keeps up. He is getting decent but not great shares in the Obama-Trump counties. Moreno is doing better where there are a lot of Obama-Trump votes. So, it's a good thing Trump's on the ballot for them. But remember, the last time Republicans put forward a guy who was like Matt Dolan against Sherrod Brown, Republicans actually did well. They did very well against, let's see what we got going on here. There we go. We can call it for Joe Biden. I thought we'd be able to do it. Yeah, Dean Phillips got about 10.3% of the vote in Hancock. Nikki Haley got about 23.8% of the vote in Hancock. There's still some of that. They just dumped in. That's why they're not calling it for Trump yet, because it is possible some of these other counties go haywire. So we'll come back to that when it does happen. Again, I just want to point out the last time Republicans ran somebody like Matt Dolan against Sherrod Brown, they thought, well, we got the lead with Josh Mandel, so we're going to, we'll be able to breeze through this. And they did very well when it came to these other. Okay, I can make a call real quick now. I'm sorry, it just didn't come through. I just got the thing that said, no, actually, we can call it. We just didn't get that checked to you. Yeah, just to let you guys know, actually, there's a really good questions. I did answer it earlier, but I don't think that person was there. With the exception of Florida and Arizona, the rest of these states are open primaries or semi-opened, which means they're basically open because people are showing the willingness and the potential to change their voter registration in order to pull some of this pull this what do you want to call it? What do you guys want to call it? Bull, we'll say this as some of this election day vote comes in. Like, so for instance, look at Belmont. Moreno is closing the gap and Matt Dolan's getting left a little bit further and further behind. That's what's going on here. There are counties too, like Fairfield, as some more of the vote comes in. Delaware, Matt Dolan was winning a second ago, and then Bernie just pulled ahead of him. Brown, looking at some of his votes, I mean, he was ahead in Warren anyway, but now he's 12 points ahead in Warren. That 12-point lead in Hamilton may shrink real quick. Toledo hasn't begun to come in more either. So interestingly enough, oh, and by the way, look, Moreno took Fulton with the, I think they were even before. Were they even before? I just want to make sure I'm right about that. I mean, probably were. But he does seem to be increasing the margin with election day votes, which I'll be able to look up. But he's going to have to take back some of these states like some of these counties like Portage, which he can. 2 votes away with less than 16% of the vote. Stark, that's a big red flag to me. We'll have to see how that goes. Why? A lot of Trump Dolan votes, which people will say, how the hell could that happen? Your guess is as good as mine. People may not like what they heard. Even though it does look like a decent margin here in Carroll, there's only 16-point change in. And when you look at the actual numbers, they're only separated 215 to 188. So, and LaRose, though, is right behind with 184. And that's why this race is going to be more of a nail biter than you think. But with the exception of Cuyahoga, we have a lot of these big counties in already. And if you're looking at like Hamilton, it's about a 700 vote lead in Hamilton for Dolan over Moreno. When you're looking at Franklin, that's a 900 vote lead basically. If Moreno does do better in the election day vote and this closes, then it'll, Dolan may have a hard time catching back up. However, look, there's the early vote in Lake. I mean, again, Moreno's got to take some of these counties back, and it doesn't look like with some of these are traditional Romney counties, and you have people who are going to vote against Moreno, and then you're probably going to have some people who are looking at what happened with those scandals and just scandal, if you even want to call it that. And it is a scam, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have impact. And that's how Dolan will pull this off if he can with Cuyahoga. But there still is vote in the Toledo area, and I imagine Moreno will probably wind up increasing it. There, Dolan just took the lead again, and that's because Cleveland came in. Exactly, I was just talking about this. I guess they are going to wind up going back and forth with the colors, which is very annoying to me. But it does look like they're going to do that. We'll have to see when some more of these votes come in, whether Moreno does better with these election day margins. He's got to pick up the pace in Toledo. Even God, the counties that surround Cuyahoga, for crying out loud, he's got to do better because he is going to get clobbered in Cuyahoga. Look at that. That's like 3,000 and change netted for him right in Cuyahoga, which I was trying to explain to you would put him over the top by about 1,500 votes. It's not quite that, but it's pretty close. There still are votes in Cuyahoga. So that was a 20% chunk that maybe all of the early vote that they had in, and maybe Moreno does better in the election day vote that comes in Cuyahoga, but maybe not. Right now, it's only there we go. There's some more right there. So as we're talking, it's coming in. That's the other liberal county that he carried in 2022 against JD Vance. And that's 700 votes. So he's gonna try right now. You're gonna see these votes come in. He's gonna try to pad out that lead. Lake is a bit of a surprise. That's a bit of a surprise that it's that big. But we'll see. There's still a good deal of vote out. Moaning. I'm just looking at some of these numbers. Moreno is going to have to do better in those election day votes. This is why I said, like, well, Frank doing this well in the Ohio Valley, he's taking away votes that Bernie Moreno needs. Look at Jackson. What a great example. What a great example. We're going to see some of these coming in hot and heavy soon. And Summit, you can expect Summit is going to go to Vance carried it, but it was, again, more candidates in the race. Vance carried it 31.3 to 27.2, and Josh Mandel got 24.6. But Mike Gibbons got 9. Jane Timken got 5.5. So it would be a good development if Moreno does carry Summit, but you're not going to see that in the early vote. Even if he is going to do it, you're not going to see it in the early vote. Look out in Dayton, the Montgomery County area. That's early vote again, about 345 votes separating the two. The thing with the thing about a late scandal is, it could really disrupt what we normally see with election day margins. It could very much disrupt it. Let me just want. This is so far, obviously, the most interesting race of the night. So we're going to hang tight on here for now. Interestingly enough, in an open primary, some early vote that came in Illinois, Trump is actually doing better than he did statewide, which is really surprising. 73 to 22.8. Lake would be an area you would think would have, if there's going to be a big protest vote. It's just that Hancock was all in it. These are counties in Illinois, if you want to follow along and check it out. That's really interesting. Biden, he's racking up almost 95% of the vote now. Why? Because Lake gave him 95.3. Hancock was the biggest protest vote county yet in Illinois for both candidates. But these are dominating wins for both these men. They really are. So just going to have to wait and see. While you guys look at the Senate, I'm just going to look around and see some other stuff here. I don't think Shelby County's correct. I think that's a mistake. I do. I think Shelby County's a mistake. They're going to probably wind up fixing it. But for instance, in Toledo, Trump got 67% of the vote. He won Cuyahoga with 62.5%. He's even winning Summit with nearly 70%. He's winning Montgomery with 2/3. He's winning Franklin. And that's all early vote. He's winning. There's a lot of Trump Dolan votes. A lot. In Bay County, Trump got 86% of the vote in Bay County, 85% in neighboring Walton in Florida. That was interesting to me. Gadsden still has a screwed up thing going on. With 70% of the vote reported, they're over 1 million votes, 1,021,613. For a campaign that's over, that's a lot more votes than people expected. Trump's basically at probably going to hit 80% in Palm Beach. Broward, he's at 75. In Miami-Dade, he's at 86. In Duval County, he's at 83. And I'm rounding here. Leon, very liberal, he's at 72.4, which is why I'm telling you Gadsden is a mistake. It is. In Nassau, he's at 83. Hillsborough the vote went down. So did Pinellas. As it turns out, they are not 95% in. There was more vote than expected, and Trump is now up to 75% in Pinellas, and he's up to 77.5 in Hillsborough. And he's at 84% in Santa Rosa. There's another Panhandle county that just came in. So there was more vote than people expected that there was going to be. It could be 1.3 million ballpark, something like that. In fact, let me turn on my little thing here. Hold on one second, guys. Am I in there? I am. Let me get this going. There we go. Okay. Bear with me for a second. What is the 19th? I just want to look at what turnout projections are. I could even show you what's showing in the API here, but in Arizona, Democratic primaries only projected about 240,000 votes. That's horrific. The Republican one is like 400,000. Because these races, when they're over, they can be volatile. You could think that there's not going to be that much, and there winds up being. Yeah, now the turnout projection for Florida, the mid-level turnout projection is 1,455,000, something around that neighborhood. For Illinois, it's 1,233,000 for the Republican primary, and 102,000 and change for the Democratic one. That would be something if Republicans outvoted Democrats in the Illinois primary, because these are both over. Kansas is Kansas, red state with, by the way, though, a lot of left-wing history. All right, the Republican presidential primary in Ohio, 1.2 million votes. That's what is expected. We got Democrats abroad, which I'm not going to lie to you guys, I forgot to put up. Oops. I will get it. Democratic primary in Ohio is only expecting about 600,000 votes. Really close race between Dolan and Moreno. Moreno's now starting to catch up because the early vote is chunked in the big areas. And by the way, Bernie is carrying Summit County, which is the Akron area. That's a good development for Bernie. That could give him some juice. He's going to need that. This is why I was waiting to see what happened. He's going to need that in the rest of the northeastern part of the Ohio River Valley to counter the margin in Cuyahoga. And that's why Rose's performance here in the southern part of the Ohio Valley is concerning to Moreno, because he needs these votes to counter the rest of the vote that you're going to see sparsely, of course, but in Franklin and in Cincinnati. So we'll just wait and see. But I want to know what happens when election day vote comes in Cincinnati, because right now Dolan's got about a 12-point lead, a little bit of 11 point change, whatever. If that begins to close with election day vote, then Moreno's going to be able to pull ahead here. And saw Seneca, sorry, Ohioans. And Bernie is leading there, but Dolan's doing respectably. So Sandusky, Moreno's winning. That's a very good sign for him. Sandusky's also a very liberal area. And Moreno is winning Ottawa. So some really positive developments for Bernie Moreno in the last couple of minutes here. But he needs, I'm telling you, he's going to need to do better with these election day voters. If he pulls ahead in Fulton and starts pulling ahead in areas like Williams, then you could expect, especially in Toledo, him to widen that margin. And if he does, there are a good amount of votes there for a Republican primary. I think soon, if Cuyahoga doesn't dump more in, I think you're going to soon see Moreno take the lead again, and they'll go back and forth between these. It really does matter. The reason why I'm thinking that this margin is going to close in Hamilton County, folks, is because I saw this with JD Vance. He lost the early vote in Cincinnati. He made it up. The difference here is there's, that late breaking surprise that they threw in this campaign. And that could stifle how much Moreno pulls ahead in some of these counties with election day. All right. Well, what we could do is wait here. Trump's now over, he is over 80 in Florida, and you're going to see that continue because he's winning more and more of these election day votes. Miami-Dade has more votes than expected as well, which is a good sign for him. I mean, he's netting 50,000 votes out of Miami-Dade, and he's now at 86% of the vote in Miami-Dade. Duval wound up having more votes than expected as well, and he's now up to 83% in Duval County. Orange, very liberal area once upon a time. It's now down to about 2/3. So unless there's some readjustment here, even Broward, he's at 75 now. He's going to wind up hitting 80% or more in most of these counties, and that's gonna push his overall statewide margin much higher. Even in Wakulla, I mean, he's at 90% in Wakulla, basically 89.9, and that was previously reported as fully reported, and it was not. So. Bay is at 88.3. There's still more votes out there. This is I know I'm not changing Ohio for you guys yet, so just wait because there's going to be an update here in Ohio, and one of two things are going to happen. Something like Cuyahoga is going to come in, which gives Matt Dolan a little bit more of a bump, unless it doesn't. But right now, I think it's going to be hard for Moreno to catch him. He's going to win that county, but question is by how much. Or some more of the election day votes in the counties where Bernie Moreno's winning will come in, and that will put him back in the lead. And then the damn thing will shift colors again, and I'm sorry for that. Vinton is a disaster. That's a disaster for Moreno. Say they're small counties, but he needs every vote he can get. He really needs every vote he can get. Like, look at there it is. I knew that was going to happen. That puts Moreno back in around a 1,200 vote lead, which can easily be made up. I mean, easily. So we're going to see this go back. This is a close race, and we're going to see this go back and forth for a while. But the margins in Summit and in Toledo, you got to like that if you're winning more of the election day vote in these counties. You got to like that if you're Moreno. It's just that you need it to be significant enough. I really need to see Cincinnati update. Cuyahoga, I have an idea of what's going to happen, but I really need to see Cincinnati update. Look, you can see Moreno's netting about 2,100 votes out of Trumbull County. He ticked up just a little bit there as more votes were added. Mahoning, same thing. He's netting almost 1,000 votes, and he's at 54.5. That's really what he needs to. He's going to need to do that. He really is. Harrison, I mean, some of these counties, Frank is just being a pain in the ass to him, and that's the nature of the game, though. It really is. It's the nature of the game. Harding could go either way at this point. Harding's like one of those Romney kind of counties. Harding went for Josh Mandel last time, and I don't have to bring it up, but it was one of those areas that did vote yes. It voted, voted no on the issue 1. It voted 58.7 to 41.3. So they're like, Ted Cruz like conservatives. Ottawa, I'm looking to see if we have anything else. Sandusky. Toledo's holding back. Like, you show me yours and I'll show you mine. That's what they're doing. But frankly, as more votes come in, Bernie's going to have to take some of these, like Ashland. He's got to take Ashland. We've talked about this county a bunch of times. I mean, this is part of that new right coalition. And if there was a weak vote out there for him because of this story, that's going to be problematic. It's going to be real problematic. Marion, he's losing Marion. I mean, some of these are like Mitt Romney kind of Cruz counties, John Kasich counties, the traditional Republicanism. Dolan is, yeah, there's nothing more in Montgomery. Once we see that update with Cincinnati, because look at the burbs around Cincinnati. You see when there's more vote reported in the Cincinnati burbs, Moreno took the lead. If that's going to happen, it's not happening in Clinton, which is, just near Dayton too, but to the west of Dayton, it is happening. So we'll just have to see. I mean, frankly, even did that just happen in front of my eyes? It did. Something happened in front of my eyes. Nothing there. It does look like Montgomery closed right in front. If he takes Montgomery, that happened, right? That just happened. Montgomery closed in front of our eyes. If he takes Montgomery from Matt Dolan, then you may, then Cuyahoga is going to have to keep that margin for Dolan. But we'll see. That's why we wait. You notice, by the way, Fulton did go. Oh, no, it didn't. It's still staying there. Okay. Williams, still very close. Even though there's 20% now in Williams. Could be that, 1 in 5, a little bit more than 1 in 5. Sometimes a third or more in a Republican primary is early vote. We really need to see what happens here in Hamilton. It is not out of the realm of possible for Moreno to take that if he does much better on day of. Close election, guys. Really close election. Nothing more in Toledo. Nothing more in Ottawa. Nothing more in Sandusky. Really, really close election. Without a doubt. Again, you can see the elements of the Trump voter here. The Obama-Trump voter. It's going as far south as Jefferson at this moment, and then LaRose becomes a real thorn in Moreno's side. He really does. LaRose has name recognition. He's been he's been a statewide elected official. He's had quite a bit, going on. Just to let you know, Cook County came in. It's an open primary, and Donald Trump is winning over 80% of the vote. See, why is that? Again, I got to point this out, guys, where there are more non-whites, like Lake is whiter than Cook County, where there are more non-whites. Trump, in an open primary, Trump does better. He does. And it's 2 possible reasons for that. 1, he's getting non-white votes. It's that simple, and we have to accept it. 2, in a primary, I'm talking about. But 2, the other potential explanation here is that there aren't white Democrats in those areas as much as there are in some of those upscale metro burbs. And, that's hurting the attempt to kind of like embarrass Trump. All right, so we just saw some. That was not much. I'm just looking around here. So Fairfield is now, he's surrounding the Columbus burbs. It's not that big of a lead in Franklin if Dolan isn't. Dolan's got a good. He's done this before. He's got a good early vote game. He does. But boy, some of these counties are close. That really Moreno does not want to have close. We're still at some of these numbers here. We need to see how some of these other counties are going to go when election day vote comes in. You know what? Let me go back to your comments while we wait. Moreno now has a 1.2% lead with about 1 in 5 reporting, ballpark. And I'll check the turnout projections in a second based on what we know right now. Big win here for him was that he's carrying Summit. He could not afford to lose that as well. Ashland, he's got to flip some of these counties because that vote, it's going to come down to it. If all things were to stay as they are. But It probably won't, but we don't know yet because there is that X factor, which is, would I rather be Moreno or Dolan right now? Honestly, I can't answer that question until I see the rest of the election day vote in some of these bigger areas. We saw this happen with, normally, let me say this, without a scandal, and I know I'm not saying it's a real scandal. I'm saying that it happened, but without a real, without that, I'd rather be Moreno. There we go. We got some votes coming in, and Moreno took Lorraine. Okay. Because what you're going to see here now, he's jumped 5,000 votes ahead. I'd rather be him because it looks like he is winning election day vote by more. It's just that he can't afford Cuyahoga to come in with like 4,000 net chunks again. He can't. That needs to tighten. He really can't lose Hamilton. He's got to pick up the pace in Hamilton, or at least tighten it considerably. He can win Montgomery, and if he does, it's his ball. It's his game. This is basically all early vote, even for Franklin County. So, but again, it's really hard to say, guys, because we don't know whether it's going to stay that that way. We just don't know. In a normal environment, you would see the Trumpy candidate starting to flip all of these counties that you see yellow, especially areas like Clinton. You would see some, areas like green, you would see these flip. If we start to see that, Clark, in Champaign, I mean, those are very close, and most of them are still only in Dolan's column because of that early vote. If the election day break turns out to be big for him, then that's a big change. This is a big deal because that tells me that's outside of Cuyahoga, and he also won Summit. So look at Medina now, by the way. He's catching up. He is catching up. Vance won Lake, by the way. He did win it. I really need to see what Cincinnati does. That's going to tell a big tale here. Right now, it's netting Dolan 7,000 votes. But if it does tighten and/or flip, then Dolan's going to have a hard time keeping him down. Cuyahoga's netting Dolan like 3,000 and change. About 3,200 ballpark, and Bernie can't take many more of those. Not without some of those increased margins in some of these other areas. But Franklin could be closer than it looks. It really could. The Cincinnati area, I mean, it flipped 15 points when the vote from Vance came in. So in any normal circumstance, I would rather be Bernie. I would, because you're going to see some of these counties change. Somebody says, what was Moreno scandal? I'm live here and I have no clue. There was this last minute attempt by, God, there's no doubt Donald Trump is definitely winning some black votes. There's just no way. There's no other way. Cannot be above 80% in Cook. And then like in Lake in the 70s. Sorry, I'll come back to you. DePage, which used to be the biggest Republican county in the country, in that whole entire part of the country. He's at 73%. It's whiter. He's in the 80s in places like Perry, and just about at 80 in Washington, 90 plus in Marion. Downstate, he's getting 80+%. But outside of that, it's black urban areas where he's doing better than he is among whiter areas. But Moreno's scandal was the AP saying that he had long time ago created this website. It was married man looking for young white, young gay twinks. I mean, this is bad. This is a bad result for Bernie Moreno. Wood County is a Trumpy area. It's an Obama Trump county. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is the kind of early vote to election day vote we're going to need to see change pretty considerably for Moreno. But yeah. And people came out against. The guy said, I was doing it as a joke. There it is. It's over because he flipped that county. So there it is. Bernie Moreno has won. That's what we were looking for. Margin did come in as we were trying to tell you it would. That means you are going to see Cincinnati flip. Allen was huge for Moreno. Apparently, this is just early vote. Once you get above that 20%, it winds up flipping back. So let me tell you right now that Republicans dodged a bullet with Matt Dolan. I don't care about the scandal. I'm telling you, you cannot beat Sherrod Brown with somebody like Matt Dolan. You just can't do it, guys. I'm telling you, you cannot do it. He's going to kill you in this. He's going to kill you in the Ohio River Valley. He's not just going to win Cuyahoga and Summit and maybe Lake. He's going to spread that shit out from Galga to Ashtabula. You're going to be very close. Mahoning, you could lose. You could lose Mahoning to Sherrod Brown. Instead, but by the way, right now you could still lose it to Sherrod Brown. In Trumbull County, he's going to carry it, but it could be closer. The Toledo area, this is going to wind up because of that margin in Allen that basically confirmed what we were waiting on. By the way, that's Allen County. That's just huge. What happened is like 15% of the vote, early vote, was Dolan by 8, and then election day was so big that Moreno wound up getting nearly 50% overall. So those are the breaks you need to see in order to flip these counties. What does it mean? It means these counties are going to wind up. You're going to see most of these counties flip over to Bernie Moreno. So let me just hold on. Let me just. Oops. Sorry. I need to say something. Yeah, so that's a wrap. That's the biggest race of the night. Big win for, listen, why does this matter? You cannot have somebody like Matt Dolan representing the state of Ohio, even if he was to win in the United States Senate. It stops the transformation to the new right, which kills the populist appeal that the Republican Party is building, which is going to build them a majority coalition. Somebody like a Rob Portman, somebody like a Matt Dolan. Now you're going to have J.D. Vance and Bernie Moreno representing the people in the state of Ohio. Why does that matter? Donald Trump isn't going to be around forever. I'm telling you, that is a state that Republicans can lose at the Senate level and at the presidential level if they have an identity crisis continue after Donald Trump is gone. Win or lose in November, which he's favored to win right now. But win or lose, that's the way you need. That's the evolution, the realignment. That's how you continue the realignment. If you don't, they will go back to nominating people, and he's a real nice guy. Jim was a real nice guy. And, Mitt Romney's not. He's an asshole. But, some of these other people who want to be president in the Republican Party, they're not bad people, but they're just nice guys. And those nice guys are not. They have traditional Republican views on trade, on certain social issues that do not fly. And Matt Dolan would have got creamed on the trade issues. Creamed. By the way, the margin now is built to the point. You can't make a call in the race unless the margin is insurmountable. Look, even at Montgomery, you're going to see Montgomery flip. Bernie Moreno is going to carry Dayton. We haven't seen Cincinnati more, but I guarantee you with some of those margins we just saw, that's going to come in. Let me get a real quick update on what we think turnout's going to be in some of these races. So the Democratic primary turnout's looking like about 600,000. The Republican primary in Ohio turnout's still looking like, actually went up a little bit more than 1.2 million. Kansas is Kansas, not that big of a state. Although it has been increased. I kid you not. It was only like 80,000. It's now at 102 and change. I don't know what, probably based on what we're seeing elsewhere. Illinois, 1.2 million votes for the Republican side in Illinois. 1.3 million on the Democratic side in Illinois. So Democrats did vote quite a bit more, and not quite a bit more, but quite a bit more than initially expected in Illinois. And I'll tell you why. You can see it in some of these counties. The crossover vote for Haley's not there. In Florida, turnout at the mid-level turnout has been increased to about 1.5. Most of those votes are in right now, and we can take another look at that if you want. But Republicans have about a quarter of the vote more to go, and they're already at nearly 1.1 million. Miami-Dade is not nearly, it's just at 64% roughly, and Trump's winning now 87% of the vote. Duvall, he's still at 83, but that's about reported about the same as Miami-Dade. Gadsden did change, by the way. Trump won 64.1%. Nikki Haley got 6.7. And if we do look at Gadsden, we can see there's just like a 7% for Nikki Haley, 6% for Vivek, 6% for Chris Christie, 6% for Asa Hutchinson, 6% for Ron DeSantis, 5% for Ron Binkley. So protest vote there. You would expect that in Gadsden. You would. Trump is at 81% in Florida now. This was, again, I really got to say this. What a huge bullet the Republican Party has dodged in Ohio. What a huge bullet. Huge bullet. I was just a little bit hesitant. Looks like AP even called it 2 minutes ago. Just a bit hesitant about whether or not that election day vote was going to come in by that margin. Dude, this guy, Damon Imani, is so funny. If you guys don't know him, if you guys haven't been watching him, he's freaking hilarious. He clips media things. He's so funny. So funny. Wow, it was so this margin will grow. It will grow. By the way, we're still at the same in Cuyahoga. We're still at the same. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm still very interested in this race. I think that very important to see what goes on here. I think Bernie's going to wind up flipping Montgomery, and he's going to flip the surrounding counties. That's almost he's going to take Miami. He's going to take Greene. He's probably going to take Clinton too. Probably. Only 10% in Franklin. That's too close to no. It is. So is Hamilton, which is where Cincinnati, excuse me. Columbus is Franklin. Cincinnati is Hamilton. The Cleveland area is Cuyahoga, of course, 20% in. And you can see that Bernie did now start to take, let's go down the line. Remember these counties we were talking about south of Jefferson is where Frank LaRose was really being a pain in Bernie's ass. In Harrison, it's about 75% reported, and Bernie's real close, 38.7 to 42.1. With the rest of the counties, with about half in, Bernie was able to take the lead. Monroe, he's now at 54% of the vote. He's got about a 6.4% lead and change in Belmont. In Washington, it's a hair, but he's taking it nonetheless. Noble, same thing, which, by the way, there's another very important county that's very predictive. That's Preble, how it's going to go around these western counties. Dolan's going to hold probably some of these traditional. Hardin is going to be one of Bernie's worst counties. I wouldn't be surprised. He's in third in Hardin. We talked about this. It voted. It was one of the few that voted. And I should pull that map up. But one of the few that did hold no to like almost 60% of the vote. And there it is. So there you have it. It's massive. And it's massive. The election day vote for Bernie is massive. I just got a text from my good buddy Rob. I don't think he cares. I say it. He's got a text from Rob. He said, "Holy shit! The election day vote for Moreno was massive. It's huge. It's huge. I mean, we got our first real good look at the complete situation in Allen, and Allen's margin, the election day, was so big that it crushed his entire deficit, which tells you with only 8.7% in Hamilton, with only 10% in Franklin, these are going to be closer than people think. Even, by the way, in Cuyahoga, don't be surprised if it tightens. I think, obviously, Dolan won them before. He could probably win them again. Gauga Lake, maybe not. Bernie may take Lake. He may. It's interesting. What do we got? Hold on. Hold up. Let's go to the scheduling computer. Kansas. We'll have one county in Arizona close at 9 o'clock, but Kansas, we're going to have close at 9 p.m. But again, this is a major, major, major deal for the 2024 election. So major, it's warranting playing this. Again, despite what the polls say, Republicans nominated Bernie Moreno for the U.S. Senate in Ohio. He will face Sherrod Brown, the incumbent Democratic so-called populist senator. And I'm telling you, despite what polls say now, Bernie Moreno significantly increases the chances that Republicans will flip this seat in the battle for the U.S. Senate. I really cannot stress enough how big of a bullet, how dangerous of a bullet Republicans dodged. It's not just this race. It's not just this race. It will be about the identity of the Republican Party. Donald Trump will not be around forever. He will not be around forever. And Republicans have got to turn this party into a more populist party, or they will cease to exist. The South will get more Democratic because of the combination of unanimity among Black voters voting for Democratic candidates because the populist message is not there. And of course, the shift of the educated white vote that is moving in droves to southern states. That's how Georgia got close. Mississippi could get close. And I am not kidding. North Carolina is getting a significant population of educated whites. If you do not change to a more populist party, Republicans will cease to exist. That is it. That is it. Yep. You with Goldman holding a fundraiser for Drunken Dade? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, by the way, that's a really, really. Somebody had brought up Licking County. 20% of the vote is now in. That is a huge county, very important county in the state of Ohio. There's more than enough with Moreno's election day margin for him to flip basically everything on this map. Frank LaRosa is going to carry some of his backyard areas. Hell, maybe not. Honestly, it's close enough. I mean, it's close enough. So bottom line is, the story is Moreno did get, and we're going to look at Licking. Who said that? Because that was a really good Rise of the South. That was a really good observation. We'll see what happens when it does come in. Did we get any more? We didn't get any more out of Fulton. We didn't get any more out of Lucas. Bernie winning Lucas off the bat, even in the early vote, was a huge development, as was Summit. And then you can see the suburbs. We saw this with J.D. Vance just beginning to box Dolan in and round in the Cincinnati suburbs. And these margins are huge. I mean, look at Claremont, by the way. He did win Claremont off the bat in the early vote, but it was close. And now we're looking at an 18-point margin. We're now looking at a 13 almost point margin in Warren now that some of this election day votes coming in. Butler, we said we have to see what happens with Butler. With 16%, it was only about 8%, something like that, early vote, and the rest was election day vote. The margin was massive. So, and then Adams as well. You can see it even some of the smaller counties like Preble and Mercer. So that's what we're waiting on, and that's the moral of this. That's the story. The story is, despite the last minute attempt to smear Bernie Moreno with a scandal, he's going to win his primary by likely a larger margin than JD Vance won his. Because I do think that look at now we have 16%. Look at this. The first tiny dump of election day vote in Franklin County comes in. The first tiny dump, and it's now only 43 to 40. Holy crap. You see what I'm talking about? Moreno's election day margin is massive. I'm going to try to go and see what that is, actually. That's got to be 80%. It's got to be, because it's a three-way race. And there we go. So we're going to just keep seeing more and more flips, more and more increases in the vote share here. Wood is definitely going to go. Wood is going to flip. It's going to flip, which is good, because you need to see this Trump coalition here in the Northwest, guys. Toledo and the surrounding area used to be very, very blue. Obama did very well here. He won Wood twice against against John McCain and Mitt Romney. And then he didn't only just win Cuyahoga and Summit. He would win all these surrounding, the very tip of the Ohio Valley. Oh boy, you see this coming now? The very tip of the Ohio. This is going to be a very red map. The tip of the Ohio Valley all the way down. And Obama did very well. Huge. It's going to be a huge margin for Bernie Moreno. Polls are going to miss this. Yeah, Sherrod Brown is in deep shit, Dave. Because Moreno's going to win by more than people expected him to win, and he's putting together the Trump coalition. By the way, any minute now, Dayton is going to flip. Any minute now. Next vote dump will flip Dayton, the Montgomery County, it's the Dayton area, over to Bernie Moreno. We talked about this when we polled Ohio with Donald Trump. I'm dying to do some of these Rust Belt states now with the Rust Belt poll again, because they got some Senate races. Now we have some of these people nominated and done, and it's wrap. He's going to take Franklin too, dude. He is. Licking was not 20% before. Was it 19.75? Really got to look at the vote totals, because they'll adjust that here and there. But this will be a shellacking. If you are, Lake County's going to flip too, by the way. Which is what Vance did. If you are a Trump supporter, a new right guy or girl, this is a massive victory for you. You cannot have these Matt Dolans. I'm going to change the name of the Cleveland Indians because I'm a friggin' turd. You cannot have these people in the party. They're already Democrats. Here's the dirty little secret. They're already voting Democrat, folks. They are. Trust me. They're full of shit. You can see it in the primary vote against Donald Trump. This protest vote, still 14%. 15%. These people who just refuse to come around. They'd rather vote in the, and by the way, Trump is going to hit 80% in 80% or more in Illinois as well. Oh, I thought I missed the poll close in Kansas. We got Kansas coming up in 9. We got, of course, one county, an important county in Arizona, closing at 9. The rest of the state will close at 10. And then, it's possible we do have inside the numbers. Not sure. By the way, David, welcome along. I know you're already a member of Locals. Welcome over here as well. It's best place to support us is Locals, but we really do super appreciate you guys who do stuff like that. We appreciate all of you. Even if you just like a video and share it, it's an immensely beneficial to us, and people, want to come and sponsor the show, which, by the way, don't forget, our friends at Jam and Bean. Promo code TPP40 when you sign up for a new subscription at Jam and Bean. That will get you 40% off. And when the subscription renews, it will be 10% off every month. But exactly. And then you know who you are. I'm not going to blow you up. I saw your $1,000 donation to the national polling. All right. That kind of stuff. Don't think because I don't say it, I don't see it. And we don't appreciate it. It's just that I don't like to single anybody out if I don't have permission. And also, we appreciate everybody. And if you share the public polling project, it's immensely helpful. If we expand our donor base, it's there goes Montgomery, by the way. So Dayton is now in Bernie Moreno's column. So Bernie Moreno so far is carrying, oh my God, look at that election margin. Holy crap. That's huge. I'm like, there are early voters who were Trump Dolan voters, and that was making me really suspicious. That was sus, you know? And I'm like, maybe it was the AP's so-called scandal. But very clearly the election day voter doesn't give a rat's what. And they are they're voting. So Clinton will be gone too. With numbers like this, Clinton will be gone. Hyland, frankly, even though he's in third place, that's not even I mean, these votes are so close. Harding may even go if it doesn't hold that kind of margin. I am confident Wood will go too. Hamilton now has a little bit more in. It went from 8% to 10.6, 8 something to 10.6, and Moreno is only down by less than 600 votes, 44.3 to 37.2. So it looks like he's going to carry the Cincinnati area as well. We don't have anything else in Cuyahoga. Lake is now 300 and less than 320 votes. It's 315 votes away from flipping. Did we get anything from Licking? Because now you got me curious about Licking. Portage, he'll carry Portage. There's no way he can hold that back. You got to give Dolan, even Stark now, guys. See, that's one that, remember, I was like, Stark is just not a good margin for Bernie Moreno. The election day vote had to come in good for him. It did. Harrison, that's going to be close. 45 votes away. It is possible. He can do it. Now, even in Shoto, this is Frank's backyard. And there's just so much more election day vote out. You cannot possibly be confident that you're going to hold your own area. Oh, man, that's embarrassing. That's really embarrassing. Not that I care. Guys, he's another one. All right? He's another one. The quintessential faker. The quintessential Republican faker, right? The kind of guy that absolutely turns off normal Americans from the Republican Party. He is, Rise of the South, he is going to outperform J.D. Vance. He is. And listen, I'll give him, just keep this in mind. Josh Mandel was a serious candidate. Yeah, I think you may be right about that too, Shorzy. At this rate, with these margins, the only ones it looks like he's like safe to carry is Cuyahoga and Gauga, or whatever you say. And by the way, Suzakat, does O'Shea need Trump supporting him? I do think he needs Donald Trump's help. I do. Can he win without him? Sure, technically, yeah, he can. But I don't know if I want to say stuff like this out loud, but you guys ask me, what do I do for people in the I'm all I can do is make a phone call and tell people what I think. And I did. Because listen, Matt Gaetz is going to meet with him. I think he's meeting with him tomorrow. Bob Good, great guy at the Freedom Caucus. The Freedom Caucus guys are going to meet with him. So is Troy Nehls, Congressman Troy Nehls. Now, there's the margin you needed in Ashtabula and areas like this. This is going to be a wind-up and a total ass-kicking. The early vote is just so dramatically different in these Rust Belt states. I mean, even in some of the other, Georgia. Guys, Trump was winning 90+% in some of those counties in the election day vote in Georgia. Nikki Haley was winning like 4-5%. That's it. This Trump vote is just unbelievable. He's now at 81% in Florida, by the way, and there's still a chunk left in Miami-Dade. A nice chunk, like almost a third, about 30%. And he's at 87% in Miami-Dade. It's Broward holding him back a little bit, but there's twice the votes so far in Miami-Dade than there are in Broward. And it doesn't matter anyway, because again, he is definitely doing better with some of those election day vote Even the last minute arriving ballots in Duval, he's winning like with 80, 82, 83%, which is greater than a statewide margin. So why does that matter? It'll pull it up. Gadsden is almost totally in. That looks like his worst county at 64%. Even Alachua, I knew that vote. I knew that was wrong. There's too many black voters in Alachua to keep Trump that far down. 75.5. And that's with almost 2/3 in. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a majorly lopsided vote for Bernie Moreno. So congratulations to Bernie Moreno. He friggin' deserves it. He absolutely deserves it. I just want to say this. Bernie Moreno deserves this win. He did. If you don't mind, I'd like to tweet this. He deserves this win. He did something that people don't do. Laura and I never see do. He passed. All right. He had met with the president. The president liked him. And it looked like he could get that endorsement. But he said, I just think JD, and I'm MAGA too, but I just think JD is the better candidate for this moment. I've had people who support Frank LaRose call me and say, that's not the whole story. Let me tell you what else happened. And it's like, so what? I see this and hear this kind of stuff all the time. Candidates don't take a pass. They have God complex, Messiah complex, like Laura says. They will sacrifice the party's chances to win a seat just because they want the damn seat. He said, for the identity of the party, I just think he is, with the issues, with everything that's going on, he's the right person for Republicans to put forward in Ohio this time. And he was right. JD I think he had a more difficult job connecting across people like not just Matt Dolan, but also Sherrod Brown, fighting the Club for Growth wing of the party, right? All of those other people who are not MAGA, even though they're on Trump's side now, but they're not MAGA. By the way, there goes Lake. See it? That's how big his election day margin is. So I say kiss Cincinnati goodbye. That's not going to happen. He ain't going to hold that. He ain't going to hold Franklin. This is going to be a romping of rompins. Morgan's going to go. Guernsey's going to be close, but he's going to have basically, that's going to. He's going to have basically all of the Ohio Valley, the Trump coalition. That's, I'll be honest with you guys in Ohio. I'm proud of you for not believing that AP story. I'm proud of you guys. I am. I kid you not. Let's see what anyway, I just really, I got to say it again. I just hope you guys understand what I'm saying. He deserved this. He passed. I like Josh Mandel. Nice guy. But I remember a donor friend of mine, good friend, who's also good friends with Josh, called me up and said, listen, this guy is the best. This guy's the best pollster in Ohio. Rich, will you do me a favor? Will you talk to this Josh and tell him that he's going to win this seat, and that if he doesn't, if he gets out, Jim Renacci is going to lose this seat, and that, this is a big deal. We think about replacing Obamacare. Think about all this other stuff. Think about impeachment. And I understand he had wife problems, but he left. He left when it was like his time. When he was the best candidate. There goes another. Then when he was the best candidate for the job. Because I 100% will tell you, back in 2018, Josh Mandel was the man to take on Sherrod Brown. We had him beating Sherrod Brown by 7 points, but Jim Renacci losing by 5 to 10, depending on which poll. Vanilla, dude, vanilla. Too much normal rhino republicanism. Emerson College is going to be way off. Would they have Bernie +6 or something? Oh, thank you, Robbie. Kansas is closed, and we can make a call in. Well, let's go to Kansas real quick first, and then we will show you. I can't believe I'm sorry. I just wanted to give Bernie the right, that what he deserved. All right, but let's go ahead and make this call right now. We can call it. right, just to give you guys too a heads up as well, Kansas is a proportional primary, So there will be some delegates awarded, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'll read it to you right now if you guys want me to. I will. These are the 24 statewide delegates. They are proportionately allocated based to candidates. Based on statewide vote, beginning with the top vote getter, multiply the percentage of votes received by 39 and round to any remainder up to the next whole number. Repeat for the next highest vote getter until all delegates are allocated. So if, gotta get the hiccups, we have 71.2 times 35. So Trump will take at least, right off the bat, we know he's going to get 21 of those 39, and then we'll see how. But the way the rounding rules work, Nikki Haley's not going to get much of anything. She isn't. Just curious about some of these counties. Yeah, I'm not surprised by this. Shawnee. Actually, I am surprised by that. Wyandotte. I thought she'd do better there. She got crushed there. Wichita. No, he's doing about as expected. Shawnee, I'm not surprised about at all. And then you're going to see, but some of this is, of course, early. So we'll just have to wait. And when see, look, neighboring Ellis, where there's more of the vote in the election day vote, he's at 79 already. So you're going to see that climb as well. Joe Biden is losing 8% to none of these candidates. Holy shit. And 3% to Marianne Williamson, another 1 to Dean, 1 to Jason Palmer. Where is this coming from? 9% in Shawnee. Wow, that's funny. Really? Sedgwick is also 7. Wichita area. None of these candidates is winning in Sheridan. There's only 6 votes. Oh my God. That's 15% of the vote, though, for Democrats out there. This could be Joe Biden better hope this is isolated to Sheridan County, and this doesn't happen in the rest of some of these smaller areas, because that's gonna be a talking point. Still, come on, Kansas isn't competitive. We know that. Kansas will be a significantly Trumpy state. I don't think we're gonna get anything in Arizona yet. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. We'll see if they report. God, Arizona's a shit show. Trump better win by a big margin in Arizona, as it is a total you-know-what show there. So again, as it appears, let me just look. Trump did do better in more Hispanic Hillsborough than he did in the whiter Pinellas County. He did better in blacker Broward County and blacker Palm Beach area, and was certainly more Hispanic, and certainly better in Miami-Dade than he did in some of these whiter areas. But he crushed it in some of these other whiter, like Polk, 85, Lake, 83. We still have some little bit of vote out in some of these areas. In Bay, he got 88 plus percent. It's a little over 88. Damn, I'm losing my voice already again. Leon, he's up to 72.75. Gadsden is really where he climbed a little bit in Gadsden. He's at 64.11, but it is what it is. Escambia, but there's only 22% of the vote in. He's at 70%. He's climbed up since, where some of these come in. Okaloosa, 82. Santa Rosa, 84. Walton, 86. Washington, 93, almost 94. Jackson, 92. Calhoun, 93. Florida's not competitive. It's not. People can take those talking points and stick them up their ass. 5% voted for the sitting governor. What'd you expect? I almost want to go back until Kansas. I almost want to go back and see what's going on with I really want to keep my eye on the race in Ohio to see what goes on. Also, as of right now in Illinois, it is interesting to say the least. Early vote comes in a place, for instance, like Sangamon, where Springfield is. Trump gets 67%. Nikki Haley gets almost 27%. And then that stuff evaporates with the quickness. Where Rockford is in Winnebago. Trump got 70.6 in the early vote. She got 23.5. In Cook, immediately in the early vote, he got 78. And now he's already at 81 with election day votes starting to roll in. Lake, She got 24% in the early vote. A little bit of election day voters trickled in. She's down to 22. Peoria will be interesting as well, but I'll tell you what, it's estimated 17% of the vote that's in Illinois for Republicans, and there's over 206,000 votes. Democrats are almost halfway reported, and they're at 491,000 votes. That's pretty interesting. And Trump is getting a lot of votes in Cook County, which was one of several urban areas where Donald Trump not only got more total votes, but also improved his margin. All right. Sorry, I'm over here looking at Arizona while I'm talking about this. Curious to see what we're looking at here in Ohio. As you can see, he's climbed up now to 78. This is the story all over Toledo. He's at 12. It's 12% in. He climbed a couple of points from the 10% to 12%. Even in Summit, he's at 71. Cuyahoga, that's still mostly early vote. That is the early vote, actually. One little trickle in Hamilton. Montgomery, 70, almost 76. He will carry the Dayton area, which he did not. It was about tied. But this time, look at Ohio. This is not competitive at all. Moving over, let's go to the Senate. Let's check in on what's going on here. And as expected, Franklin County has now flipped. Cuyahoga has not. Bernie could carry Geauga County. This is 42% of the vote in now. Cincinnati has not changed yet. That one's going. Bernie Moreno could. Let's wait for a dump in Cuyahoga because Trump's vote shares are so big in these urban areas. He's winning so many of the, Moreno's got Trump's stamp of approval. So some of these breaks are so big, guys, with, little less than 80% of the vote remaining. That margin for Dolan and Cuyahoga could go. Bernie Moreno could seriously carry every single county. He really can. I'm not kidding. Because the break is so big. It's just so big. It's almost like Hardin is going to hold more than anything. Look at it. It's the one holding. It's at 34.4%. The Mitt Romney County is not budging. Galley is really, really close. Bernie just closed the gap so much. Shoda's almost done. It's going to flip. He flipped all these other ones. Yeah. Yeah, and then the election day vote so big, it's going to go. I don't think he's going to hold a single one. If he may, honestly, he may hold hard. They may keep Bernie from winning Hardin before they keep him from winning any of these other counties. Hamilton's going to go. One more vote dump. Hamilton's gone. Highland breaks it's too big. It's just too big. That's too close. Too close. I'm thinking even Cuyahoga is not going to be enough. You walk into a polling station for the first time as a black voter who's now identifying as a Republican. Because remember, again, open. All right. Ohio is an open primary. It's a semi-open, which means it's not that hard to change your registration or get the Republican ballot. You walk in there, first time you ever voted for a Republican in your life in a primary, and you see all these signs. Maybe you see people out there who are holding signs or talking, hey, you got the Republican card? You need a Republican card. Hey, did you know this is who Trump endorsed? Obviously this county party is going with Trump, and here's who Trump endorsed. Here's who we're supporting. Early vote may be good for Dolan, but we'll see. I'm not kidding. If you're a black voter, you don't know any of these guys. Maybe you've heard of Frank because he was a state guy, but telling you, the Iron Duke said he can have Cleveland. He may not. I'm not kidding. The election day margin is so big in all of these areas. He may not keep Cuyahoga. Did you guys see how fast Franklin flipped? That's how big that margin is. What was he down? The early vote gave Dolan like a 15-point lead in Franklin. We now know that margin is just not enough. And by the way, in Hamilton, he had what, a 12-point lead at 8% and change reporting. It went 3% election day vote came in, and it's now only 7. I mean, Hamilton's going. Just give me a second to. I just want to say, and good for the voters not believing the hit. Or how should I say? The GOP dodged a major bullet here. Dodged a major bullet. I said, folks, I feel the need to say Bernie Moreno did something few politicians ever do. Pass on a nomination for someone else, in this case, J.D. Vance. It's a rare, admirable trait for either party. So if anyone can earn a nomination, he did. GOP dodged a major bullet here. Yeah, Bernie's going to win huge. This is going to be because the election day vote from Trump is just that. Okay, so we do have some Maricopa vote coming in. Stay with me here, guys. Let me just check something. No, I actually don't know that, Laura, so excuse me. There is actually. Give me 1 second, okay? I just want to make sure it's right before I put it out there. Before I tell you what I think is happening, I just want to make sure I'm right. All right, so, okay. In Maricopa County, there were election day vote difference. Are you ready? As of 16 minutes ago, there were 24,622 Republican ballots cast. There were 3,100 ballots cast on the Democratic side. I kid you not. I kid you not. That's how much. That's how much more Republicans voted in Maricopa County on election day. We'll see though how much early vote there is, and then you have these last minute drop off BSs, just terrible and disgusting. All right, so he did cross the actual 81%. And he's going to climb because he's going to climb because there are big urban vote centers that are higher than that. Duval is still, yes. So Trump will get about 83% of the vote in Florida. It's going to be big. It's going to be real big. Moreno, let's go back and take a look at him. Massive. We'll come back to him, but as you can see now, even Lake is gone. Summit is huge that he won that early vote there. Portage, that margin just came in. That's, guys, we were talking about Portage being weak. Dolan had it, and the election day trickle was just not that big. Then all of a sudden, it just came in and boom. Wood is going to go to Bernie Moreno. I'm telling you, he could seriously carry every county except for Hardin, maybe the county that resists, because I just would be, I'd even be with the numbers we're seeing everywhere else. I'd even be shocked with that. I think Bernie's going to probably carry every single county here. He's going to, in Gallia, he's really close to catching Frank. In all the other counties where we saw similar margins, he did. Shoto, he's got it. It's done. It's flipped. He's winning the election day in Gallia. It's just a matter of how much more they got left. They are halfway in, but this lead is going to be huge. Oh, there's the first 7% in from Cuyahoga. He could catch him. Guys, I kid you not. 7% election day vote came in, and it shrunk the margin from 50-33 to what you see right there. It was a 3,000 and about 3,200 vote lead, 3,100 vote lead for Matt Dolan, and it's now down to an even 2,000 with 3/4 of the vote left. Bernie Moreno is going to carry every county. He's going to carry every county. So it did, well, again, unless there's some weird shit that goes on there. Wood is going to go in the next dump. That's incredible. Jeez, the power of the Trump endorsement in Ohio is just massive. It's stronger than ever. It's stronger than ever. Am I missing something here, Robbie? It's stronger than ever. You know, it is. It's definitely stronger than ever. How many vote? We don't even know. I mean, how many? Why are they doing this? I'd like to see the. You know what? I'll look it up myself. On the Senate side, yeah, he's going to have way more. Alone, he'll have more votes. Let's go to president real quick and see. Biden's at 268. So let me just see something real quick. Alone, Bernie Moreno could, because you have to understand, there's still a lot of red vote out. That's why Democrats are, if you look at the presidential primary, let me just bear with me. Democrats are, well, they're at 51 because I guess Cuyahoga. But that may significantly adjust. Trump has more votes in the Ohio primary than Democrats have combined alone. Yes, Robbie, California 20 at 11 o'clock is a huge deal. There's actually several really important stuff. But the most important one is the one for Kevin. Well, not the most important, but probably the most interesting one is the one for Kevin McCarthy's seat in California. There's the Illinois State Supreme Court Democratic primary. Ohio, they have a primary too. If you go to the Senate, you'll see if you go down. All right. So Michael Kripchak has won the special for Ohio District 6. That was a special primary. For Ohio District 1, there was no challenger. We are looking at U.S. House District 6 for the special primary for Republicans. And it's pretty close right now. It's 1.5 points away. And I don't know why there's no call for Lisa Forbes for which is Dieter's seat, the Democratic primary for the state Supreme Court. I'm going to go ahead and call that one. That's over. I don't know why they just probably haven't gotten a chance to yet. But that's pretty important stuff. California, we just have nothing in yet. We'll get Arizona here pretty soon. We'll get some votes in Arizona pretty soon. All right. And you know what, guys? Let me put it all on the same page. Yeah, let me put it all on the same page. Which one is this? State Supreme Court. I could just put other primaries. I could do that. And I could put the GOP separate from the Democrats. Let's do that. And then you guys will be able to see Illinois by itself, okay? It's better than me just going through and making a totally new thing here. So this one is the House. Let's call it House. We'll give it a heading of 2. What district is it again? It is District House Primaries. Yeah, I'm just going to call it House Primaries. And then we'll have the Dem. There's the Dem. We'll add a separator bar, so you guys don't get confused. After that, we'll add the Republicans. And then we'll put the Supreme Court one after. Supreme Court primary, we'll put. That sounds good to me. Heading 2, yep. Add after, a little block, another little block. And there's the state Supreme Court for the Democratic primary in Illinois. So if you guys go ahead and update it, let's go to Illinois and you'll see what I'm talking about. I just put it all in the same thing. If you scroll down, you'll see there are House primaries. Jonathan Jackson won House 1. He's running unopposed. Marcus Lewis was actually an interesting primary. Marcus Lewis won in House District 1. And right now, Jay Cunningham leads Jesse Reyes significantly. I'm going to go ahead and call that. That's done. I don't know why we're waiting on it, but we are. Supreme Court District 1, Democratic primary. I'm going to actually change that and put that in there. Supreme Court primary. I'm just going to say Illinois Supreme Court primaries. Supreme Court primaries, Illinois. House primaries. House district primaries, I'll put. That's what we'll call them. All right, I'm going to update it again so it basically makes more sense. And then everything for Ohio, that's up. Kansas is done. That's up. Right? We did have the Ohio special in the Senate one. It's in the Senate. I should have wrote Senate and House, but whatever. Yeah, they're there. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was right about that. And we went over that already. And we'll wait on California, their special in District 20. All right. Michael Boudreau and Vince Fong. They are the two top vote getters for the primary before. And there was a special. I mean, they're just Republicans are just so stupid. They just do dumb shit to waste money. This will be a seat someone holds for a few months until they decide in the runoff who's going to have the seat. I kid you not. I kid you not. Yeah, that's it. So that's what we got. So everything's on there, guys. All right. Really stupid. Just so dumb. But that's how they are. That is how they are. Later, I'll go ahead and I'll change it. Yeah, David did endorse David, who was running for California 20. Robbie just texted me. That's hilarious. You know what? Let's go. I'm sorry. This has got to be this has got to be shown. This is hilarious. So David had some health issues, and there we go. You don't want to see my messages. David had some health issues, and he was running for this seat. See you later, Dolan from Ohio. Dolan for Ohio from Chief Wahoo. Because as you guys know, what he did to the Cleveland Indians was so much for Major League, guys. So much for the great. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know how much I've told any of you guys this. My very first love was actually baseball. And I was a pitcher, and I was a pretty damn good one. And I don't know. My grandfather and I shared the passion together. And, you know, when he passed away, there was just other things I wanted. I got more into martial arts, and I just stopped. But I threw very hard and very fast. Anyone from my era, you know, that was a baseball lover, loved the movie Major League. Loved it. All right, let's take a real quick review of what we got going on here, okay? In Florida, Trump, they've kind of slowed up with the count now. Every county has reported, but there is some later arriving stuff to report. Areas like Miami-Dade have a lot to report. Trump's winning 87% of the vote there, and there's a ton of votes left. So Trump's vote share is going to climb in Florida, and it's going to climb significantly enough. And as you can see, like Nikki Haley's only got 10% there, 10.8. So hers will fall, as it has been throughout the night. You won every county. Those, like I said, there are always reporting errors, and you just get good at spotting them after a while. And believe me when I tell you, it's not even that. It's not that there are decision desks doing it. It happens from the actual officials themselves. So Dean Phillips did notch himself 13% of the vote in a state he didn't even campaign. Interestingly enough, in Democratic stronghold of Cuyahoga, he got 11%. The Dayton area, which Democrats are gearing up to lose, he got 10%. They probably will maybe hold Cincinnati. But even some of these areas, like in Toledo, guys, just curious, look at how much Trump got in Toledo. Like some of these areas are going to be close, really close. Definitely the Toledo um, urban inner areas of Toledo will be really close. Again, Trump is going to have, I mean, not 2-1, but I mean, you could give all of the non-Trump votes to Joe Biden, and Trump would still be winning by like 15 points. It's incredible. It's just incredible. It is. All right, let's take a look at the Senate. What do we got? 9:30. We're getting close here. I just want to take a look at Arizona and make sure. Illinois is really starting to fill in too now, by the way. And he's not at 70% anymore, that's for sure. But give me a second. I just want to make sure. Okay, cool. I don't want to show you something that I shouldn't be showing you. But okay. This is what we got for the Senate. We could go around and add it all together. That did not give us, unfortunately, a whole hell of a lot. There was only 7,000 votes cast in the Toledo area for Democrats, 7,500 so far. And that's 30%. Holy crap. But 10% that's in Toledo, that's in for Republicans, almost 4,000 votes. So that would be 12,000 to basically 7,000 at that rate. Holy crap. Looks like we had a little bit of a freeze. There's 50% more of the vote in. Hamilton's getting ready to flip. The next vote chunk that is in will flip that county over. See, there is some areas where that's 95% in. So it looks like Highland and Hardin are going to probably hold. Whereas everywhere else is going to go to Bernie, including you kind of notched it out in Gallia a little bit. But I was told he took the lead in the New York Times in Gallia County. We'll see. Guernsey, still way too close to expect Bernie not to flip that like he flipped the rest of the valley. So I think you're seeing the entire Ohio Valley is going to go. Wood just hasn't reported again yet. That will go as well. Mitt Romney's county is holding. What do I call it? It's like the only county Mitt Romney won. No, I'm just kidding. You want others, but it's that county. I mean, it voted again during the issue. It voted no at a considerably higher rate than most of the other counties that make up that kind of demographic makeup. There are other counties that voted in the 60s higher, but not that look like that. That's gonna flip. And now we're seeing with 25% in, Cuyahoga's less than 10 points. We haven't gotten any more. This is really, really interesting. By the way, for those who are interested in licking, now that we're above 36% of the vote, you can see Bernie's up by about 8. Sorry. And we'll just wait. He did, like I said. I mean, he took look at how big the election day vote is for Bernie Moreno. Montgomery, the Dayton area alone shows you how big that vote break is. Because now not only is he leading Dolan, who he was down 12 points to, he is leading him 52.2 to 35.7 with a majority damn near 20 points. And bang, there went something just went in front of me. I don't know what I was looking at. I think it was Scioto, right? I think so. And Gallia. Oh, and there's that. He's going to win every county in the Ohio Valley area. Guernsey's not going to hold. It's not. It's less than 100 votes with 78% left to report. I really want to see Cuyahoga. I want to see Cuyahoga. I know Wood is too. That's an Obama Trump county. And we know Hamilton is. Cleveland's going. Cincinnati's going. Cleveland is going to be close. I want to see that. I mean, I don't know how you could stop it from happening, considering what the last break was. Let's still look again. What are we at? 9:33. Hold on. By the way, Louisiana, the polls close 9 p.m. Eastern time. All right. Let's take a look at Illinois in a little bit too. while we wait for Arizona, which hasn't reported anything yet. I'm just telling you what I know about the vote. What I don't know the totals. I'm just telling you that that's what the votes are in Maricopa at the end of the day. Um, well, there was one more hour, so it's huge. It's just huge. But they're old. It's boomers. Boomers, which could be a little bit of a crawl. Trump's above 79 in Illinois now. Sorry, I'm just looking at that. I was looking at some other stuff. All right, so they did call it for Michael Ruley. I don't know why they didn't before, right? Or did they before, right? And they have, oh, right, they didn't call for Lisa Forbes yet. It has tightened somewhat, hasn't it? But I just don't see how Lisa loses. That's not where the vote is for Democrats. It's just not where the vote is. It's not close enough in Democratic voting areas to make this race, unless there's a significant. No, we're 60% in now. Whatever. You know what? Let's wait. Maybe they're right. Maybe they see something I don't. I didn't look that hard at it. It's just that that's not where the votes are for Democrats, so I don't know where they would think this is coming from. So Trump was at 70 before, roughly, in Illinois. He's now up to 79 as more of this vote has come in. There's still some early vote that keeps him from jumping above 80. But look at that. Cook County with about 30% in. He's above 80%. Again, it's really hard, even in open primary states. It's very, very hard for this, like, I'm a Democrat and I don't care about my primary, so I'm going to vote for Nikki Haley. It's really hard for them to do that in these blacker areas. If anybody cares so far about the delegate count, Trump's got we don't, I guess we just don't know enough about the congressional district. There goes Wood. All right. I knew Wood was going to go, just to give people a heads up. Wood is now in Moreno's corner. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And the next dump, Robbie, let me know when Hamilton goes, because the next dump is going to be Hamilton. In Hamilton's going to be it. Gauga too. That's going to be a wrap. I'd be shocked if Dolan was able to hold on. It's just the margin is so big in some of those neighboring suburbs outside where Portage is. But then again, you have Akron, which Moreno's going to win with probably more than, not probably. He's going to win with more than 50% of the vote when all's said and done. And this is going to be a thumping of the highest order. Let's go back to Illinois so I can give you guys some of that. Again, you have LePage County over here where it's still mostly early vote. And this is what most of Illinois looked like in those areas outside of some of the downstate places like Perry, which came in early too. Trump was winning 80% of the early vote in Perry. Now he's at almost 90. That's going to drag Trump up. It's an urban rural coalition. You can see it clear as day because you have places like DuPage, which used to be Richard Nixon's best county in Illinois. I kid you not. It was the most votes out of there. Nixon crushed Kennedy there. That's what made it so close. But in neighboring Cook, Kennedy had the machine going, the daily machine, and that did wonders for Kennedy. Peoria, we'll see what it looks like, but same thing here with Springfield. It like came in early vote that came in Springfield looked a lot like DuPage. And now look, in Sangamon, he's at 75%. And it's only been from 20% to 27.69. So that's how big the difference is between the early vote. Even now in Winnebago is almost at 77%. And it's only been another 4% added, estimated 4% added. Lake, 72. That's been a little bit slower going for Trump, but you kind of expect that. It's hard for them. Neighboring Kane, by the way, there's a lot of votes out here, Republicans in DeKalb and in Kane and in DuPage, where Republicans have just kind of like hands off, not done anything. There's a really smart cat out there who works with a lot of state legislators and is trying to make something happen. So good for him, trying to target people who aren't registered to vote, should be on the voter rolls, would vote Republican if they were. And he's doing he's doing what needs to be done. God's work. Anyway, you can see now he's at 79 and a half. He just keeps ticking up, ticking up, ticking up, kind of like Florida. Same thing. It's the same thing we're seeing everywhere. Let's now look at Kansas. None of these candidates at the Democratic primary is still at 9.3%. It has now 2 counties. Is there many more votes added? Not much more, but it's still winning 64.3% of the vote there. 50% going to none of these candidates. Joe Biden's very close. I don't know if none of these candidates going to hold on, but you can see it's getting quite a bit of vote share here. It's not exactly Nikki Haley in Nevada, but in Jefferson County, it's almost 20%. This is a little bit embarrassing. And this will climb as more of this vote comes in. So Wyandotte is now almost 83% in, and Trump's at almost 83%. Isn't that funny? Look at that. It's 82.26% of the vote reported, and Trump is at 82.27% of the share of the vote. Isn't that funny? Which is basically as much as Cheyenne. Wichita area, Sedgwick, that's 91% in, and she still got about 20% of the vote there. That's what I would expect for some. Listen, Kansas, Utah, there are a lot of these like Western plains and states, and Utah's certainly a mountain region, but that area where we think they're ruby red and they're not. There's a lot of rhinos. What's it? 78 to 72. That's 2-1. Turnout projection is going to be almost right on the money in Kansas. And with that in mind, we wait for Arizona. And that's where we're at, guys. So let's go back to the Ohio Senate while we wait. All right? Because I want to see what happens when more of this vote comes in. Highland's at 95. We do 99. So, Ross is 99. It is still possible for Moreno to take Highland away, but it's tough. We'll see. Ooh, that's close. Look at Cuyahoga now. I told you. Now it's not 2,000, it's 1,200. With 28% reporting, he's going to win Cuyahoga. It's going. And Cincinnati's going to go too. It just hasn't it hasn't updated at all. Hardin holding out. Hardin. All right, we got Arizona at 10 o'clock. There's some more votes. Moreno climbing higher and higher. Higher and higher and higher. Higher and higher. What a bloodbath. To think for a second, I was concerned that he wasn't going to get the election day break because to think of that. Unbelievable. Let's go down. Do, 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Where is 9? Where's 9? Where the hell is 9? How long is this video for Decision Desk while we wait? It is 11 minutes. Arizona's a pain in the ass. We're going to get the election day. Well, first we're going to get an early vote done. And then we're going to get election day. And then we're just going to have to see how it goes from there. I may have to take a bathroom break. I kid you not. I may have to take a bathroom break. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, he's just going to keep ticking up, ticking up, ticking up, ticking up. He's going to blow him out in Franklin, boy. That ain't even going to be close. It's like you're starting to like see these numbers and think about what it is you got to do, what you got. Because even Harding, it hasn't updated yet. He really could win that in Harding too. But if you're a rhino at this point, you're still holding on to hope. It's like you got to really think about what kind of margin you got to win in the early vote, hoping and praying that the Trump election day vote doesn't come in. And I got to tell you, I wish MAGA would stop doing this. All right, Ohio, I know you're going to win. I know it's not one of those areas. Like, for instance, in Vegas and in statewide in Nevada, Republicans have been thinking about a different approach, and they have been trying ballot chasing. Arizona, we're going to find out how well MAGA did there. That's Turning Point's backyard, and they better show something. Michigan, certainly improved. Pennsylvania, nope. They did not. But there is now a plan, at least. Someone's going to put $10 million behind. I'll tell you right now, folks, $10 million should win the friggin' vote by, like, I don't want to give you a margin, but $10 million for get out the vote and vote chasing should be more than enough to register enough Republicans in the state of Pennsylvania to win that state by at least 150 to 160,000 votes. I should show you this one day. I really should. And then North Carolina, great job, guys. Florida, great job, guys. Some, though, are just not doing it. They just don't want to do it. Just don't want to do it. So as of right now, Moreno is not showing any kind of weakness at all when you overlap the issue 1 vote. None. Cuyahoga, 27,000 votes cast there. Man. And they're almost done. Democrats are almost spent in Cuyahoga. Toledo's. That's so few votes in. They're almost halfway done in Toledo. And they're only 4,000 votes more, although Republicans basically have a nearly 80% out. What would you expect? That's exactly the kind of urban area that we've been talking about forever. 56. Turnout projection is going to be close too in Ohio. Real close. Really good job. Basically all the way around today. Good turnout projection all the way around. Is Florida still 1.5, almost 1.44? Yeah, it is. And that's going to be pretty close. Illinois. Wow. Trump just added a ton of votes. I don't know what happened, but it busted Trump to 80%. Let me show you. I was looking right at it too. I'm just not sure what the hell happened. Maybe it was election day. Winnebago's still Boone. Some votes in Boone, but that's not what happened. It was a big vote chunk. And that's still the same. These are still the same. Peoria didn't come in. Rock Island was because it pushed Trump to 80. Stevenson's only a couple hundred votes. That can't be it. It is possible. Well, Sangamon was at 76. Calhoun is a couple hundred votes. It's not it. It's definitely not it. Could have been Williamson. We have somebody from locals from Williamson, don't we? Somebody had asked me about it before. Look at Franklin. Look at those nets. Jefferson, 90% almost. Holy moly. And he is in 90 in Marion and Fayette. He's over. And there's another chunk. I want to see what happens in Cook. There is a very clear pattern of Donald Trump doing almost as well in urban, non-white areas, percentage-wise, than he is doing in like the most Trumpy rural areas. That those like rich white suburbs. And I gotta tell you, I don't care. I don't care. They're not here. People aren't hearing what I'm saying. You don't, and not that I would ever suggest forsaking anybody. What I am, however, suggesting is that you don't need those suburbs if you get numbers like I think is possible in some of those urban areas. You don't. You don't. It'll be a bit hairy for a little bit because some of this stuff will be lopsided in how it's reported. Some states, not even though. Actually, in some states, not even. By the way, see, less than like 800 and something votes in Cuyahoga, 1,200. Barely another chunk comes in, knocks it down another 400. He's going to take Cuyahoga. 105 votes in Gauga. Less than 100 votes in Guernsey. Even though Guernsey is, it's not that big. That's more than enough to make up that margin. Bernie will surpass 50%. It looks like it. It does look like he will. Because even though he's below 50 in some of these areas, Hamilton just stopped, by the way. It'd be some shit if Hardin and Highland are the only two Bernie doesn't carry. Like, what is wrong with this picture? And by the way, there goes another 0.2. And we're just waiting. Playing the waiting game. 10 minutes until Arizona closes. 10 minutes until Arizona closes. All we can do is wait. All we can do is wait. Ohio is, by the way, winner take all. So Trump gets all 74 of those. Oh, I meant to stop by the hub and see how we're doing. We could just do that real simple with going to the front page. 1,556 delegates to only 94 for Nikki Haley. So she got 3 delegates. Uncommitted is now to 19 for Joe Biden. 20. He's at 2,368. He really piled them on this time, though. He did because of the way their delegate system is, and because he has several primaries that were canceled. Yeah, I told you, bro. I'm telling you, it's going. There, it went already, dude. It went. There goes Gansey. There goes Gansey. Look, he won this whole area. He did flip all these other ones. Won it by over 14 points. Over. There goes the last chunk in Guernsey, guys. And I'm telling you, that Gauga's gone. Cuyahoga's going to go. Hamilton's definitely going to go. Highlands in Dolan's corner. Unless they find like a bunch of votes for Moreno that they just didn't even know. Hardin's up in the air, though. We'll see. It could be that all those votes that are left are Moreno votes in Hardin. It could, but he's going to, I'm telling you, you're going to see Gauga go next, or whoever dumps next, with the exception of Cuyahoga, unless they dump like a lot. Whoever dumps next you're going to see flip. I'll keep it there while I look around from other stuff. Nothing in Arizona yet. Trump is now above 80 in Illinois. Again, I'm not sure what happened here because Cook just stopped reporting. It's not counting anymore. It's possible. Sangamon did come in a little bit and it bumped them up to 76.1. That's possible. Because he's, even though he may be at, like, for instance, McHenry, he's only at like 71.95, 72%. And she's still at 23.22. The vote that's being counted there may be a lot more. Like for, oh, and boy, Montgomery just came in 54% of the vote in Montgomery was just counted all at once, and Trump won just under 88%. In Bond County, Trump won the early vote with 94%. The early vote. The early vote. So don't be surprised if Bond is like almost unanimous. That's just incredible. Incredible. And then we have some Illinois House districts I want to look at. Marcus Lewis, he crushed Montel Gaji. That's for House District 1. How much of the vote is in? Yeah, Democrats are. Jonathan Jackson is the incumbent there, so. It's a good night for Trump. It's a good night. It's a good night for MAGA. It's a very good night for MAGA. Not just with the Bernie Moreno, but Trump's vote shares pretty much everywhere, with the exception of some pains in the butts in Kansas. I mean, he's a Rust Belter. That's what he is. We know the difference here with the coalitions. So far, anyway, very good night for MAGA. With the exception of Super Tuesday, by the way, probably the best night for MAGA. We're going to wind up building a map where you're going to be able to click on each state and get the results that has come in. Okay. And by the way, 83% is reporting in Kansas, and Trump is he's closing in on 75%. Even in Shawnee, when it chunked in all the way, because Shawnee is done, he did climb to 68%. That's going to be probably the most liberal area or non-Trumpy area in Kansas. Sedgwick, which is the Wichita area, is almost done. Trump has gotten up to 72%. And Wyandotte, he just crushed it. That's done. That's in. And he got 82.3%. So when you look around the rest of the map, he's going to climb quite a bit. So even in Kansas, where we know there's a significant Rhino vote, I mean, look, they've given up. There, by the way, goes Gauga. Bernie Moreno has taken it with almost 94% in. Moreno is taking 45.4%. Cuyahoga now is back to 1,200 for Dolan. Oh, there goes Hamilton, by the way. He took Hamilton as well. So maybe he can hold Cuyahoga. I'm not sure. I think what happened there, maybe most likely, is that there were some either precincts that were more Dolan friendly for election day, or, which I doubt, or there were some mail-in ballots that didn't make their way where they needed to be. But with Toledo still out and his vote breaking the way it is, Montgomery still has vote out, he's going to cross 50. I'd be surprised if he didn't. I really would. Because even in some of these littler counties like Knox, there's still some vote out. At this point, he's at the point of winning majorities. Look at Licking, by the way, 50.9. It's usually pretty much Licking is a good one of those good counties, that indicate what's going on. Trump takes all the delegates in Ohio, of course. He takes all the delegates in Florida, of course. Arizona is also winner take all. Illinois is a beauty contest. Okay, it's a winner take all loophole, though. Okay, so 51 district delegates are directly elected by the voters and individually listed on the ballot with their presidential preference indicated. It's often referred to a loophole primary or a beauty contest. 10 state delegates are awarded on a winner take all basis with no threshold statewide. Okay, so basically they're like at large delegates. But the district delegates are loophole. There's also a bonus of 3 delegates. They're RNC bonus delegates. They're like soft, unpledged. The reason why we don't know about the district delegates yet, even though Trump is, we know the vote, is because they are directly allocated by those delegates. So people are just being safe. But the bonus 3 go to Trump, the 10 at large go to Trump. Excuse me. We'll just see how the 51. He's gonna get them all. He's gonna get them all. She doesn't have a significant vote share enough anywhere. It's not. They're waiting for the page area. The hero we don't deserve. You know, I actually think about that quite a bit. I do. Like, do we deserve people to put themselves forward? Do we? I don't know. I really don't. I'm not sure we do, guys. 1,100 votes. All right. We're going to have a key race update here right now. All right, polls are about to close in the state of Arizona. And when they do, which is very, very, very soon, we will switch on over. All right. As you can see now, Bernie Moreno, before we leave, he is winning every county except for 3, which case 2 of those 3 are actually kind of likely to go. But let's go to Arizona first, unless something weird happens. We'll get an early vote dump. It will be weird on the Republican side, no doubt. I have no doubt, given what's out there. And then we will get especially in Maricopa County, we'll get the election day vote. Then we will proceed to wait a freaking week for the remaining late arriving ballots to be counted, and for late arriving ballots, and for the people who go to drop boxes to drop them off. All right. That is the longest to be counted. Some house cleaning here. We should be getting votes very soon. Okay, so stay tuned. I'm doing some house cleaning. Hear the trash. Ka-chung, ka-chung. All right. Do 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 do. Oh, by the way, Derek Merrin has defeated Craig Rydell for the Ohio Congressional District 9 Republican primary. I don't know what the hell happened. All I can tell you is we were not provided that embed. We'll get it and we'll stick it back in when we get it from them. We wait and we wait. Do. Yeah, I can start doing this. I think we did. I mean, we already did the Kansas call. I don't remember not doing it. I don't think so. We should have one probably for Biden first, frankly, only because of the way the votes roll in. Dun, 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 dun. What a huge vote disparity on election day. I mean, so wow, it's older. Typical. Huh. So typical. Of those that were returned of the early vote, it is 75%, 75 years and older on the Democratic side make up 29% as well. On the Republican side, 31.3% of the early vote. 65 to 74 is 28% for Republicans, and it's 30% for Democrats. Younger voters, interestingly enough, 18 to 24-year-olds were 2.3 on the Democratic side. They were 1.8, only separated by a half a point on the Republican side. 25 to 34, 5% for Democrats, 4%. I'm rounding, but 4% for Republicans. 35 to 44, this age demographic we've been watching typically was Democrat. 7% for Democrats in early vote returns, 6% for Republicans. 45 to 54, which is a huge chunk of any general election electorate, 10% for Republicans, 9% for Democrats. By 55 to 64, Republicans start to really take a bit of a chunk of a lead here, 16 to 19 favoring Republicans. It's kind of typical, but not for this. The younger vote is, the share of the vote that's younger is usually much higher for Democrats than Republicans. And that is not what happened here in Arizona today. Or not today, but, they've been voting for weeks in Arizona, which is why you're going to see a chunk of vote for Nikki Haley. Just get over it. It's going to happen. There are about 30,000 election day votes in Maricopa County. There's like nothing on the Democratic side. Kid you not. It's 3,000 votes. That's it. That's crazy to me. Crazy. I'm not even sure. How could that even be right? I mean, honestly, how could that be right? It is, but that's just crazy. That's Kansas. I'm going through some very boring data here. Hold on. Or that's Ohio. It goes usually by day, the time of day, I guess. Arizona, the Democratic primary, looking at about 240,000 votes. Republicans, you're looking at about 400,000. Then it can't be that little in Maricopa. It can't. Of course, there are those late drops, which in a general election can be like 250,000 votes. Trump has cracked 75 in Kansas, by the way. Just FYI. He's now just above 80 in Illinois and 81 in Florida. There is still a quarter of the vote out in Miami-Dade, where he's at 80, almost 87%. Came down in St. John's a little bit. Oh, no. Okay. He did come down in Duval a little bit. That's probably some late arriving early votes. It may be possible that he's doing just slightly worse with some of those early votes. And in Ohio, it's just under 79. So we've seen a very consistent vote. Here we go with Arizona, guys. Oh, so they're not reporting until 11 Eastern. Are you kidding me? It's supposed to be. We're not going to get any, even from the single county. Nope. They're not reporting results until 11 o'clock Eastern time. So we have an hour. Might as well go back to see what's going on with Ohio. I kid you not. So we're just kind of stuck here at 30% reported over there. Highland still looks like they'll stave them off in Highland. It would be something for 5% left, 50 votes to be netted to Bernie Moreno. Unless there's a reporting error, but it would be something. It is weird, though. It is odd. It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of damn sense. It doesn't. Unless there's a reporting error, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But Hardin does. It actually does. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if just at a natural resistance to Bernie from a county like that. There it goes. Reporting error had to be. Way more votes. It just didn't make sense. It did not make sense. So Bernie's going to take that. He'll take Hardin then. Then I'm right. There was something screwy going on with some reporting errors. I mean, look at the difference in Highland. And now we are what? 99. Yeah, it's done. It's done. Bernie Moreno will carry every single county. He will. He will. Because that tells me that Hardin that's what I just said. It's just happened. Bro, you're 30, 60 seconds behind, brother. Yeah, but Hardin, that tells me there's probably something going on in Hardin too, because that did not look correct to me. Highland looked like a reporting error. And it didn't go from there was a lot more votes there. Moreno's gonna win every county, baby. Oh, the other thing? No?
Yes, I'll get the other thing.
Oh, okay, because this is a lot, babe. It's a lot.
So you
Okay, I'll save it.
There's no
I'll
pleasing you, Austin.
It's just, that you trying to fatten me up or something? Oh, hold on, guys. I'm not gonna have her wait on me hand and foot. I'll get my own damn drink. Hang on. Especially now that I know Arizona's not going. Oh, what's that? Hello, what do you want? It's not only that, it's like just what I see is definitely more votes in these urban counties. Like you have those white suburbs where they're like 20% for Nikki Haley, but they can't do that in these like urban non-white areas, and he's getting a lot of votes, which tells me the non-white voting is real.
Yeah, but they're still gonna have to vote because
they are gonna have to come out in the general because damn well they'll hand that thing in for them. Yep. Absolutely, Laura. Absolutely. It's like these people have got to vote in November because they will hand in those votes for them. All right. So as we wait for Cuyahoga, I'm telling you, Cuyahoga is going to. It is. You got to say grace at home? Like young Sheldon? Blessed is food in the hands that prepared them. In other words, you. There it goes. Told you. Told you. And there goes Cuyahoga. He's going to win every single county. Told you. Boom. Right, Red Diver? Wow. That's all there is to it. Wow. And let me just answer some questions here now that that's Cuyahoga is gone. You see it, Robbie? Gone. Balu of Sioni, if I said that right. Rydell lost, and there is a chance of beating. There is a chance of beating Marcy Captor. There should have been before. They ran that smear on JR. He should have beaten Marcy Captor. But with Trump on the ballot, oh, by the way, Bernie's going to be coming on the show. I forgot to tell you guys that. Bernie Moreno is coming on. I forgot to tell you guys that. I'm not sure exactly when yet, but I wanted to time it for when we have a poll. But yeah, Marcy Captor is in a Trump +3 district. So it's getting Trumpier, in case you can't tell. It's out in the Toledo area, Toledo burbs. Certainly getting Trumpier. It's going to be I think it's going to be hard for Marcy Captor to keep her seat. I do. He just smeared the shit out of JR last time with that phony thing. Every county. Every county. Do. So Republicans on election day cast. Let me just see this quick math. About 8 times, no, almost to the T. About 8 times more votes. So a little bit more than 8 times more. Huh. Yeah, that's about right. You know, it's funny too. Democrats are the ones who usually vote during midday, Republicans in the morning, and then Republicans in the afternoon. And very clearly, there was like a little bit of a late surge because the Republicans were outvoting 10 times Democrats in Maricopa all day long, morning, mid-afternoon, all of that. Even when the Democratic pop came in the afternoon, it went down. It was like at the last minute, Democrats had a little chunk. Let's look at Trump. Trump is at 70+% in Cuyahoga. He's at almost 76% in Lucas, where Toledo is. His worst at the moment is Hamilton, but again, Hamilton is behind people in reporting. Bernie has officially hit 50. I think it's fair to say polls understated Bernie's strength. I'm glad I didn't poll it. I would have gotten Bernie plus 20 and everybody would have been like, bullshit. I would have had to endure it until I would have had to. Oh, Laura, sorry. I would have had to endure it until now. You know?
I see that when I'm not monitoring you properly, there is rated R language.
Yes, Laura, there is. Why don't you go back on your phone, Laura? I don't drop it all the time. Just to give this is a good question. Do I think Ohio will be easier to flip now? Yes. Montana will be both of these guys, neither one of them are pushovers. But Tester doesn't have a good opponent. I'm sorry. Bernie, I'm more bullish in Ohio than I am in Montana. I kid you not. Yeah, contrary to what you're going to hear, the spin you're going to hear from Democrats, I just don't see any way. I don't see any way Democrats can't be losing their shit right now. I just can't. Because, Brown was thought of one of the stronger people. He's polling so much better. But, folks, they just understated Bernie Moreno's support in the primary by literally more than 20 points. So how much did they understate him in the general election? I mean, think about it. Think about it. Yeah, right. Matt Dolan is now a 2-time loser. Yeah, he is. It's like, how many more times you got to be told they don't want you? No, the Senate primary in Arizona, that's a really good question. Are you ready? It's not until July 30th. Yep. Why is that? To protect the incumbent. Because old McTurd Republicans did everything in their power to protect the incumbents back then, including mail in vote, guys. Republicans did that. I don't know about you guys, but where I am, the pollen is awful. Awful. All right, it's 10:20. I'm going to leave you guys sitting here for a hot second while I have something to eat and drink real quick, and I'll be back in a few. Literally a few minutes. I just had to pop back in real quick and tell you guys something hilarious. JD Vance had said, I'm not a pundit, but if you take a guy who gets outspent massively, earns the most important endorsement in politics, and then radically outperforms even the most positive polls, then I'd say he's pretty good at winning votes. Congrats to Bernie on in November. Dare I say the AP smear backfired? It's currently at like Moreno plus 28 almost. This is a guy who was ahead by like 6 in the most incredibly incredible, in the more positive. What did Emerson have him up? I mean, this is not close. Even his own pollster, Tony Fabrizio, barely had him up. This is almost unheard of overperformance. Almost unheard of. Waiting on the last county to drop, folks. We interrupt this regularly scheduled break to tell you Donald Trump is going to carry Miami-Dade. Peace out. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Boom, boom, boom. Nobody knows Matt Dolan's sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble Matt's seen. Dun, dun, dun. Nobody knows his sorrow. All this money. How much money has this man spent on winning the damn Senate nomination from the Republican Party in Ohio? I want to know. Between 22 and 24, I'm looking it up. F this. I'll be right back. Holy crap. The first loan I found, the very first loan, which what this just covers, does it? Yes. Okay. Okay, you ready? I got it. From both attempts, he loaned himself a loan. This doesn't count all the other things, just loans that Matt Dolan personally made to his campaign totals $9 million. Folks, I kid you not. I'll give you the damn thing right here. And I haven't, this is a very basic dive. I just went to the FEC website to see what's what. Like, look at this, guys. I joke you not. $9 million, locals. $9 million, YouTube. I mean, for crying out loud. For crying out loud. Not to bring up my favorite charities or anything again, but what the hell could Shriners Children's Hospital have done with that freaking money, Matt? What could St. Jude's have done with that money? You ever watch these kids die, Matt? I bet not. You know you have one right by you? Do you know there's a St. Jude Children's Hospital right by you, dude? And it needs money? It's in his friggin' backyard, guys. Since Ohio is thoroughly Trumpy now, can you give me $9 million so I can make sure your neighboring states are Trumpy as well? Can you stop blowing money on a race you're never going to win and maybe give it to people who know how to win elections? I'm telling you. Which one you want? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania? Michigan's, I don't want you to step on any toes over there. But I am sufficiently unconvinced by efforts in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania that I'll take that dough. You want to do something for the party, you should give money to me. And I'll make sure you win one of those states come November. Hell, you want to give me more, I'll win them both for you. You just blew $9 million on a race your dumbass political consultants could have told you were never going to win, dude. Let's go through some of his operating expenses, shall we? Total spent. Oh my God. Debts and loans owed $11,607,000. And he only has less than 2.4 million cash on hand. So when you see his ass on CNN or MSNBC trading out everyone, selling out Donald Trump, being a traitor, stabbing Bernie in the back, doing everything known to man to be a dick, all right? You will know why he is doing that. He's doing it because currently he's about $8.5 million in debt that he can't pay from this campaign. Let's go itemized. Oh, why am I not surprised? It's always the same people. It's always Gen 2 Solutions LLC for television advertising. A check cut on the 27th of last month, $471,000 nearly. Another one they had just cut 7 days earlier, 489,000 roughly. Okay? Let's see. What else can we do here? Let's keep going. Credit card processing fees, thousands of dollars. Thousands. That's the recipient. Okay, let's see. To what? Monitor the website? $5,815 a month? Are you kidding me? Hunter Wilmich, Political Strategy Consulting. Colton Shepard. They're on the payroll. 1,500, 800, looks like monthly. I mean, it could be nothing. They could have just asked them their opinion. Let's see if they do keep popping up. Here's Gen 2 Solutions again. Another check just a couple of days before the first check I read to you. The first check that was written of the two that I read to you before. Are you ready? 488,000 on more placement just a couple of days before. Are you ready? Oh, here's a good one. Black Rock Group, Political Strategy Consulting, $13,693.36. I mean, they even throw in the 36 cents. There's just a ton of different people. Remington Boyd, Justin Byerline. Oh, by the way, Mr. Justin Byerline. Ian Dunn, Jack Hill or Hiley. Over and over. I mean, just all these individual names of people he's just cutting $1,500 checks to, saying they had a conversation over political strategy. Valerie Emmert, same thing. VMM Strategies, more political consulting, $5,000. BAM Communications, more consulting, $4,000. Tag LLC, fundraising consulting, $7,492. I could keep going. Are you ready? Gen 2 Solutions again, 6 days before the one I just talked to you about again, $592,178. Guys, I kid you not. He paid somebody in the month of February $23,000 to do in payroll. I'm not joking. And there are other payroll expenditures. Here's another monthly. Hometown Strategies, $2,850 a month. Political consulting. Research, $2,500. I mean, this is just unbelievable. $11,000 more to BlackRock Group for political consulting. A finance consultant, N.K. Bauer and Associates, 20 grand. Finance consulting, Penrod, 20 grand. This is all in the same day. I'm not joking. Research, Up One Insights, $55,000. Here's one to my vendor, Aristotle. Compliance database, $1,800. Let me let you guys in on a little secret. That makes no damn sense. What are you talking about? Compliance data? Oh, potentially it could be for their donors. I guess if it's maybe it's not voter records. Oh my God. This Tag LLC every day with these people. $7,500, $6,700. Here's BlackRock again, $11,000. That's 7 days before the last check I just read to you. I mean, we just keep going on and on. I mean, this is unbelievable. I should be showing you this shit because you probably think I'm joking, and I'm not. I'm going to show you this. I'm not kidding. You think I'm joking right now? I'm going through his simple itemized things from the FEC, and it's not done. He's not done reading and reporting this. And look at this. Payroll, another payroll, 10 grand. Finance consulting, N.K. Bauer and Associates, those are lawyers telling you you filled out your paperwork right, 15 grand. Another 23,000 on Payroll. Why are all these different people being cut $10,000, $23,000, $15,000 checks for payroll? Why? Why isn't there one person doing payroll? Mileage, $2,183. Where did he drive to? California, motherfucker? VMM Strategies, political strategy consulting, another 5,000. How many times, here's another one, 15. How many times could you consult with somebody in the same week and kick out $40,000 for it? Here we go, Gen 2. Here's the biggest check yet. This one, at least they waited 2 weeks between the last one I read to you, 1.7 million. And then, by the way, same day, or no, the day before, they cut another check for 97,000. That may have been a down payment on what this is. If you put them together, it looks like it's like 1.8, But never fear, Tag LLC with the digital consulting, $5,000. Political strategy, another check to Valerie. That's her monthly fee right there. It ranges from 1,200 to about 25, it looks like, so far from what I see. Bam! Communication consultant, 4,000. This is outrageous. Payroll, again, it's not even been a month yet. 10,000. I don't even know what to say. And the television ads, folks. Oh, they paid Ron DeSantis's pollster $16,000 to do a single poll. So now at least you guys understand what I do when I tell you, like the public polling project, we funded at $8,000. Laura and I always pay the difference. All right. So you guys, we normally, and by the way, like I said, how many have we done in that one Rust Belt poll thing or that one national poll? Georgia hasn't been funded yet, but how many have we done in, not even coming to that amount? And I told you that's basically how much it is. It depends on the state, depends on the sample size. $16,000 to Ron DeSantis's pollster, who couldn't poll shit correctly last election cycle for the presidential election, and why I think it's a great idea to go give them a $16,000 check to tell them what you're winning. How much you want to bet Public Opinion Strategies told Dolan he was winning? I'm not a gambling man, folks. I am not a gambling man, but I am willing to bet you that they did. One more real quick. 215,460 more to Gen 2 Solutions for television advertising. We have seen millions of dollars to that one firm alone for TV ads for this to happen, okay? TV ads for this to be the result. Hardin went to Bernie Moreno. Every single county went to Bernie Moreno. Hold on. I've just got to, hold on. I got to tweet this. People have to know this. Now, I'm going to say it's official. He won every single county. Now, go to Dolan's FEC report and see how much he spent on television advertising alone. Want to have fun? Go to Dolan for Ohio FEC and look at how much he gave to one firm for TV ads. Also, how much for polling to DeSantis' pollster to be told he was leading. That's always fun. That's what I'm saying, brother. Look, Moreno didn't spend hardly anything compared to this. He spent money. It's a Senate seat. You have to. But my God, it's not even close. It's like, let's see if we can find 2024 GOP Senate spending per candidate, Ohio. Okay, this way we can see if anybody. I know that somebody just did this. Hold on. I'm going to get down to what Ballotpedia had recently. All right. Oh my God. By the way, the poll that had Bernie up the most was his own poll, and it had him up by 10. I love Eastern Carolina, but a few days ago they had Dolan ahead. They had Moreno in third place. Dolan was leading 33-31 over LaRose. Survey USA, Dolan +6. I kid you not. Oh my Lord, folks. So Bernie has about $10,000, $13,000 and $700 roughly. $13,700 more than Dolan has cash on hand. Okay. He spent $3 million less. He raised $3 million less. All right. And that's just just as of February 28th. That doesn't include the ramped up spending I just read to you. And Bernie just didn't have that. He just didn't have. Let's look at his cash on hand. Let's go to Bernie. Let's go to Moreno. Actually, hold on one second. Let me open it up in a new tab so we can do a fair comparison here. We got to make sure we get the right one. And a good right career here. Between his two guys, Matt Dolan spent between 23 and 24. Matt Dolan spent almost as much as Bernie raised the entire 19 to 24 period. I kid you not. Look, I kid you not. This is just insanity. Guys, money, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but money in politics really pisses me off. The amount of money, I'm like a liberal on this issue. I kid you not. So there's total receipts. Bernie had 9.7 million. You can see the years there, 2019 to 2024. All right. Now, let's go to Dolan. And this is what I was just recently doing from the 23 to 24 period so far. His total disbursements are over that, or over 9 million. So Bernie raised about 700,000 more than this guy spent in the last year. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And that doesn't count PACs. That doesn't even count the friggin' PACs, guys. Disgusting. Just disgusting. And by the way, to all you new members on YouTube, welcome aboard. I don't want to blow you guys up there, but Janet, Longreach, HJB, all you guys, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Holy crap. I mean, just holy. This is just so bad. So bad. Yeah, how much should we be looking into the local races for GOP in Broward? Is it trends or lack of Dem voting? It's both. A little bit of both. There's no doubt. But Broward, what's happening to Broward is that the gains in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach are bleeding into both the south and north of Broward County. They're getting squished. The Democrats are getting squished with Republican expansionism. It's really quite a sight to behold. And there's still more votes out there. But Trump did get 76.2% of the vote in Broward County. And there's still more votes out. Palm Beach has been ticking up to 80, close to 80. It's now 90% reported, and Trump is at 78.2. Miami-Dade is at 72.6 reported, and Trump is at 86.7. Trump is a near 7 points higher in Miami-Dade than he is in the rest of the friggin' state. That's really something incredible. Really incredible. And listen, I know it's a midterm and everything, but Robbie sent me this chart. Robbie, look, I mean, 1,069,000 total votes in 2022. In this primary, they're going to beat that. They're certainly going to surpass that. And Bernie got so far about 530,000 votes. Vance only got 345,000 votes. Now, I do believe Vance had a more wider competition gap. Like, so for instance, Josh Mandel had appeal to some of these counties where Dolan just sucks because he's Dolan. In some of these counties we have talked about, um, you know, um, Josh Mandel in the Northwest, but not the Toledo area, and not the the Obama Trump counties like Wood County, for instance. But south of that, in the, like, let's call them John Kasich Cruz counties, um, that's where JD didn't do as well. And Josh Mandel, because between what JD and Dolan got, Josh Mandel was able to squeak it out. I had it up before, but like, I don't need to bring it up again. But I do think JD had a harder fight than Bernie, but I don't know. I don't want to take anything away from Bernie here. He friggin' stomped this guy. He stomped this guy. And remember, Dolan increased his vote by about 10%. He did. He increased the share of vote that he got in a primary by about 10%. And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candidates in 2022. So that's why, Vance going to get less of the vote like that. For sure. I mean, same reason why Biden keeps getting more of the vote than Trump. If it was one-on-one, one-on-one, one-on-one in many of these other states, Trump would have more of the vote than him. Are you kidding me? If it was just Trump and Haley in Florida, I bet you Haley would have gotten 14% anyway. And if it was like, Biden versus Dean Phillips, Florida's not very. Oh, here we go. 90% of the vote comes. I gotta go to Arizona. We gotta go to Arizona. The first early vote has dropped in Arizona, and it's Trump 90%. Look, Joe Biden only got 81% of the vote in Greenlee. Trump got 89.4. We're getting votes that are being counted immediately here and dropped in. They're going to wait for Phoenix to come in. They are. And we have Flagstaff area, of course. Apache is a Democratic county. They're going to wait for that to come in. But, I mean, 87% in. And that's so Democrats are totally done, basically. Almost totally done in Greenlee. Holy crap. I mean, really. Good job, Bernie Moreno and team. Good job to Bernie Moreno and his team. It's just an ungodly amount of money. It's just, it bothers me so much. It really does. It bothers me so much. So it looks like Republicans, the election day vote in Maricopa, 26,230. Democrats, 3,430. So just a huge, huge difference. We're going to probably be able to have very, very soon. As soon as they're few, we're gonna get Arizona. It's gonna be. Oh, let me run my little thing here. All right, it's almost that time. All right, the polls are closed in Arizona. Looks like we are starting to get results. We're supposed to get them by 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There is one county in the state of Arizona where there are, and I'm going to go like this because I know we're going to get that soon, where there are polls closing earlier, an hour earlier than the rest of the state. Man, who got these votes, Joe? Dean Phillips, 4%, 3.8. Marion Williamson, 3.5. Jason Palmer, 3.5. Gabrielle Corneo, 2.9. Frankie Lozada, 2.6. Stephen Lyons, 2.4. And here in Greenlee, Nikki Haley, 7.6. Donald Trump, 89.4, of course. Ron DeSantis, 1.8. David Stuckenberg, 0.5. Asa Hutchinson, 0.3. Chris Christie, 0.3. Ryan Binkley, 0.3. Vivek, 0. John Castro, 0. And by the way, Vivek, 0. That's how you know these friggin' people are like, they have no intention of voting Republican in fall. They just don't. I mean, they're just people that are just held on. It is a close primary, so that's why we're seeing numbers like that. Early vote is not in Phoenix. It'll Nikki Haley will do well in the Phoenix vote in the early vote, but she'll get crushed in the election day. I'm also very interested in Pima County, where Tucson is, Pinal County or Pinal County, Pinal. I was just watching the 60 Days In, boy, the recap of it. They did. It was, by the way, if you recognize the sheriff who stars in that season 4 or season 5 of 60 Days In, which is the Pinal County Sheriff's Office jail, if he looks familiar to you, it's because his name is Sheriff Mark Lamb, who is running for Senate against Carrie Lake for the Republican nomination. Seems like a nice enough guy. Nice enough guy. And they were different. They were saying it themselves differently, though, G-Men. One was saying penal. The other one was saying penal. They themselves were saying it differently. I've always said Pinal County. So in about 4 minutes, we'll get a dump. Well, we should. We should get a bunch of votes in about 4 minutes. All right. All right. Jerry Evans wins the Republican primary for Illinois' 11th congressional district. Jerry is a nice guy, a real nice guy. He ran against a celebrity wannabe last time. She got the nomination. They lost the seat. Very nice guy. It does not look like we are able to call Illinois 12 yet. Doesn't look like that. Yeah, we are missing some of these races. I'll tell you right now. Ohio's 11th congressional district, Alan Rappaport. You know that. All right. What else? Mike Bost in Darren Bailey. That's still going on. Illinois 12. We're not done yet. Congratulations to Jerry. Smart guy. Nice guy. Owns a music store. Has a wonderful wife and family. Had a much better story, I thought. Had a much, much better story for Illinois' 11th congressional district. Republicans grossly underperformed in that district, in that entire area, for crying out loud. And of course, everyone blamed it on Donald Trump. It's the suburbs. The woman, don't get me wrong, she's fly. But the woman is like posing with short dresses on kitchen tables with her legs like, just look. You think I'm kidding? I'm not joking. It was the most unserious campaign. Snowman, Jerry's a nice guy. I can tell you this from personal experience. Jerry Evans is a nice guy. Just called a couple of minutes ago. Bum, 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 bum. Jesus, is everyone going to have a heart attack because Joe Biden lost 20% of the vote in Greenlee County? Is everyone going to go nuts? Certainly lose Arizona, no matter what anybody does, says, or anything. Come on. Give me a break. I should tell Laura Jerry won. She likes Jerry. Oh, they're all on the map, guys. Duh. They're all on the Illinois U.S. House District 1 map. You can go around, and they're there. Jerry won, and he won easily. 15,600 votes. Compared to Susan Hathaway Altman, who was his main, we knew she would be his main opponent. She got 36.9% of the vote, and Kent Mercado got 3,801, which is about 12.4% of the vote. All right, let's see what goes on here. Come on now. We should be in about a minute. The vote should start coming in fast and furious, and we should be able to make some race calls immediately. California's coming up as well, by the way. I'll let you know when it's the hour. Getting close. Bum 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 bum. Here it is. And I want, I would have loved to do something, for one of these guys, but all right, it's closed. We should be getting some results now. Pretty hot, pretty heavy. All right. It really doesn't matter how much either one of these guys are perceived to be underperforming. It's winner take all on the Republican side. It is closed. It is a closed primary. The early vote, of course, will be worse for Donald Trump than the election day vote. So you can look, it looks like Greenlee just basically reported almost everything that they have. They did report all but a very small handful. The reason why it's going to be 95% for a while is because of those late arriving ballots. All right. Maricopa should be able to process this amount. You never know. It takes a while to signature verify. Yeah, only in your state. I got a great idea. How about we all just do what I have long said to do, which is simply, guess what? Fingerprints. Fingerprint verification. Oh, I'll tell you what. Yes, Brandon can get the upset, especially if he gets the support that he's been getting lately. Matt Gaetz was in there last week, last week, trying to get some money for Brandon, also trying to get some support for Brandon. And if Brandon Herrera can get that support, then he can score an upset. The problem is Tony has spoken to Team Trump like he's sufficiently like MAGA, like, oh, I love Donald Trump. These guys are real slick. And Trump's got some, to this day, Trump still has some really bad people behind telling him these guys are good guys. These are decent people. Oh, yeah, he's totally MAGA. He's conservative. He's with you 100%. Bull roar. Yeah, if you guys go to, I know I don't want to come off them soon because we're going to get some more dumps really soon. I know we keep saying that, but it is going to happen. We are going to very, very soon get a lot more votes. And Trump is now just under 81% in Illinois. He's at 80.6. And he's actually, with 46% of the vote counted in Cook County, he's at 81.13 of the vote in Cook County. Bump, 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 ba-dow, bump, 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 ba-dow. All right. By the way, David Taylor has won Ohio's District 2 Republican primary. We can just project that. That was a close race there for a little bit, but now that it's all the way in, we can say that. That's a done deal. Jim Jordan, of course, ran unopposed. Mark Ruley won by 9. Just going through a bunch until we get what we got to get here. Bob Latta, he obviously won in District 5. Do you think that, oh man, Craig Idell got rocked? Loser. That's what you get for destroying a good man's life. Good for you. Man, I'll tell you what, these people have been burning people, just hurting them. They don't give a damn. And there it is. We're done. We're done. And we can also project that Joe Biden has won. Now, we're 95% reported in these counties because there will be last-minute drop-offs, okay? There are a considerable amount more votes in the Republican primary than there will be in the Democratic primary. They're very close, don't get me wrong. But Donald Trump will have a considerable amount of votes more because there will be more votes that come in. And there we go. So you're going to see, because there's one more Coconino But Apache is a Democratic area, and yet you see Joe Biden really did not get that many more votes. So we're going to see that as it starts to fill in because there are a lot more votes that need to be put into the system. Nikki Haley's 85,078 votes. Again, they vote for a while. Maricopa does. Arizona does, but you can see you got 72% of the vote in Pima. You got 74% of the vote in Maricopa. There are a lot of late arriving ballots. And again, Apache in some of these Democratic counties. Well, that's why Pima was very interesting to me. Some of these Democratic counties where there are a good deal number of Hispanics, you can clearly see that is not that close. I mean, that's not that far off. Trump got about 1,500 votes. Joe Biden got 2,000. This is a 70-30 county, 65-35, Again, it's a good night. It's going to be a good night for MAGA altogether. It really is. Going to be a good night for MAGA altogether. Joe Biden, Maricopa, and Apache are the two, and Pima are the Democratic areas, and you can see that Trump is getting about as many votes as Joe. I don't mean to give you guys an upset stomach, but Joe Biden is getting about as many votes as Donald Trump is, even though the red areas are yet to come in. And you can clearly see here 312,000 Democratic votes compared to nearly 381,000 and change on the Republican side. And you haven't even seen areas like Mojave, Yavapai, heavily Republican, Yuma, heavily Republican. Santa Cruz is a little Democratic area, Cochise, but the big votes where Democrats get votes, they're in. The one thing I would say is Maricopa, a lot of people expect that Trump's going to win Arizona and lose Maricopa County. I'm not one of those people who believe that kind of thing can happen. A lot of more Republican votes in Maricopa this time around, and you can see that Trump got quite a few more. Even if half of Nikki Haley's vote goes to Joe Biden, Donald Trump would still carry Maricopa in this electorate that we're looking at right here. This doesn't include the normies who don't vote in primaries. That is Donald Trump's bread and butter this election season. All right. Why? How do we know that? Because we're looking at the non-high propensity voter, the low propensity voter. Low prop voters are much, much more heavily Trump. And considering you're going to get the biggest number of crossover Republicans in a Republican primary right now in Phoenix area that don't like Trump, and this is all that happened. Listen, for people who say, "Oh, but there was a competitive primary on the Republican," it wasn't really. That's number one. There was funded opposition, but it wasn't competitive. There was no funded opposition on the Democratic side, and yet, very clearly, Republicans outvoted. Republicans tried to make a lot of these arguments in 2020. Well, now it's COVID and Trump was doing well, but today I was talking to a well-known radio guy in North Carolina. I love him. He's a nice guy, but he doesn't like Trump. And he's like, the Mark Robinson's not getting a lot of the black vote. And the point is, he doesn't need a lot of the black vote. And actually, Trump is doing better than Mark Robinson with the black votes. Like, what's your idea of a lot of the black vote, right? And then also the independents, and he's got to win the suburbs. The only way you can win independents, which isn't really true. But anyway, of course it helps, but it's not true. You can win enough of urban areas where and rural together of independence where you can win independence. All right, there you go. You see more votes coming in here. That's the problem for Democrats. There just aren't a lot of votes in these areas. So you're going to see Trump start to really widen out here. And again, even if in Maricopa you give Joe Biden half of Nikki Haley's vote, half, he's still going to beat her. That's something. I mean, he's still going to beat Biden. That's something. In any event, going on about this, and I'm like, yeah, but Republicans independents in North Carolina pulled Republican ballots for the primary at a 62.5% rate. And he's like, but it wasn't competitive. But Josh Stein was on the ballot. It was competitive for the governor's nomination. It was competitive to some degree. They tried to keep Biden's opponents off the ballot. It didn't work. They still had to get Biden to get votes. They put up a respectable amount, even though Republicans slaughtered them. Again, it's the argument you heard a lot of Republican deniers make in 2020 when you were looking at independents specifically and how they were participating at higher rates for one party over the other. Why does that matter? It tends to be highly predictive. It doesn't matter that Nikki Haley doesn't matter. That's secondary. And by the way, speaking of the primary model, this is another inconsistency with what he's showing. It's about participation. That's the relationship. And if independents are participating at higher rates in open primaries in one party over the other consistently, it's a general sign independents are going to swing to that party. Republicans tried making the same excuses as to why that was not happening in 2020. Guess what? They lost independence. Barack Obama tried to make that excuse in 2012. I don't have an opponent. Mitt Romney does. Guess what? Mitt Romney won independence. Same thing with Hillary Clinton. Well, it's basically a coronation over here. Yeah, Bernie was tough at first, but we put him away. That's why. Trump won independence. I can go on and on. Did every single one of those independents vote for Donald Trump in the primary? No. They voted for John Kasich. They voted for Marco Rubio. They voted for Ted Cruz. But when it got to be the larger electorate, they went with Trump. They went with the party in which they were participating. And Trump carried independence. This is what we're seeing this year. It favors Donald Trump. Of all of these voters, again, I point to Maricopa. If you gave 35,000 to Joe Biden, which is half of Nikki Haley's margin, he's still going to beat Joe Biden in Maricopa County. Still. It's going to be close, but he's going to beat him. And as we saw with Kerry Lake, technically, you don't need to win Maricopa as a Republican. You used to, but you don't really have to anymore. Why? Yavapai, 40% of the vote in Pima. And by the way, look at this, 95% in Pima. Trump has 43,000 votes. Yeah, Biden's got 78,000, but look at how many of the votes are 60,000. That is 40%. 43 and a change, less than 80. That's close to 40%. If I was a Democrat, I'd be really freaking worried, man. If I was Joe Biden, you're going to lose. I mean, at this point, you're going to lose. Sherrod Brown, you're going to lose. I don't really care what Survey USA, and Dolan +6 has to say. Stein is going to lose. At this point, it could change, but that's where it's at right now. That's where things are right now, folks. Here we go. There's some more votes kicking in. Trump has now gotten 10,000 votes more. Why? You got Cochise, 10,000 votes on the Republican side, 6,600 on the Democratic side. That's all. You got more now in La Paz. That's a nice little Republican county, but Yuma is not a small Republican county. It's a nice chunk of Republican votes. You're looking at 10,473 votes, of which Donald Trump won almost 9 in 10. Joe Biden, 4,445. So it looks to me like Trump is squeezing out more votes out of blue areas proportionately than Joe Biden is winning in Republican areas. It's not even close. Honestly, it's not close. And by the way, it looks like Pima, that's mostly early vote, I guess. That's mostly early vote in Pima. You always get the first chunk early. Maricopa still too. Look at that. See, I knew there were more votes in Maricopa. Don't give me that crap. I knew it. Yep, 236 now. Joe Biden, 200. Same thing. Apache. La Paz. Look at Mojave. There. Oh, okay. There's more votes in Mojave now. They're saying about 95% in. Trump got almost 9 in 10 votes in Mojave. A little over 24,000 votes cast. Donald Trump took almost 21,500 of them. It's solid. It's a solid performance. And he's going to have more votes because the areas that remain, with the exception of Apache is a significantly more Democratic area. It's not even like Pima. At least one where there's a lot of votes, because there's nothing in Santa Cruz right now, but Santa Cruz doesn't have a ton of votes. There we go. There's Flagstaff area, Coconino. That's 85% in. That should have given that should have given Biden a little bit of boost. But Navajo is probably going to be so much more. 343, yeah. He's going to have a hard time catching him in about 30,000 disparity. And by the way, Trump really held his own, even in Coconino. What are we at? 71%. How much is in Coconino? 85% for Democrats. Wow. Wow. See what I mean? See what I mean? Where is Pinal? Whoa. It's almost 12,000 votes. Trump has about 12,000, 10,000 of them. Now, that's a Republican county, but Kerry Lake had done so well in parts of Pinal and Gila, which we don't have anything in yet from, but it done so well in some of these areas among Hispanics. She even outperformed Trump among some of these Hispanic votes. Look at that. He just keeps climbing. There's more in Yavapai. That's a big vote in Yavapai, folks, for a primary. That is a big vote, and they just reduced how much they thought was in. Same amount in Maricopa. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the final amount in Maricopa is going to be. The early vote is in, so we know it's going to be significantly more Republican. This is a good performance by Donald Trump. I'm telling you, it is. Again, you'd have to give Joe Biden more than half of Nikki Haley's votes to catch up to Donald Trump. And wait, because there still is vote. Late arriving vote is more Trumpy than that initial dump. It is. Always is in Arizona. You have the election day vote, which is super Trumpy, and then you have the I drop my vote at a Dropbox vote, which is like in between. Okay. Curious there. So there's Pinal. Look at that vote in Pinal County. Look at that vote. Over 31,000 votes for Republicans, only just under 19,000 for Democrats. Heavily Hispanic areas in this county. Trump got 81% of the vote. Biden got 90% and still didn't get as many votes. I mean, understand Trump's getting less of it. Is 95% reported? Yep, it is. They're going to have 95 in all these counties for a while. They'll probably, if anyone is 99, they're going to reduce it because, which I don't think anybody is, but they'll reduce it because they'll say, well, we got to go around and see how many are still remaining in drop boxes. Santa Rosa is the only remaining Democratic county out there with a significant number of Democratic votes. That's it. There we go. Wow, that was a jump. Graham, 87% in Graham. Yeah, you'd have to give Joe Biden more than half of Nikki Haley's votes. That's not going to happen, folks. That's not going to happen. 10% or half of these people are just people who wanted a second choice. But according to exit pollsters, the vast majority of them, and I mean like 90+%, will vote for Trump in the end. 40 to 50% of Nikki Haley's votes say, I don't think I will. And this is primary. Again, remember Steve Kornacki's article we read on Inside the Numbers. He is dead right. You have to know who turns out for these things to really understand. And we know from vote totals, it's the resistance of the resistance. You know, that's who they are. It's the resistance of the resistance. By the way, Mike Boudreau is currently ahead of Vince Fong with 40% of the vote reporting. I'd have to look and see where it's coming from, though, because Fong does really well in Fresno. Fresno's in almost. Kern is not in at all, and I think that Fong won Kern last time. Nothing in Kings. Tulare is Boudreau, 52 to 22.5 with 90% reporting. Gave him a 5,000 vote edge. Fong is winning in Fresno, though. So, you know, it's going to be close, but it looks like Vince Fong is going to friggin' win. Donald Trump endorsed him. Another one of those terrible endorsements. I love you, Devin, but I know it's you, bro. You're killing everybody with these shitty endorsements, Devin. John Duarte, Vince Fong. They're shitty, dude. They're going to stab the president in the back, and he's going to hold you accountable for it, man. I love you, bro. Why would you listen to these idiots like Kevin? Why would you listen to him? Anyway, 393. I mean, it's going to be consistently now 50,000 votes over. And if we're right with the exit polls, typically 40% of Nikki Haley's voters say, I would vote for Biden. The rest say they'd vote for Trump. Then that's like Trump plus 3. Just with this electorate, not with the normies. It would be like Trump plus 3. I'm estimating, giving a decent estimation. Yeah, Mike Pedro's only about 2,000 votes ahead. It's going to be really close. I mean, it's not. I mean, it would be. It's not going to be real close. I mean that it's going to be hard for him to hold on. Really will. With 86% reporting, Trump is just under 80 in Ohio. With 97% reporting, Trump is over 80 in Florida. He's at 81. It matters where it comes from. It looks like most of it is still just Miami, but there is Palm Beach and Broward are basically in. Duval is basically in. Tallahassee's basically in. Miami's been holding their shit. Like, hey, we just want to put Trump up a little bit, so kiss our ass. We're holding on. And so does Bay. Bay has a little bit too. So those are areas that are voting pretty heavily for Trump. Calhoun has some. That's 93% for Trump. So he should, frankly, tick higher. Unless they just don't have the vote. Even Osceola, I have some vote out. Trump is at 84 in Osceola. I'm just going here while we wait, but all right, boom. So Trump ticked up now, 76.2. I'm waiting to see what the rest is in Maricopa, frankly. We're going to get that election day vote in Maricopa. Santa Cruz is usually the last one to put in the numbers. And again, Joe Biden remains it's actually starting to increase now, 54,000 votes separating the two men. Significantly more Republican votes than Democratic votes. So they're both at 55% reporting. So I told you it would be adjusted. It's a bad vote. It's a bad result for Joe Biden. I'm telling you. It is. Yeah. Mojave was 89% for Donald Trump. That's huge. No, Trump's vote by mail was not weak. Please stop listening to these people. It's about what it's been in every other state. It's about where it's been in every other state. 72, 75%. That's what it is in every other state. All right, so now we'll start getting, so we're just waiting on Santa Rosa, but we'll start getting election day votes. That's going to really, those are really going to be heavy Trump. Is there any race calls here other than Aaron? No, I'm just going through all waiting to see if there are any other race calls we can make. Bailey keeps inching higher on Mike Bost. Keeps inching higher on him. It's Illinois 12. He had a significant deficit against Bost when the early vote came in. It was like 85 to 15. And since then, Bailey's closed it to 51.2 to 40. Well, 51.15 to 48.85. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's updated. 51.09 to 48.91. but it's still a little less than 2,000 votes separating the two men. He's close quite a bit. I mean, big. Um, that early vote, that Mojave vote, that was early vote. All right, we should start to get some more votes here real soon. If you give Nikki Haley, if you give half of Nikki Haley's vote to Joe Biden, she still doesn't catch Biden. Low prop general election voters are very different. All right. Should be getting soon. They're usually not that. Something must have come in because she's about to fall below 20, unless it was just the early vote from all these other counties. Could be. And I really don't think we're looking at 55% here. I could be wrong, but so it's about 54,300. So yeah. Even if still, it's actually widening a little bit. If you gave half of Nikki Haley's voters to Joe Biden, still would be trailing Trump's total. I just feel like this isn't 55%. Can't be that much. It can't be. I mean, it can't be that little. I could be wrong, but it is a presidential primary. Maybe I'm wrong. Turnout projections for, let me just refresh it. Turnout projections for Republicans are, well, that can't be right. What are we looking at already? Yeah, that's wrong. It's way beyond. Is that one county? That has to be one county. That cannot be right. No, it's not. It's not. No way. They haven't updated it. Let me refresh this. Let me refresh it. There's a new minor version of to update run and hold on, let me do it. Let me do this update. It has to be in this file. Yeah. Let me just run an update here, quick. Good. Okay. And let me restart it. There we go. There we go. That's more like it. All right. So on the Democratic side, the projection is 696,990. And the projection on the Republican side is more 947,245. That's about right. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. That is okay. That's acceptable. I believe that. I wasn't believing some of the other numbers. It just wasn't. Sometimes it stalls and you got to rerun the program. Actually, it was telling me there was like a minor version update. And when I did it, I restarted it. I did the update, restarted it, and the it recalculated. Allowing Node.js and JavaScript to do math for you is much better. Much better. Of course, it's only as good as the assumptions that you give it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would like to try. I don't want to go too long because I'd like to try to have I'd like to try to have a show tomorrow. Okay, which is what we're gonna do because they're telling me it's gonna be at least 15 minutes. If that's true, because I don't know when we would do it. Let's run the new DDHD projection. All right. And if it's going to be, it's 11 minutes. So it gives me time to take a break. I'll keep an eye on it. If something changes, I'll pause it. We'll go over. Okay. Is it on? It is.
Hey everyone, welcome back to our latest video on the Decision Desk HQ YouTube channel.
And actually, you can
I'm
hear me.
Liberty Viddick,
So if
the
I got to
senior
stop,
data
I will.
scientist here at DDHQ. We're back after a whole big week off, meaning there's a whole lot of new polls across the key battleground states to go over. Since our last update, both Joe Biden and Donald Trump have secured enough delegates to become the presumptive nominees.
Trump
of
won
the Democratic
79%
and
in the early vote in
parties.
Santa
As
Cruz.
always, we're going to explore the landscape of the 2024 Electoral College map, drawing on the most recent polling data from Decision
Biden
Desk
83.
HQ
Very
and Hill.
close.
For a more in-depth comparison, be sure to review our analysis available on our channel, and also make sure to visit elections2024.thehill.com for up-to-date information accessible via the first link in this video's description below. As for this update, we have new figures for 9 states, including several key battlegrounds: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Wisconsin. It's important to note that a state must have at least 5 qualifying polls to be included in our polling average. Overall, DDHQ has generated polling averages in 13 states. These states are our focus today, while the others have already been placed into race rating categories based upon the results of the 2020 presidential election. Safe states were decided by more than 12 points in either direction, likely states by 7 to 12 points, and lean states below 7 points. 270 electoral votes are required to win the presidential election, so let's jump right in. Nevada is going to be one of the newly elected RNC chairman, Michael Whatley's primary targets this November, as the party looks to take advantage of their momentum in the state by flipping it into their column at the presidential level, just as they did in the governor's office in 2022. Likely Republican nominee Donald Trump is absolutely on track to do so. He leads Biden by 5.7% based upon 20 polls included in the Nevada average, down half a point from our last update, but still a very, very strong lead. 2 new polls were added to this average from Noble Predictive Insights and Emerson College, showing Trump leading by 6 and then 5 points respectively. Trump has now continuously led in this average by at least 3 points since last October. Going back to the map, Nevada remains firmly in the lean Republican column. As for the state of Arizona, the second closest state in 2020, Biden's victory by only 0.3 percentage points made him the first Democrat to carry Arizona in a presidential race since 1996. There hasn't been a whole
No
lot of
change.
movement in the Grand Canyon state, as we've only added one new poll to the average since our last update. Trump now leads Biden by 5.1% based on 27 polls included in the average. Trump has led by at least 4 percentage points since last October. If this were to hold come November, it would be a massive blow to Biden's reelection prospects, as keep in mind that Arizona has shifted almost 9 points in favor of Democrats relative to the nation since 2012, the third strongest pro-Dem shift of any state. Shifting over to the Midwest, Iowa and Ohio, previously
Georgia
part of
was
the
the
Obama
first.
coalition, now are reliable strongholds for Trump. Both Iowa and Ohio voted for him by more than 8 points in 2016 and 2020. Trump's lead has held steady in Iowa at 9.5% based upon 8 polls surveying the race. We do have a new poll in Ohio, though. The average now is Trump leading by 11%, a slight decrease from his previous lead of 11.3% due to an Emerson College poll showing Trump in front by 10 points.
By the way,
However, still a major lead. Still, these two Obama coalitions.
Vince Fong has taken a big lead over Mike Boudreau, 40-26 in California 20. This should be called very soon.
Swing states go down as likely Republican on the 2024 map. Iowa has seen the strongest pro-Republican shift relative to the nation at the presidential level since 2012, while Ohio the fifth. Moving to the upper Rust Belt, this region has traditionally been labeled the blue wall. After having voted for Democrats, often by narrow margins in 6 straight elections between 1992 and 2012, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania broke away from Minnesota in 2016, each backing Trump by less than a point over Hillary Clinton, before then flipping back in favor of Biden by less than 3 points each in 2020.
The ultimate combo from Optimum. Sign up and get 1 gig
Are you
internet for
serious?
as low as $55 a month.
No.
Had Trump carried them in 2020, he would be serving a second term right now, and we would be having a very different election update. There'll once again be critical battlegrounds in 2024, but we haven't seen any new polls in Wisconsin in over 2 weeks. Trump's lead remains at 2.4% based on an average 16 polls, so it remains in the lean Republican column for now. And again, surprisingly, we have seen no new polls in Michigan since the last update either. The former president holds an average of 45.4% across 29 polls to the sitting president's 42.1%. So his lead remains
Red Diver,
at
the Iron
3.3%,
Duke.
a
I see
very
you
strong
guys.
lead for Trump, considering he lost to Biden here by 2.8% in 2020. And out of the 3 key Rust Belt states, it is generally considered to be the least Republican friendly. Finally, though, we do have a new poll in Pennsylvania. Trump's lead has jumped up again to 4.8%, now based on 29 polls surveying the race in the Keystone State. The latest poll added from Emerson College, surveyed between March 10th and 13th, has Trump leading Biden by 4% among 1,000 registered voters, with 47.1% expressing their support for the former Republican president, compared to 43.2% backing Biden. So all 3 of these pivotal Rust Belt states will remain bunched together in the lean Republican category, a big win for Trump. So keep in mind that even if Biden manages to make a comeback in Arizona and Nevada, as well as Georgia, which we'll get to here in a bit, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan alone would be enough to win him the presidency. So as long as he holds the other 2 remaining states he won in 2020, North Carolina,
and Florida.
Before we get to those states, though, let's take a status update here. With 5 states remaining as not yet rated on the Electoral College map, there are 79 electoral votes up for grabs. Donald Trump already has 250 electoral votes to his name. He could surpass 270 with just a win in Florida. Joe Biden, meanwhile, trails behind with only 209 electoral votes on this polling-based electoral map. Let's proceed to New Hampshire, where Biden was victorious by 7.5 points in 2020. His lead remains at 6.2% based on 8 polls. No new polls have been added since last week. It remains a lean Democrat state on the map. The same can be said down in the Commonwealth of Virginia, though that being said, we do finally have a new poll in Virginia, our first in over a month. Biden's lead has increased marginally to 4.7% from 4.1% based upon 12 polls now. Just like New Hampshire, it's unlikely to be on the target board for Trump, and it also goes down as lean Democrat. North Carolina is next, a perennially purple state that has been decided by less than 5 percentage points in 4 straight presidential elections. Republicans have won each of the last 3. This is a state that Trump will absolutely need to hold in 2024 if he's to take back the White House, as any further losses to his 2020 coalition would be detrimental to his chances of reaching 270.
Thinking we start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat.
I'm thinking,
If you want to drop this,
So
all right, just to give you an update, we're just waiting for election day votes to come in. A couple of things I've noticed is Biden's doing a little bit worse in some. I just wonder where Apache County is going to be in like maybe this year or 4 years from now. I just wonder where it's going to be. 2,600 votes so far, a little over in Apache. That's all early vote. 1,700 in Apache for on the Republican side. Trump has only got about 500 votes less than Joe Biden. Election day voters are a lot more Trumpy. I'm just curious to where that's going to end up. It's usually a very Democratic county. And, we don't agree on politics, but Garrett Archer and I do have a good relationship. He's the Arizona dude who's a Democrat who gets like ridiculous, probably illegal access to election results, even though he's not a member of the media or an actual official. And he sees it too, which is that Native Americans are definitely weakening for Democrats. They definitely are.
far, Trump has consistently looked very strong in the Tar Heel state, leading Biden by 7.4% based on 17 polls included in the average. That's a 0.5 point decrease from the last update, as 2 new polls, one from Survey USA on behalf of WRA News and the other from Single Research, both showed the former Republican president leading by just 5 points. Still, North Carolina remains a likely Republican state. Alrighty. So if all these polling averages hold steady elsewhere, Joe Biden would need a miracle in Georgia and Florida to even get close to 270 electoral votes. Trump stands at 266 right now to Biden's 226. As for the state of Georgia, Trump's lead continues to narrow. This is the 4th consecutive update in which we have seen his margin drop from its peak of 8.6%.
It's a little bit high.
Trump now leads Biden by 5.1% based on 23 polls in Georgia, the same margin of lead he currently has in Arizona. Interesting, as remember, Biden won Arizona by 0.3% in 2020 and Georgia.
Okay, I was wondering whether she was going to say it. She didn't. Georgia is one of 4 states now where Trump is polling above 50% in an average. So I don't think Trump would carry Georgia by 8. 6, he could, sure. But 8 seemed a little bit much for me. Either way, fact of the matter is, being above 50% in one poll is normally considered significant. Being above 50% in an average of, what did they say? How many polls? Is very significant.
Just 0.2%, the closest state there was. 2 surveys have moved this average. The first from Emerson College, surveyed between March 5th and 7th, with 1,000 registered voters responding. Trump led by 4 points over Biden in that survey, assessing a 2-way contest with no.
But again, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but again, look at how close Trump has been or above. He's been very close to Bloomberg 49, Focal Data, which I've never heard of, gave Trump a 9-point lead, but he was only at 45. That's really the only poll where Trump is either not right below 50% or right above 50%. And that includes Fox News, which had Trump at 51, was not a favorable poll for him in Georgia or Arizona in 2020. YouGov as well. God, we all know that. And Emerson College. So they all have him at 51, 52. That's a big deal.
Undecideds. As you can see here, Trump with 52% to Biden's 48%. The second and more recent poll came from YouGov CBS News, and it showed Trump leading by 3 points.
It did. And it was a disaster internally for Joe Biden when asked about who do you approve of? The retroactive approval of Donald Trump as a president was significant. Joe Biden was significantly negative. Whose life, who's was your life better under Trump or Biden? It was Trump. I mean, Trump had these advantages just across the board. It was really, even though it was only 3 points, it was really bad news for Joe Biden.
Similar in share to the Emerson College poll, Trump held 51% to Biden's 48%. Now, going back to the map, for the first time since we began this video series, Georgia dips into the lean Republican column from the likely Republican
Where
column.
I think it belongs.
Finally, in Florida, with its 30 electoral votes at stake, another update with no new polls added. We haven't seen a poll in Florida since late November, and perhaps that's indicative of how unlikely the state is to be
She obviously cut the video before they put mine in.
heavily contested by
Or
the
Florida Atlantic University. There was multiple polls.
Biden campaign in 2024, as Florida has shifted so hard to the right since the 2016 election. Trump's lead currently sits at 9.1% based upon 8 polls, meaning that Florida is placed in the likely Republican column. So that wraps up these race ratings based on the DDHQ and the Hill polling averages, which you can check out at elections2024.thehill.com. Republicans have held their lead in the race to 270 with 312 electoral votes for Donald Trump to Joe Biden's 226. Feel free to leave your thoughts, comments, and reactions in the comments section below.
Feel free. You should check out and subscribe to DD. I mean, look, you probably will agree, with some stuff, disagree with other stuff. That's the way things go. But I think they do a fairly decent job. Nothing has happened in that 11 minutes. So let's see if that 15-minute mark holds. Our normal show is 2 hours. And they've increased me a lot. They have increased me quite a bit. But it is what it is. And I was kind of hoping we would be done by midnight, considering what we were told before. Let's keep our fingers crossed and see, because the election day vote is going to come in. And then from there, usually there's like maybe it depends on turnout. Maybe let me just do some real quick math real quick. Maybe 150,000 ballots that were dropped, maybe more, could be 220, something like that were dropped into boxes at the polling place. So they don't put them in. There is Dropbox ones too. There is that weren't gathered yet, which is what I don't like. It's done by a company called Runback. There's third-party handling of the ballots. It is not credible at all. Anyone who would argue otherwise is a liar. If they were not gathered before the deadline and they're somehow put in the Dropbox now and people just didn't go around to get them, that smells like Vladimir Putin bullshit to me. And I'm telling you, I don't like it. That being said, there are people who go to the polling place with their vote by mail, and they give the vote by mail to the polling location people. That is put into a separate category and will be counted later. So that is what it is. We won't be able to get that tonight. It's usually like an every 7 p.m. or every 8 p.m. Local time update where they'll drop another vote share. And by the way, we're probably going to get some of that. That's going to happen. But it looks like, from what we're told, there's all 15 counties in the state have dumped their first round, which is always the big chunk of vote by mail. But you never know. It's Arizona. We are now waiting for election day, which should be dum 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 da na 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 dum dum dum. Yeah, this guy, he's doing it, I believe, just to piss people off, and he thinks it's funny. But there are always these issues. I tell you this all the time. There are always these issues. And he did this in California. He was like, California's stealing votes from Garvey right in front of our eyes. And they're doing it right now. Arizona's stealing votes away from Trump as we speak. They're preparing for November. Stop the steal. He's joking. He's friggin' joking. But the media will flip their shit. Watch. They put him in like 8 articles last time, man. It's so funny. He's just at this point, he knows that it bothers them, and he just keeps doing it because it's funny. It's funny. Come on. Oh my God, Billy. Oh my God. He's right. He's right. Listen, in 2016, Jeb Bush still got 43,452 votes because he didn't take his thing off before. In 2024, Ron DeSantis got 43,608 votes with almost all of it reporting, you know. If the margin keeps going the way it could, Darren Bailey can pull it off. It's going to be very, very close, but it can be done. Bum, 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 bum. All we can do is wait. Thanks, Seth. Thanks, Seth. Amen. Yeah, it's like he knows. Seth gets it. I took such a beating by showing these trends, you know, and it's like, and now everyone is pointing it out. Naomi Lynn, you know, which is from the Washington DC Examiner, CNN Politics. This is Suffolk University, David Paleogos, she interviewed. In 2016, Hillary Clinton lost the Electoral College, but won young voters by 19 points. In 2020, Joe Biden won young voters by 24 points. Now, listen, Trump, he won a decent Electoral College win, but the race was close as far as across different battleground states. 10,000 votes in Michigan. And actually, Trump won the Electoral College by more votes than Joe Biden won it when he supposedly beat Donald Trump. Right? It's just by total raw vote. I'm talking about total raw vote in the Electoral College states that carried the day. Now, that only was a 5% increase among young voters. But and this is what David said, not me. In today's polling, if the polls are right, Biden trails among young voters. And then, because his whole thread on it, as a Democratic strategist, I do think this time around, we're starting to see young people lean a bit more on policy and political accountability as it relates to things that they're passionate about from an agenda perspective and a priority perspective. Then in a 24-hour news cycle, they change their mind. They could, in the end, change their mind, folks, and go back. But they haven't yet. And there's no trend to suggest that's the case. Like, this young voter trend didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen overnight. This was a slow but surely move. And I just don't understand why they would think anybody would believe. Like, I just don't know what they're thinking. Like, where are you coming out with this? I just don't know. God, still no update. Still no update. Let's go to our buddy Steve Kornacki. You know, we got some friends in at MSNBC. We're not Steve Deese or anything, but we got friends at MSNBC. They do a pretty good job. Here's Steve telling crazy. Listen, does anybody else other than Brendan Dilley and myself get the red rum vibe from Joe Scarborough? Like, would it? What I'm saying is, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if Joe Scarborough, there's like a documentary. He's right. In like 5 years, maybe even sooner, 10 years, whatever. But could be, I'm leaning to sooner. You know, this was the Morning Joe guy who murdered 3 women. Like, this guy is red rum all over him.
That you've circled break the Democrats' way. Even when Republicans take over West Virginia, doesn't it still put the Democratic Party in a position where they have to win one of those red states for them to maintain control of the Senate if Joe Biden is reelected?
Exactly. Almost certainly that would be the case. Because we're talking about this connection between the presidential race and the Senate races. So let's say Biden wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, and the Democratic Senate candidates are sort of carried with that tide. Okay, the Democrats protect all those seats. But as you say, that still leaves the matter of West Virginia, where Democrats pretty much know they're not keeping that seat. Joe Manchin, it doesn't look like could have even kept that seat. So right now, Democrats have 51 seats in the Senate. If they lose West Virginia, they're immediately down to 50. And that, if Donald Trump actually got elected and Democrats were only at 50, remember the tiebreaker then would be Trump's vice president. So that alone would be enough with a Trump victory for Republicans to get the Senate. But if Biden gets reelected and Democrats lose West Virginia, it still leaves the matter, as you say, of Montana, where John Tester's up, and Ohio. Yeah, and if they lose Montana, this is a state that went for Trump by 20 plus points. If they lose Montana, Democrats are then at 49. And even if Sherrod Brown were to win Ohio, they're still below 50.
But after tonight, I think it's pretty safe to say that Sherrod Brown, whatever it is. I always thought it was Sherrod, but he's in deep trouble. He's in deep, deep, deep trouble. All right, we got our first election day update. Let me try to find out where that came from. It came from, wasn't Maricopa, wasn't Greenlee. All right, there it is. Came from La Paz, where Trump increased, obviously considerably, because he's already at 89.8. I believe he was at 81, or he was a little bit more than Yavapai. I believe less than Yuma. So, yeah, okay. All right, no, Yuma's 85. So he was, and now he's up to 90. So that's the first vote dump for Trump there, which puts Trump up to 76.3. We was at 76.2, I believe. I'd have to go back and let me check and see, because I can actually look at that. He was at 76.2. All right. So, yep. So that would be a big election day margin. So let's see what happens in Maricopa, because looking at the early vote, I would expect the election day, depending on where these dumps come in Maricopa, it matters. Donald Trump is strongest around the, how can I put this? If we look at Maricopa, all right, he is strongest out west, and he's strongest where there's borders. There are small little pockets, even though generally he's weakest out in East Maricopa. It's been around the Phoenix area. But when you go further east, there are pockets of precincts. Well, they're not even precincts in Maricopa. You can vote anywhere. But there are pockets in Maricopa's border with Gila and with Pinal where Trump has got a lot of strength. Not surprisingly enough, not surprising at all, that is where Donald Trump is outperforming with Hispanics. And as you can see, that election day update did almost nothing to change Joe Biden's margin. There's almost no votes being cast in La Paz for Democrats. So this is going to be a problem for Democrats going forward when everyone starts to do these comparisons between Trump and Biden's margin. So Nikki Haley barely got any votes there. She was already at 106 because 53,000, as I said before, was her halfway point. If we gave that to Joe Biden, he still would trail Donald Trump by a few hundred votes. But now it's going to widen. It's going to keep widening. Before it was him trailing by about 3,000, but then the rest of some of the bluer areas where Trump didn't do as well came in from early vote. And that's what happened. But as this election day vote comes in, you're gonna see some really big margins for Trump. It's gonna boost him out a little bit, and it's gonna make Joe Biden look worse. There'll be people who just want to talk about Trump's early vote. He did so bad in this area. That's what they're doing. Listen, elections aren't won by one batch of votes. They're won by all of the batch of votes put together. That's how they're won. In truth, there's not that. I know. That is a good point. Yeah. Staple in the main, the pits, only the best are worth looking at. Yeah. I mean, they are not alone. We don't want to just jump on Main Street Research. However, I will say this: Main Street Research put out a national poll showing Biden taking the lead. Look, you blow a poll that bad, you have got to have a come to Jesus. And pollsters, I mean, the media, they've got to mention when people do polls like this. This is so bad. I mean, there are some really, really, really bad one. They're not alone. Let's look at, while we wait for these votes, for crying out loud, we can go to latest votes and see. I was just looking before about there's Moreno +4, Emerson, okay? Dolan +2, East Carolina University. Emerson did shift from Dolan +3 to Moreno +4 the last minute, but Data for Progress, I mean, LaRose +10 back. I mean, there were newer polls. I don't know why they don't have. Oh, because it's Real Clear Politics, and they don't put them all up, which is sad because you're insulating public pollsters like that. You're insulating them. It was 3,000 votes from that place. No, had to be other than La Paz because it was a 3,000. Okay, Mojave, and Mojave was before. Hold on. Mojave's early vote was. It can't be Mojave because it's about the same. There's no way the election day margin's the same. Got to look and see where this came from. Some in Greenland, maybe, but unless they just didn't change yet. But no doubt some of that came from La Paz. Maybe that is all there was. 385, 965, 526, 2757. And we wait. We wait. We wait. Oh, man. Maricopa's looking like 12:30 to 1 o'clock. Oh, man, guys. We could wait for 12:30, but 1 o'clock sitting here an hour waiting. I mean, I can tell you right now, Maricopa is going to be 90% for Donald Trump. I'm telling you. That's right. That I agree with. I've seen it before. But based on what we're seeing elsewhere too, I mean, some areas he's cracking 90. $95. Some of those Georgia counties, some of those Florida counties, he was absolutely crushing it. Are you kidding me? We're still going on and on with this Christine Blasey Ford BS. This woman is unfortunately sick. Like, so I'm sorry, but unfortunately sick. Her memoirs are out. Is this a joke? She has no evidence to back this up. This is outrageous that she could just do this and smear a good man. This is not any society who tolerates this man. This is so effed up, guys. This is so effed up. I don't even know what to say to this. I don't even know what to say to this. I'm just stunned. I'm just stunned. You guys want to hear it? You want to hear her? And Sarah Haynes on ABC is like entertaining this nonsense. This is outrageous. This is totally totally outrageous. This guy is like a serial gang rapist or something out of nowhere. This is wrong, man. This is so wrong. Listen to this. Look at her. I'm sorry, but you're sick. Like Eugene Carroll, you suffer from different things. You're both mentally ill. Even her best friend doesn't believe her. Her father doesn't believe her. Her father went up to Brett Kavanaugh at a private golf club and was like, dude, I am so sorry. I don't even have words. I don't have words. Sick. I'm sorry, ladies. Please don't take offense, but if you're reasonable, you know what I'm about to say is true. Sick, unhinged, mentally disturbed white women in this country are a real effing problem. And the gutless, low testosterone beta boys that they created are also a problem. But I'm saying this is an issue here. I grew up, I'm telling you, in the 80s and 90s, it was like all of a sudden super cool for these young suburban white girls to accuse boys, destroy their lives during middle school and high school, of rape.
Yes. Well, you've been called a highly credible witness.
Oh my God.
You have a PhD in psychology. You're a professor. You teach at Palo Alto.
Have you ever seen the people who teach psychology in academia these days? These are unhinged people. They got into psychology to see why they were so effed up.
And Stanford universities. But even today, some people remain skeptical of your story. And you write that during the hearing, Senator Lindsey Graham wouldn't even make eye contact with you. Were you prepared for that kind of response?
I was prepared ahead of time that none of the Republicans were going to speak with me and they were going to use.
Is it me or is she like a small dog that got stepped on too much? That's what she looks like to me.
Use an outside interviewer. And so I was actually surprised at how kind some of the other Republican senators were who broke that protocol and said hello.
Who was that? Can you name a good one?
Senator Flake and Senator Sass both came over and said
neither
hello.
one's in Congress anymore, right?
Yeah. But still a credit.
Yeah,
Yes, good for them.
Both good men. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're both good men. They were such good men when they were in. They were such good men that nutcase activists charged the Capitol, stormed the Capitol, and pinned Jeff Flake in the elevator to get him to cave to ask the FBI to once again investigate her not credible story. And thank you, ladies. I read the comments. Thank you for understanding. I mean, this is a problem. And if you grew up, when I grew up, you know where these women came from. It was not all right. Their daddies didn't love them. Their mommy drank too much. Whatever the hell it was. They're cutting themselves in the corner of the classroom and shit. I'm a super great cheerleader. So-and-so drugged me on Saturday and raped me. Whoa, so-and-so was like at, out of state or something, checking out colleges. He was there! Smacking themselves and shit. I mean, this is what they are now. I know who they are. And they went to college. That doesn't make them credible. They probably sat next to Christine. They all have college degrees. It doesn't make them stable. These are unstable women. And guess what they are now, most of them? Either divorced, never married, childless. All they have is their career where they pump bullshit into whatever they do. This is a problem. And sadly, like I said, low testosterone men, you don't fill your role. Their roles go out of whack. We all have roles. And when one of us starts doing it, and I'm not blaming you guys. I'm blaming government, by the way. I'm blaming culture and government, actually. That's who got us to stop playing these roles. And we're all just insane now. The man has a family. He's on the Supreme Court. There is no evidence. Her own best friend thinks she's crazy. Her father thinks he raised a nutcase. And yet she's on ABC talking about her memoirs. This is just, man, this is not cool. This is not cool. And guys, you think you're supposed to be, you're a liberal out there? You're a jackass and a traitor to your gender if you continuously tolerate this because what, you're afraid or something? Or you think you're progressive? This is uncool, guys. Uncool. And one day it may happen to you. I got news for you because we all know none of your asses are perfect. May happen to you one day. Tell you when they all do that. Turn one down. See what happens. Say no. Watch how fast they spin something against you. No, I don't want to sleep with you. He's a rapist. What? What the How did this happen? I work on the DC Court of Appeals. I'm with my family every day. I never went to that party. What party? I don't even know what you're talking about. I didn't even go to parties. Never saw you in my life, lady. Maybe one day she bumped into Brett Kavanaugh in the hallway or something. Maybe one day and was like, "Hi, Brett." And he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got to go." That in her ditzy mind, because later that Friday or Saturday, because she was rejected, she went out, drank too much, did something stupid. And in her crazy ass mind, that somehow gets twisted into Brett Kavanaugh raped me. You guys know what I'm talking about. This is nuts. Don't date with crazy. They'll haunt you forever. Absolutely. This is a nut job. What about the stupid idiot who said Donald Trump grabbed the wheel and basically tried to jerk the car off the road? The Secret Service guy behind. Did you read that testimony? Never happened. Never happened. Folks. They're straight fabricating reality. Their own reality. Sick shit. Sick shit. It's a problem. And let me see who asked that. Keep Lily. No, Bernie Moreno did not win. He stomped. Bernie Moreno carried every single county and beat Matt Dolan, currently 51-33. Oh, yes. 28 points. Currently, there's still 12% of the vote that yet needs to be reported. Mostly in Cuyahoga, where Bernie Moreno is carrying the election day vote some 60 to 40%. Boy, we're in trouble. Every day. Every day. The more we let this go, every day. It's like Kurt Cobain killed himself. He was their favorite recording artist, and you're a rapist because of it. This is some crazy shit. DA girl. Donald Trump single-handedly killed 32 Secret Service members with his bare hands. Chuck Norris now giving DJT foot rubs. My God. Thank God I wised up and married Laura. Thank God. Oh my God, the nutcases that my dumbass wanted to run around with. Oh my God. Praise God for the good old army. The army that Sean and I remember. Praise God for them. Never forget it, you know. It's like, well, I'm an idiot. Think about learn my lesson. When I get home, I'm going to marry me some Laura. Jeez. This is just not sustainable. And I don't even know what to do. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't even know what to do with this problem. I don't know how this is fixed. It's the divorce generation, you know? It's the divorce generation. They effed this up. Many of us. I had this girlfriend who's a total crackpot now. Her mother lived vicariously through her. I was out like trout. The Christmas the woman bought me silk underwear with $100 bills on it. I'm like, what the actual? My father flipped out, man. He totally flipped. He's like, what the hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with you people? What are you thinking of raising? Have you thought about what you're going to raise? The father was like, run, run, run. Just because I'm stuck here and this is my life doesn't mean it has to be part of yours. Run away, young man. Run away. She's a real winner now, too. I think no, seriously. She's accused like 3 different guys of sexual assault. She drug a guy in front of a judge saying that he raped her and abused her and basically stalks her. And the poor bastard broke up with her. And they pulled his phone records and saw that she called him like 35 times a day. And he never returned a single phone call. She was a total nutcase. And you guys think this is like a one-off. It's not. Like Amber Heard's, like there are a lot of them. Okay? I don't want to say they're the norm. But they are legion. Legion. I don't know. Whatever we do, we sure as hell better promote the family. And I mean the real family. You don't get to just, like that poor guy. I do feel bad for him. But he would like come home, get bombed, and lay on that couch and watch TV. That's all he did. He didn't care what I was doing upstairs with his, I think it was like 15 or 16. He didn't give a damn what I was doing up there with his daughter. It's a problem. Are you kidding me? I couldn't even stand the idea of my daughter being with a boy upstairs. Are you telling me that Marist has Trump up more in Georgia than in North Carolina? That's how you know that they're just trying to mess with the averages. I kid you not. I kid you not. And all you have to do is just look at their faces and you know who they are. You're like, oh my God. Oh, look, here's Molly. There is no evidence that Ford and Kavanaugh ever met. Leland Kaiser said she did not have, quote, any confidence in her friend's story. Leland Kaiser is her like best friend. Friends pressured Kaiser to change her story. All alleged witnesses strongly dispute the claim. Ford's father supported Kavanaugh, and Ford doesn't know the location this even happened at. Ford doesn't know how she arrived. Ford doesn't know how she got home. Ford does not know the date or even what time of the week. Ford somehow remembers she had precisely one beer, but no other details. Kavanaugh's contemporaneous calendar supports his claim. Ford changed the date of the incident by years from her initial stories after, by the way, I'm going to add to that, after contemporary evidence suggested she was lying. Character witnesses from the time supported Kavanaugh. Ford's first mention of Kavanaugh's name didn't even occur until 2012, after he became a national figure. False claims were made about Ford's inability to fly. Remember that? Her inability to fly. Do you remember that? Oh my God, I can't fly. Do you remember that? Oh my God, I forgot about that one. Ford scrubbed her social media. Ford said she wanted to stay confidential, but first call was to Washington Post. Ford's attorney admitted a motive of desiring an asterisk next to Kavanaugh's name. Ford has benefited politically, financially, and socially. Nothing in Kavanaugh's past remotely similar to the claim for 37 years. And yet, okay. I was going to say, great book, Justice on Trial. Yeah, she's the OG E. Jean Carroll. And actually, E. Jean Carroll's been doing this to different guys for many years, actually. Yo. Okay, so here it is. That was La Paz. And because I'm like, that can't be. There was only a few hundred votes. In fact, there were 156 of them, and Trump won 98% of them. Come on, drop the rest. We got 9 minutes. I'll be right back. I gotta grab my charger. I forgot. Do you guys remember Tawana Brawley? I don't know what made me think about it. Perfect example. Here we go. And that's actually not a white woman, so at least it shows it's a big problem. This is not an isolated thing, although maybe, who knows, she befriended some white girls, got the idea from her. Anyway, she goes out against her parents' wishes, disappears, goes to this party, by all accounts acts a skank, comes home, doesn't know what to do, spins an entire story about the Duke lacrosse team gang raped me. Not cool. Not to mention, by the way, like that group from Amber that wrote a nasty letter about Amber Heard, all right? What the hell do these false allegations say and do to people who really had been sexually assaulted? Does anybody care about them? You're denigrating their memory. You're denigrating their suffering. You know what I mean? Like, they don't give a shit. They don't care. They don't care. That's just the truth. Trump +4 in Georgia, +3 in North Carolina. And look, I love ECU, but Moreno +2. Oh my God. That's because of their methodology too. Marist is just, but they're just dishonest at this point, Marist now. Oh, Nikki falls. They're just dishonest because they know what they're doing. They know that what they're doing is wrong. They know that they've screwed up a lot. Even from what I've heard, and this is, I don't care. I'm just going to say this. It is what it is. I'm going to say it's true. I know for a fact that other left-wing media pollsters like Nate Cohen have told them exactly what it is that he thinks they're doing wrong, which is not far off from what others have criticized them, their methodology in the past. And I'm talking about peers. I'm not talking about public criticisms. I'm talking about everyone goes to these stupid little conferences. I don't anymore, but they used to. They go to these dumb little retreats. Everyone has these dumb little things. Let's get together and talk about polling together. And in an event, they're constantly criticized, sharply criticized. You don't wait for education, yet you wait for party. You are using random digital dial, and you're not using representative data source. You really need to do this, whatever it may be, tons of stuff, and they just keep doing the same thing. Mike DeWine in June had like a 1-point lead. They got Richard Cordray up by like 5 or 7 or something. Richard Cordray got killed. The Marist poll is like one of the worst polls. Everybody has Trump up. The aggregate is like Trump +2. There are polls from Trump +1 to Trump +7. All through Real Clear Politics and everybody else, they come out with Biden +6. It's not that they're an outlier. Come on, let's go. Do. Look, I wouldn't expect Trump to get that kind of vote share everywhere, but I do expect the election day vote to be massive for him. I just, again, don't understand why these people just refuse to go and drop the damn ballot in the mailbox. Fine. You want to be high propensity voters that do it, fine. But since you're not voting until election day, that means you have plenty of time to go out and get low propensity voters to cast a vote by mail. Because that's what Democrats are doing, believe me. Less than 3 minutes for Maricopa, their early estimate. Of course, their late estimate is at the end of the hour, and I'm really hoping it's not at the end of the hour. Yeah, that's more like it. They were saying 55 before, and I'm like, that's just impossible. Arizona's 80% vote by mail, maybe 75-25. That's about right, but there's Navajo, Coconino. Look at that. See what I mean? See the Navajo counties? Even, again, an Apache, 1,700 votes cast in Apache, okay? If for Republicans. There are 2,626 for Democrats. Apache is usually like, 65 plus Democratic county. Navajo Nations, it does appear that they're getting less Democratic. When we poll, Native American is actually quite Trumpy across the board, but not in Arizona. It has been getting more so, but not in Arizona. They have a long tie with Democrats. Like I said, nobody wants to talk about the counties in Kansas that voted for none of these candidates. There are 3 now. With 99% of the vote in, none of these candidates won 3 counties. What are the vote shares out in Kansas City? I mean, about 10% of the vote. Kansas City, Topeka, and Wichita. I mean, there's some big out there. There's like Trigo. We got and smaller. Where 35%. In other smaller counties, it's still got some big vote shares. That's a problem. Where are these Democrats going to vote? I mean, I think it's fair to say 13 to 33 or 15 to 33. 15 to 30. Gove is 32%. Smith is 33. I mean, 25 in Seward. So 15 to 33 in many. No, let's call it 13 to 33. That's better. It's a big deal. Again, so it's like organic, it's organic. There's no funding here. Like Nikki Haley got just a little bit more of the vote in the Kansas City area than none of these candidates got. I'm not kidding. I think it's Kansas, but I think that's not very good. I don't have the Cook County State Attorney's race, but let me check it out. That's a good. I'll peek that. By the way, we are, just to give you an update, in Bernie's race, 50.5% with just about 90% reporting. He's holding above 50%. I don't see how he would fall at this point. Where the vote's outstanding, he's still winning too much of it. Sherrod Brown's in deep trouble. Deep trouble. I'm telling you, Dolan would not have been a stronger candidate. No. Now, can we say I don't give a shit what the polling had to say? I know it. I remember in 2022. Do you guys remember this? If you guys were with me in 22, do you remember me just saying, "I the hell with this. I'm polling Ohio. There's no way Tim Ryan is either leading or tied with JD Vance." Do you remember that? Even in the primary, I'm like, JD, you're up by 6. He won by like 9. General election comes along. I said, JD, here's 3 different electorates. The hell with this. I'm polling your state. 3 different electorates. This is what they are. If they were as pro Sherrod Brown as they were in 2018, you're still going to win by about 4 or 5 points. If they are MAGA 2020, you're going to win by X number of points. But you're mean, you're up by like 7 points, 6 points, 7 points. Then we published the crosstabs. Ohio people just can't get their arms around Ohio. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't find it that difficult anymore. In 2016, it threw me for a little bit of a loop. I should have stuck with my gut. But I had Trump up by 5 or something like that. And then our final poll, we only had him up by 3. Okay, here's another couple hundred votes coming in from Santa Cruz. See it? And there it is. Come on. To it. I actually wasn't looking. Did it update with about 300 votes in Santa Cruz? Should have. If it didn't, it's about to. Trump won 95.2%. Kid you not. 95.18. I don't know if it updated yet. If it doesn't, it'll update real soon. If it didn't, it'll go a little above 527,000 votes. It's just under, well, more. It'll be a little bit more than that, but just over it, yes, because it's it had to have updated. 402, 352. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but come on, Maricopa. You got 30-something thousand votes there. Come on, right? Doesn't they have 30,000 votes? What did I say before? I got to go and look it up. They have. Well, they got 30,000 altogether, it looks like. Yeah, close to 30,000 altogether. And it looks like 20, let's call it 25, 20, yeah, 26,000. That is Republican primary votes, and 3,000, that is Democratic primary votes. A little over 3,000, about 3,500 Democratic votes, and about 26,000 and change Republicans. And Trump takes 90 of them, he's going to jump a lot. If he takes 90% plus in Maricopa, he's going to jump a lot. That'll boost him quite a bit. Because how many votes have been cast already? 320,000. So 32,000 sounds about right. No, it's got to be more than that. Oh, the ones that are dropped off in the box. Okay. That's right. That's where you're coming from. So about 30,000 and change will be election day. Another 30,000 will be those that were dropped off in the box. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense to me. What did Biden get out of Santa Cruz, that last batch? Almost nothing. Changed almost none of his vote. What remains is, says 53,000 was added, and he'd be at 399,000. He'd still be 3,000 votes behind Donald Trump. If you gave Joe Biden 50% of Nikki Haley's vote, he would still be 3,000 votes roughly behind Donald Trump. Be a nail biter, be a nail biting son of a bitch, but it, 95.18. Holy moly. That's a liberal area. Maricopa's the one with the most, so that's what's in, of course, that obviously matters quite a bit, but I'm curious to see. Robbie, you still out there? I wonder. Give me a bing, brother. Thank you, Snowman. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And honestly, Bart Thurlong, 100, I'll tell you the mistake when I made it in 2016 was twofold. One, I didn't think that many Democrats were really gonna I haven't changed my registration, but I'm an independent. And when we weighted obviously by region in Appalachia, I weighted towards more suburban areas, and I did not think those like rural once upon a time Democrats were really going to be that Trumpy. And then secondly is I didn't, and that goes to what this goes to what you're saying. I just didn't believe them that they were going to be that much more of the vote this time. I just didn't. So it was not only their margin for Trump, but then their share of the vote. So yeah, undersampling, and I do think they undersample them too. They underrepresent them, but they also undersample them. So even if they did call what they think is enough of them, they're not reaching like a representative sample because they're not talking to enough of them. So it looks like it's going to be less Trumpy than it's going to be. It's like 55-45 or something. Meanwhile, on election day, or even more, it'll be like 60-40. Meanwhile, on election day, it's like 81, and you're like, whoa, the hell did that happen? And that's what and by the way, the Trump +5 at least would have been defendable. And I would have felt pretty decent about that. I was happy I got the election right, but I really thought it was going to vote much closer to Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Ta-da! That was weird. My internet just glitched out, man. I'm like, what's the Ethernet's not working? Actually, the backup wasn't working. Maybe it's an update. I don't know. Maybe the I went over there. It was red, and then it just went white again. You know what? It may be late at night when Eero updates. Where are you, Eero? Where are you? I did nothing. Okay. Let's go back to Arizona. Arizona, where are you? There you are. My God. Oh, now we didn't miss anything. Man, don't do that. Activity. I need to figure that out. Settings. Software version. Preferred update time. Midnight to 2 o'clock. Your software is now up to date. Son of a gun. Okay, well, we need to remember that in the future, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe just postpone it. If I don't mean to try to do it. I just want to make. And here's another one. Here's another update. What is it? Is it going to cut everything out? Oh boy. No more auto updates. Geez, sorry, you guys. I just vanished from the face of the earth. No more auto updates. I lost a lot of you guys. Yeah, sorry about that. Come on. What is it? 12:46 and we still don't have anything. We got 14 minutes until what would be the last final. Why is it taking so long this time? Normally it does not do it, you know? If we have if I'm able to put it on tomorrow, we're going to have Dan Mitchell on. Dan Street, excuse me. See, I'm tired. We're going to have Dan Street on to talk about the bloodbath hoax. And no kidding, I feel like these hoaxes backfired in Ohio. I really do. I feel like they totally backfired in Ohio. 53,060 would be. Okay, that's not right. This thing is so big, so clunky. Okay, so minus 402, 352, because Trump is just winning all of the votes now. Yeah, so we would have to give Joe Biden over 50% of Nikki Haley's vote to have him catch Donald Trump. He would be 2,644 votes behind Donald Trump, even if you gave him everything. And the fact is, most of Ron DeSantis, Chris Christie's, I don't know what these people are going to do, but people who voted for Binkley, Stuckenberg, Vivek, they're going to go to Trump. There's also at least some argument to be made that people who voted for Dean Phillips, are not 100% attached to, to Joe Biden as well. So, yeah, I really want to see this Maricopa Dome. We should be getting it very, very soon. We should. It's a big S in should. It's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Georgia is not voting to the right of North Carolina. That would be ridiculous. All right. Tyler Bauer said, "It's funny how Maricopa County machines don't have ink issues or wrong paper sizes on election days when the nominees have already been decided. Well, they sure as still hell have time, have a hard time reporting votes. They do this on election day, and it's really going to be disruptive, guys. I mean, they have plenty of time to count votes. This is their system itself needs to be overhauled. Yeah, I mean, this is totally ridiculous. This is totally ridiculous. Of course, North Carolina is 3 to 5% more to the right than Georgia at a minimum. I mean, guys, is anyone paying attention to 2016, 2020, 2022, 2024? God. Although Georgia did look pretty damn Republican, didn't it? Notice all these hot takes about, oh, Trump, they're still getting rejected by this much of the party. Notice they all give these hot takes when the early votes are out. Always. Man, Sherrod Brown, I just did it. Sherrod Brown has gotten way more votes than this. Well, there was 1 year. 1 year. Okay. So 1 year, he got 53,000 more votes. But that was all the way back in 2006. In 2012, he got over 800,000. In 2018, he got over 600,000. In 2018 is when he had, rough time. So people are like, oh, it's, there's gonna be there's going to be a turnout disparity. No, get out of here. We're back now to doing this in North Carolina. We're going to be back now to understating Republican share of the vote in North Carolina by a lot. This is sad. This is really sad. It's really annoying. It's really sad. I don't know what more we could do. I honestly don't. I think Maricopa's got less than they think. I know they're taking a little bit of time to do this, but 24,000 votes. Trump wins 90% of them. He gets almost 22,000. He is. 90 is honestly a safe bet. That's what he's been doing everywhere. So could be a little bit more, could be a little bit less, but that's what he's been getting. It's 6 minutes to 1, so I'm hanging on here. Dude. Ohio is just super Trumpy. The Trump endorsement is now more powerful than it was in 22. There's no doubt. The exit polls just show that endorsement was so key. Trump's second term will be better than his first term. 55% say, 70% say it's important, at least somewhat important. 15% somewhat important. 55% very important that the next senator supports Donald Trump. Did Biden win the election legitimately in 2020? 32% yes, 62% said no. But again, look at how many effing Republicans, how many Biden voters from 2020 are in this exit poll. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's 20% at least. They're just bored with their own party. That's not good because it tells you, they don't know what they're going to do. They don't know what they're going to do come November. Come on. Let's get some more votes here. This is crazy. It's 3 minutes to the hour here. Did we have maybe I'm trying to look for the Arizona one. I mean, it's funny. How could you just report on them and not give the full results with everything else? Do you think that's a little bit dubious? Don't you think that's a tad bit dubious? I think it's dubious. I really do. There's nothing for Arizona. Here's the Ohio Senate primary. I got him. Okay. Way off. Where are the who did you vote for polls? It was very suburban. And Moreno won a majority. So much for that idea, huh? MAGA won 53% outright in the suburbs. So much for that idea. College graduate, Moreno won 44 to 39. No college, he won 55 to 28. I'm looking for, it was 81% conservative. It was 17% moderate. Does it have the presidential one? Ohio Republican presidential primary. Here we go. That's the one I'm got to look for. That'll give me the president. It should. Trump won independents 65 to 24. He won Republicans 86-10. He won females by a larger margin than he won males, 81 to 14 versus 78 to 15. He won the suburbs he won rural 1 point more than the suburbs, which he won 81 to 12. He won with college degrees 68 to 22, no college degree 88 to 9. He even won moderate and liberal combined to be 20% of the electorate, 47 to 40. Because there just aren't that many Biden voters in it. There are, but there aren't as many. See, 5% more voters of color. I'm right. Telling you I'm right. Trump even won post-grad degrees, 61 to 31, by the way. Yep. I'm trying to see what Haley's voters would do. Vote in the Trump-Biden race. So you ready? Everything else just too. They're saying everything else is too small to tell. They're saying the sample size is too small to even tell us whether or not Haley's voters would vote for Trump or not. So what does that tell you? Haley's voters are going to vote for Trump. That's what it tells you. All right, come on. It's now 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 10 a.m. local time in Maricopa. Let's get the damn votes. Let's go. By the way, that was the vote for that had to be the vote for Santa Cruz. Right? I think so. Had to be. Something was just added. It bumped Trump to 76.4. Right? Wasn't he there? Maybe I'm losing my mind. I could be losing it. Honestly, until we get the big notch from Maricopa. The primary polling is understating MAGA in the Rust Belt. It is. And by the way, it understated MAGA in Florida by 6 points. So, it did. Yeah, I am, Nico. I see your thing. I am. And I don't know, for some reason I can't see. Let me see if I do. Tippers, load more mess. I may have to restart locals here. I'm not able to see the locals chat anymore. There we go. Now it's back. You guys are talking about Cornyn and Thune, right? Okay. All right. Yeah, there's some more votes being added here. Yep, certainly has. That must be Santa Cruz's votes being added, unless Yuma put up some too. No, it looks that's La Paz, so we know La Paz added some. Coconino. Looks like they put some in the mix. Graham is still out there, and so is Greenlee. Pima dumped a little bitty batch. I don't know what that is, but it's a little bitty batch. Bump and chop up. When that Maricopa comes in, it's going to tell the tale here. Yeah. Seth, I don't know if you're listening. If you are, because it looks like you're posting stuff that sounds like it, but if you're listening, it really does look like to me that Florida and the Rust Belt remain a problem for these people, polling wise. It's a problem for them. They cannot get a grip on the Rust Belt and Florida. They just can't. Let's face it. Even though they had Ron DeSantis winning in the average, they understated his support by double. Half. More in some cases. Look at the St. Pete poll. They actually had Charlie Crist winning at one point. Winning. Come on. Give me a break. I'm trying to hang out here because I feel like the minute we decide to kick rocks, it's going to update. I'm telling you. Let me re-up here. Yeah. Now the Ethernet is on. Now the Ethernet is on. Maricopa still doesn't put anything into the pot. It's La Paz and Santa Cruz. I keep saying Santa Rosa because of Florida. And Santa Cruz looks like it's about done for Republicans. It's got a little bit more for Democrats. It's only a couple hundred votes in Santa Cruz, a little less than 300 votes. I feel like the minute I say, all right, we're done, this is going to happen. You know what makes sense? Because a lot of the Midwest traditionally retires in Florida, and the working class Northeasterners also vote similarly to their Midwest counterparts in Florida. It does make sense. Absolutely. That's 100% correct. Whoop, there we go. There's a bit of a there. No, that was just a refreshing of what's going on. Tell him Mojave still has all that vote. It's not a lot in totals, but it's that Maricopa number. Really is. That'll tell. It's more of, too, what I'm, Biden's not going to be updated in Maricopa that much. I don't know where they're getting this 80% number from, but we know there aren't that many votes that are Democratic batches out in Maricopa. It feels like they're just trying to be fair to Democrats. So far, out of the votes that Trump has won, election day that we've had, it is, let me just add them up. $418 election day votes from Santa Cruz and La Paz. And Trump won 98.18% in La Paz. And he won, same thing. No, 91. Hold on. Jeez, I'm getting tired. Sorry, guys. He won 153 of the votes. So that was over 98% of them. And then in Santa Cruz, he won 90. He won. Hold on. Santa Cruz, he won 259 votes, which is a little bit over 95%. So what did I just say? 98 and 95. So even if he wins 90% of Maricopa, it's like 22,000 additional votes. It's a lot in one chunk. It's 10% of his vote right now in Maricopa, basically. Almost. Come on. I'm telling you, I'm going to go. And the minute I do, oh, get out of here. Reuters is so full of shit. They're so full of shit. Kennedy is not getting that much of the vote. You're so full of shit. Oh my God, these people are just, they're going to do this again. And we wait. Well, sorry, it's just dead ass quiet here, but it is what it is. I'm not sure we're going to get these votes tonight, folks. I really don't know. We're basically stuck where we're stuck. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, to do this is just nuts. I guess we're just gonna have to call it a night. I mean, what times? I'll give them a few more minutes, but this is just crazy. This is nuts. Really, I was hoping for something out of Pima, which we got a little. So it looks like no, I don't think we did. Oh, what's that? Nothing. That was like a tiny batch of votes. You have got to be kidding me. We're waiting all this time for that. What was that? Like 13 votes? Are you kidding me? I mean, I'm starting to get aggravated now. You've got to be joking. This is nuts. Yeah, I really think that was a handful of votes from La Paz. I kid you not. I was hoping for at least a 30,000 vote chunk in Maricopa and, maybe 6K in Pima. And then, I mean, we know what Mojave's going to do. We know what Yavapai is going to do. They're going to be huge margins for Trump. It'll tell me other things about the statewide total, which is what, and by the way, honestly, Apache would be nice. But they would give me a good idea about where this is going to end up between Biden and Trump's totals. And Derek Merrin clobbered the anti-Trumper. I don't think this is going to happen tonight. I mean, it's going to happen tonight. It's just depends on your definition of tonight. This is crazy. This is just insane. I'm just trying. I just sent a message asking if we can expect this tonight. I don't even know. I mean, they've been quiet. I'm not even sure. I swear to God, some of them fall asleep. I swear to God, they do. So that's a big fat. They don't know. Oh man, you got to be kidding me, guys. Yep, it's a big fat. I don't know. Well, those are ballot by mails. Um, some of these polls have some real explaining to do. Really stupid idea, by the way, to cancel the Democratic primary to make Joe Biden not look stupid in Florida, because there were some special local races. There were some special local races, including mayoralships, that looks like Republicans lost. I mean, Democrats lost. Excuse me. Well, I mean, it's just so stupid. This is crazy. Yeah, the race with Vince Vaughn is done. That's finished. Vince Vaughn won that. He did. He won it pretty easily too. All right, guys. I don't know. I don't know to give it to 130 or what, but I guess we could. We're already 10 minutes away. But this is really getting to be kind of pathetic and monotonous. I mean, we know where it generally stands. I just wanted a better idea so I could leave you guys with a better idea of leave you guys with a better idea of, how this vote played out in Arizona, especially Maricopa, which is so important. But again, as of right now, even without all of the election day vote, you'd have to, we know that this would favor Trump. I mean, regardless of the stupid stuff, every primary, 20% votes against him, and Biden gets 90% or more. It doesn't matter. He's getting more votes. You understand? He's getting more votes, and primaries are resistance voters. Resistance voters. And yet he's still getting more. Not to mention, I mean, you're over there pointing out polls to me. This is just totally ridiculous. I mean, the same polls that just underestimated Bernie Moreno's lead by in the very states we're talking about. Give me a break. Yeah. Lauderdale by the Sea. Republicans won everything. They won the mayoral race. There were commission seats up. 2 commission seats. They won that. What a disaster. For Democrats, what a disaster. Okay, let's do 2022 just to make race polls. And 2020 North Carolina polls. And let's just do RCP. I know they have that poll. Let me see what we got here. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, guys. There's something here. What do we got here? Not much change. Nothing. I know we're just kind of waiting. It does look like. No. Santa Cruz basically all but in. Nope. Greenlee's still at 80. Less than 80. Oh, there we go. Coconino, 88. That was a little bit from Coconino. Looks like Trump got damn near whatever dropped into Coconino. Come on. Cal Cunningham, Roy Cooper, Dan Forrester. Wow. 59. Wow. Okay. Just to let you guys know, I had to do this with the Maris poll. People were like talking, and I just wanted to answer them. But honestly, this Marist in North Carolina is awful. In 2020, they had Biden up by 6. Of course, he lost by nearly 2 points. Cunningham, they had over Tillis by 10. Of course, Cunningham lost by 2.5 points. Cooper, they had up over Forrester. Are you ready? By 19 points. He won by a few thousand votes. In 2016, they had Clinton up by 6 points. She lost by 4. So, I mean, by nearly 4. So, they're awful. Awful. I mean, really awful. They are something, yeah, it looks like 4.5. I mean, that's a 10 point. With the governor's race, it was a 15-point miss. With Biden's race, it was an 8-point miss. With Cunningham's race, it was a 12-point miss. With Clinton versus Trump, it was a 10-point miss. That's an awful track record. Absolutely awful track record. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I have this up here like this? What did I do? Sorry about that. Just a terrible, terrible track record. All right, I guess we're not getting the big vote chunk here. We're just not. We're getting a little bit from we got a little bit from Coconino. We got a little bit from La Paz. A little bit more actually than we had before. Pima was a tiny little trickle, maybe. I wasn't paying attention, but it did look like Santa Cruz is almost totally in. That's it. I mean, we're just waiting. It looks like, honestly, Nikki Haley's getting like nothing of these small little dumps. Like nothing. Literally nothing. Trump is winning almost all of these votes. That's crazy. That's insane. That's why she's kind of like just hung steady. I should have been like taking a screenshot or something, but it's about to be 1:30. If we don't get a big vote dump from Maricopa or Pima, at that time, very soon after, then we're going to wrap it up. Okay. I know it's getting really late, and I'll make myself brain dead where I won't be able to think about numbers for nothing. So it's a little bit easier for some of these other podcast hosts to get on there and just like start crapping and just start whatever ranting and vibing about anything that's going on in the news. A little different for us. We have to kind of think about what we need to say. $528, $869. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else they would do here at this hour. I'm not sure. That Coconino vote was like about the what was that, 1,000 and something? Not even. It was a couple hundred votes. And it was from Flagstaff, the Flagstaff area. Buh. Trump won 75.8%. Or no, what is it? Hold on. Do. 43 divided by 264. Whoa, I did that wrong. 264. Trump won 76.96. Actually, it's rounded 76.97. That's what it is. 76.97. But that's Flagstaff. So, all right, there we're getting some more votes now. Where'd that come from? That wasn't Coconino. Where was that? Where was that? I wasn't paying it. Yuma. I came from Yuma. That must have been a pretty nice chunk for Donald Trump because Mojave too. A little bit in Mojave. Let's see if Maricopa rolls it in now. Let's see, because that was a good little chunk. Maybe they're gonna start rolling here. Maybe they're gonna start rolling. That bumped Trump up quite a bit. That dropped Nikki Haley down quite a bit. Yuma and Mojave, I think. Yeah. Definitely Yuma. Not sure if, yeah, Mojave was at 80. Yeah. So a little bit from Yuma. And, nice little chunk from Mojave. That's what bumped him up. But it really does come down to what Maricopa does here. I mean, if Maricopa's got like 24,000 and change, if he wins 90% of them, he's going to win like 21,000 and change. And that will bump him up considerably. And they'll bump her down if she doesn't get the. Well, no, she wouldn't. She would be forced down like 19% at least. It depends what others do. Like in Flagstaff, she won 25% of that drop that was in Flagstaff. It was only a few hundred votes. It was, again, 343 votes. That's what it was. Things are rolling in now, so I don't want to just get, if that Maricopa comes in, I don't want to just bounce. And I'll see if I can get it before you guys. We're ahead of everybody. So we are actually ahead of everyone right now, including the AP. So yeah, we're several thousand votes ahead of the AP. Whoa, there we go. There's Maricopa. I didn't look and see what her vote was, but he got bumped much higher. Let's see what that Maricopa vote was. She only went up a few hundred votes. He must have won almost all of that batch. It depends where it comes from in Maricopa. I mean, it really does. That was a tiny little chunk. He won 6,000 of those votes. That was almost all of what they dropped. Yep. There's a little batch from Maricopa. Little batch. They got more than that. They do. They actually have more than that. Is that going to be it for tonight? That's the question. It was about 6. I guess that was like 6,000. And I'm waiting to see what that break was. No, but that bumped him up quite a bit. So he's actually at a higher vote share now than Kansas, by the way, because of the way Kansas is. I'm not kidding. And they're all reported, so he can go as high as some of those western counties were trying to push him. And we'll see what that margin was. Come on, come on, come on. You got more. You know you got more. You know you do. You know you do. That's maybe it for tonight, guys. Nothing from Apache. I just don't understand how you just add 6,000 votes. Like, like, how do you just add 6,000 votes? Like that? Oh, well, that's it for tonight. 6,000 election day votes. That's not even 33% of what was cast. I mean, that's awful on election day. I mean, because he was at what, 235? Does anybody remember? He was at like 235. Lake's primary isn't until the summer. I kid you not. Yep. It's not. They do that intentionally to protect the incumbent. And if you want to blame anybody for it, blame Trump won. That was 6,000 votes, and Trump won damn near all of them in Maricopa. I kid you not. She won almost nothing. Almost nothing. He won them all. In Mojave, Trump won 97% of the election day votes. 97%. And in Maricopa, it looks like he's going to win roughly the same amount. I kid you not. Now, it must mean, though, because, Mojave is here. Maricopa is here. Trump does the best in Western Maricopa, right around here. That's where Trump really romps in Maricopa. Right to the west of Phoenix, okay? He does the worst in the east. Trump just really killed it in that Maricopa vote. I mean, and Mojave posted about 3,000 votes. Yeah, that's about right. So altogether, a little bit like 9,000. And it's like, I kid you not, Trump won almost all of them. I kid you not. That's insane. That's effing insane. Wow. So we know that they could be from less Trump friendly areas of Maricopa, but we know that there is roughly, there goes Nikki's, whatever she got in Maricopa's just added a little bit there. They're saying that's only 1.2. That can't be right. If that's 6,000 votes, then they have more in Maricopa than people think. That Dropbox amount's got to be much. Look at Trump is at 90% in Mojave now. 90%. He's over 90 in La Paz. In Yuma, he's at 87. He's going to wind up winning, these Republican counties, like ridiculously. Ridiculously. And even in Maricopa, that keeps up. And in Maricopa, he's going to get close to 80. So, insane. Insane. All right. Is there any more coming? I'm waiting to see if there may be. Maybe not from Maricopa, but from other places. And that Coconino vote was like basically what the statewide margin is, but it was only a couple hundred votes. And they're saying that's almost all they have. So most of their vote was cast by early vote. It's possible because those precincts were around Flagstaff. They were where they just dumped that election day vote in Coconino was around Flagstaff. So whatever else they have outstanding probably is more pro-Trumpy. I cannot believe that. So it was a little less. Get this. Biden's vote. Am I reading this right? Yeah, I am. Yeah. Okay. So and let me give you guys some numbers here. This is interesting. So Biden won 80% of the roughly 1,200 votes in Maricopa that were just reported. It's not 6,000 in Maricopa because Mojave has almost 3, so it was a little bit wrong. It was a little bit less. It was about 4,700 and change. Trump won 93% of them in Maricopa, but he won 97% in Mojave, which was about 3,000. Okay. Biden only won 80% of what was just dumped in Maricopa. Unless I'm misreading that, right? Yeah, I'm right. It's 80%. That's all Biden won in that batch in Maricopa. That's it. It's like 1,200 votes. He got 80%. Holy crap. Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips did better in the election day vote. Which goes to tell you the crossover. People need to stop thinking about it the way they do. They're like, oh, well, Republicans vote more. And so those are Republican votes in election day. It's not that simple. If you're an independent and you vote on election day in Arizona, you are far more likely to vote Republican. So the independent vote in Arizona on election day is going to be much more Republican than it will be in like the early vote. Same thing is true of Democrats. If you're a Democrat and you go out and vote on election day, about 15% of them are going to vote for Republicans. That's the way it works. We saw that in the exit polling. They're done for the night. That's it, guys. That's it. They're done. I just got the message that they are done. There may be a dump in Navajo, I guess it is. Yeah, Navajo. And maybe some here and there, other places. But Maricopa is done for the night, and we don't know if anything else is coming. I was interested in Apache. I will tell you this stuff. This is the way it's going to be with what's left in Maricopa. then again, this is even worse for Joe Biden than it was before. So let me just give you this updated amount. Okay, hold on. Oops, hold on. Okay. Yeah, that was so weak for Biden. It was. Okay, minus. Okay. Even if this is how much this election margin was in Maricopa and in Mojave. This is how much this benefited Donald Trump and will continue to as this comes in. Even if you gave Joe Biden half of Nikki Haley's vote, he would still trail Donald Trump by 11,000 votes without allocating the rest of Nikki Haley's vote to Donald Trump. Okay? Without allocating the rest. That's how much that matters. And let me just tweet that so everyone understands that. Even without allocating Trump if you gave Biden 50% of Haley's vote in Arizona, even if you gave Biden 50% of Haley's vote in Arizona, without allocating Trump any of her or anyone else's vote, Biden still trails Trump. And 35 votes statewide. That's with Biden as a sitting incumbent without financed opposition. With no financed opposition before clinching the nomination. Yeah, I mean, that's what people need to understand. Like, people are just looking at what Biden got versus what Trump got. That's not how this works. There is a sitting president. Look at what Trump got when he was a sitting president. Republicans kept saying the same thing. Oh, well, Trump is 90-something%. Biden's got to coalesce his party. They do coalesce, guys. They do. And even if you say there's 20% out there who doesn't want Trump, give them half that 20%. Not like that has ever happened in the history of the damn, modern elections. Not like that's happened before ever. But okay, just for shits and giggles, let's do it just for them. It still doesn't get them anywhere near. You understand? That's not, first of all, it's not how it works. It's not how it works. But even if you wanted to pretend like it was, it still wouldn't be enough. Still wouldn't be enough. CNN exit polls are actually showing that the share of Haley voters who would vote for Joe Biden is so small, statistically insignificant. That's what they're saying. They won't even report the number. Look at it. It's too insignificant. Tell you what is significant. That they're saying it's too insignificant to report. That sure as hell isn't New Hampshire. That sure as hell isn't South Carolina. It's like the opposition that's here really is just some opposition, to Donald Trump, but the vast majority of them are going to vote for Donald Trump. All right. I mean, even if it's 80%, it's a blowout, guys. A blowout. I mean, that's something people need to take into consideration. Yeah, MAGA did run wild here. I got to tell you, MAGA did run wild here. But yes, Gallego does also have to wait until then. He's got to lock it up. But he's getting money that would have went to cinema now. So, yeah, I mean, that's something to keep in mind. if Trump continues to win these kinds of margins in Arizona, it is very, very plausible that he hits 80%. It is. Is it absolutely going to happen? Well, no, because things can happen, and a lot of the early vote is the early vote. It's done. It's in. That's most of Arizona's early vote. But as it stands right now, even if you don't allocate Trump any of the anti-Trump vote or the anti-Biden vote for that matter, it's like who thinks all of Dean Phillips's vote is going to Joe Biden? If that was true, you're sadly mistaken. All of Jason Palmer's vote, these are just people they know are voting. They're voting against Joe Biden. There will be people, even in Marion Williamson's 13,423, who vote for Donald Trump or Kennedy or somebody else that may be. Jill Stein is going to be on the ballot in Arizona. Even again, it's also important to remember, guys, that these are primary voters. These are the resistance. These are the most jacked. So anyone who votes against Trump is going to be like the people who are dying to vote against Donald Trump. And the rest of the world who's going to come out in November, they're not like them. They're not like them. So again, old tired arguments we hear from losers every year. I'm serious. That's just a fact. All right. I'm going to go ahead and boogie woogie, and we will take it by ear tomorrow. I would like to try to do it because I would like to have Daniel on. All right. So we will see how it goes. But as always, thanks so much for following us. If you don't follow us on Locals, join us on Locals, peoplespundit.locals.com. Anyone who signed up to YouTube too, thank you. Locals, always the best place to follow us. We'll talk about some more polling that we're going to do. I told you, there's several states I'm dying to poll. And now, including Georgia. I don't think it's going to be an eight-point lead, but I can see a 6-point lead. I can easily see a 3 or 4-point lead. But there's some serious problems with polling. And these primaries I think it's like getting out of hand for some of these pollsters. It's easier to poll larger populations like general electorates than it is to poll primaries. But here we go again, once again, understating MAGA in the Rust Belt and in Florida, because for all the people who are saying Trump lost 20% in Florida, he lost 19% so far, less than 19%, and he didn't lose it. They voted for somebody else. And as of right now, that's still about 6 points less Trumpy than the polls suggested. All right. No poll had Trump at 80% in Florida. They had him at 75%, roughly. And he did better than that. They didn't have him at 80% in Ohio. Go look, you'll see. So there's a real Midwest problem, pagan MAGA, and Florida as well. All right. So with that in mind, I'm out like trout on a fishing route. Don't forget, like I said, keep your eyes on the prize. We'll see what we're doing tomorrow. We'll play it by ear. All right. Nothing but love for you guys. And I will see you tomorrow.